After destroying the final bug with a single strike, the young man could finally relax his body. Jingu thought to himself that he had finally escaped his fate. Being a hero is just so damn exhausting. This was the moment he had been longing for, the dream of never having to hold a sword again. But strangely enough, Jingu opened his eyes once more. Surprise, surprise. The poor guy was completely bewildered. What the hell? Didn't I die after clearing the final gate? Putting that aside for a moment, I've got to deal with this old man in front of me first. He was so full of energy he was actually gripping my finger. The woman next to him smiled brightly and said, "Ian, you can't wake up a sleeping baby." This kid Riley couldn't even cry. The whole scene was incredibly bizarre. The protagonist was startled. What the hell was up with these tiny cute hands? And who the hell is Riley? They were all so thrilled when he started showing his talent. The protagonist was the youngest son of the master swordsman Count Ipparetta, and it looked like he had been reincarnated after death. They were still whispering now that he was fully awake. A man stood before him and declared that the child was ready to receive the blessing of the sword. Wait, what? The man was a sword master, and the protagonist was now the youngest son of the Ipparetta family, a top-tier swordsman lineage blessed by a sword. It was as predictable as it gets. Everyone was gossiping about this kid. They were saying they could already picture him wielding a sword. Have you polished Riley's sword yet? It will be a source of pride for its new master when he becomes a swordsman, they said, even though he was just an infant. But there was no way the protagonist was going to forget his past life. He had made a promise to himself that he would never pick up a sword again. So, to find out, he had been reincarnated as the youngest son of a family, famous for their swordsmanship. He was like, "Are you kidding me? Who the hell does something like this?" They literally hung a bunch of swords from the ceiling. These weren't toys. They were the real deal. It seemed they wanted him to get used to swords from birth, just as expected. They wanted the protagonist to hold a sword as soon as possible. They whispered, "Look at young Master Riley, I bet he already loves holding swords." The guy felt so stupid and frustrated, caught in a situation where he couldn't do anything about their wild assumptions. Now seeing a sword was even scarier than seeing a ghost. In this infant body, he could only wail. "I've already wielded a sword once. I don't want to hold one ever again. Why can't I just die again?" This reincarnation business is truly a cruel joke. Time flew by. 19 years passed. The Ipparetta family was choosing a successor, and finally the key figures arrived. As a family blessed by the sword, they were widely known for their swordsmanship, something you couldn't easily gauge just by looking at the candidates. The eldest son, Leon of Ipparetta, possessed pure, overwhelming power. Because of his fame, he was someone who had made significant contributions. In battle, the second son, Lord of Ipparetta, unlike Leon, was someone no one could defeat in terms of speed. They called him the God of Speed. It was said he could cut through falling raindrops. Still, there was one youngest son, but as rumors went, the youngest son was completely useless. Despite being an Ipparetta, he didn't even hold a sword. They said he was naturally lazy and a disgrace to the Count's reputation. From birth, he refused to touch a sword, and that reputation had faded long ago. Now only the label of being lazy remained. Hearing that, the butler seemed incredibly angry. The third son of Ipparetta, our protagonist, wasn't born into this family just to be lazy. People said he was a good-for-nothing who shouldn't have been born into the Ipparetta family, but he told them not to say such things ever again. The butler was deeply frustrated, defending the young man who was still peacefully whistling under a tree. As far as the butler was concerned, they didn't know that. The young master was actually focusing on his training while they were busy flapping their gums. Well, that's what the butler thought anyway. In reality, the guy was just enjoying his life to the fullest. The butler didn't forget to add a few more lines to protect the young master's honor, claiming he hadn't even shown his full potential yet. Compared to the eldest and second sons, he was being defended while he himself was just staring at the sky, craving a hamburger. This life was nice, but it was a shame there was no Coca-Cola. The butler insisted the young master had hidden talent. Every word the butler spoke only made it more awkward. All the guy was thinking about was how desperately he wanted a Coca-Cola. He felt like he had been dreaming about his past life a lot lately. The young man thought he could have just forgotten all about his past life as he reached his current age. But in his previous life, he had accidentally drawn a holy sword that no one can draw to stop the world's destruction caused by the Demon King the moment his other self was lost. The protagonist has lived like a warrior without end and had no choice but to lead such a life. That is exactly why. In this life, he vowed never to pick up a sword again, absolutely and forever. He was just relaxing when old man Ian suddenly appeared right in front of him. He called out helplessly, "Young master, as expected you are here. It seems since you won't practice today, they will choose a successor soon. That is an event the other families will be watching closely on that day." He had protected the boy with all his might and warned him with all his heart, but still, the young man didn't seem to care much, yawning repeatedly and nonchalantly saying, "Forget it, I'm just a lazy kid." Like that, even if he wanted to defend him, he couldn't. The old man was furious. "If you already knew that, then why? Why don't you try to prove those rumors wrong by using your sword? Why are you being so stubborn?" Once again, he uttered words that couldn't be more infuriating or indifferent. "Why should I fix the rumors when they aren't wrong?" At this point, besides being speechless, there was nothing left to say. The old man grew increasingly helpless. "How can you be like this when you hear about all of this? Isn't it certain you have something better than the other young masters?" The old man still insisted that he wasn't naturally lazy but very intelligent. He was sure of it. But the protagonist looked back at the old man with an indifferent gaze. "I'm injured. I will never pick up a sword or anything else." He had already reached his limit, yet the young man could still act like that. It's impressive that the old man has such endurance. If it were me, my blood pressure would have spiked, guys. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind the old butler, "Don't pay too much attention to other people's opinions. That is my biggest regret in life." And just like that, the young man stood there spouting theoretical nonsense as if he were someone deeply experienced, driving the old man mad. He asked helplessly, "You have only lived for 19 years, haven't you? What is meant to happen will happen." "Enjoy your meal," they said to each other. My lady, the selection of the successor is coming up soon. Young Master Riley has to compete as an heir. Doesn't he realize he can't just sit still like that?" They also felt the protagonist deserved to be that way. They believed he wasn't from just any family. He was the youngest son of the famous Eiffaletta swordsman clan. Standing before his mother, the protagonist felt helpless. When his mother thought like the old man, she spoke words that were deeply moving, only wishing for Riley to be happy. "I want my son to find his own happiness without being weighed down by the Eiffaletta name." This sentence from his mother made the protagonist tear up, feeling moved. It's true that being lazy just made him even lazier. Old man Ian asked honestly, "My lady, are you not angry?" But why would she be? The first and second children are the only ones. Don't you want to talk to young Master Riley just once? It is unclear if this is actually good. According to old man Ian, the protagonist is truly a very intelligent person. He learned to speak faster than anyone. In the family, by the time he was 1 year old, he had the best qualities compared to any of them. At 2 years old, at an age when he couldn't even walk, the old man tested him. The protagonist was the first to be born with such excellent qualities. I was the only one who could read advanced books at that age, and even kept demanding more advanced ones, but those were professional medical books. "If you're smart, you should hold a pen," he pleaded. "My lady, please help him." But Riley was extremely nonchalant. He was in fact feeling very satisfied with this. Having a poor old Ian and a mother who could be a shield for the family meant he would never have to pick up a sword again in this life. Suddenly his mother vomited blood and kept calling out a name. "My son," she kept saying, uttering strange words. "My husband, please stay strong. My husband, can you hear me?" The protagonist, now cold, called for his mother in pain. It seemed something unwanted had happened. His mother kept coughing up blood. Everything unfolded in a suspicious way. Why is this happening in this life? The protagonist doesn't hold a sword and has no responsibilities, but everyone was very happy. However, his mother suffered this incident, coughing up blood incessantly. The situation was truly urgent. They definitely had to treat her immediately. Suddenly, some voices echoed in the protagonist's ears, saying, "Finally, it's done. The things that bothered me will disappear." It was a small, weak voice, but he was certain that someone had poisoned his mother and threatened his peaceful life. Suddenly, as he was rushing to find urgent treatment, the protagonist heard faint echoing voices in his ears. It was a soft, weak voice whispering that everything weighing on his mind would finally disappear, and he knew for sure that this was the person who poisoned his mother and threatened his peaceful life. And the person he hated the most was his father's first wife, Orly Finn Efferetta. Never in his life had Riley felt such burning resentment. The old butler was completely panicked, shouting and crying out, "Young master, please! I've already stopped the bleeding by applying pressure to the artery." At this point, he couldn't just stand by and watch. The protagonist told him, "Leave my mother to me. Go call the doctor." Ian looked utterly conflicted. He didn't know if the boy could actually save her, and he felt uneasy leaving his mistress in his hands. But at this point, what was there left to hide? The protagonist insisted firmly, "Don't you understand me? You've seen me reading those advanced medical books before, haven't you? I'll treat my mother and get her back to her room." Seeing her condition worsening, the butler couldn't just stand there, so he immediately rushed off to find the doctor. The protagonist made a request. He needed a wooden sword. He ordered the butler to get him one, which left the man completely stunned. The protagonist had done everything he could for now. Next, he needed to uncover the mystery behind it. Ian seemed to share the same thought. Someone must have deliberately done this to assassinate my mother. He added, "They'll probably come for her soon. I think we need to investigate further to find out who's really behind this. Up until now, I don't think we could find out who the culprit was. I'm sorry if I didn't realize it sooner." For the first time, the protagonist was this serious. He spoke with absolute sincerity. "Ian, you know about my dream, that strange world. There's a saying that goes like this: never wake a sleeping lion. I'm heading to the training room." This decision left everyone in awe before he walked away. He didn't forget to tell the butler to take care of his mother. He just wanted to live as happily and as long as possible while staying by the side of the person who mattered most to him. But how dare they try to destroy his only wish in this life? Because of that, he once again encountered his father's first wife. He called out to her with a stern warning, "I was looking for you and I didn't expect you to be here." Seeing Riley, she turned around with a smile that couldn't have been more fake. She even greeted him with some hollow pleasantries that no one asked for. "Oh, Riley, long time no see. How is our lazy young master doing these days?" To answer her disdainful question, the protagonist retorted with equal sarcasm, "The only problem I have is that I'm doing just great, thank you. And of course not just me, my mother is also very healthy. We would like to thank you for that." She seemed to grasp the implication behind Riley's words, even though she was irritated. She still forced a confident smile. "Oh, kid, I am the lady of this house. That's the least I can do, isn't it? Anyway, I'm more worried about Eric." Her only son was known as the lazy swordsman. But I guess the lazy swordsman has grown up now, hasn't he? Seeing that wooden sword in your hand, perhaps there's been a change in your heart somehow. To deflect her malice, the protagonist replied casually, "I think I smell something on you. The same scent that was in my mother's soup." She didn't hold back anymore and answered directly, "You have a sharp nose, don't you?" "It's true. I was just curious about today's menu." Someone whom everyone used to despise was now standing up to protect his mother. Everyone acted like that was natural, but Riley didn't seem to care about it at all. He just laughed foolishly. "Ha ha. This is not like you at all, Aunt. My lady?" A tiger would normally stay asleep if no one provoked it, but she had poked the tiger's den. She replied nonchalantly with a hint of challenge. "It's funny that you're the one saying that. I think you're the one acting strange, Riley. People say that everyone dies when they suddenly change, so don't try to do anything stupid, just stay quiet." Just like how he had always been up until now. She still seemed to be monitoring every move the protagonist made, even sending people to follow him. The protagonist arrived at the training ground after meeting her. According to their reports, it seemed he didn't even know how to hold a sword. This made them feel delighted, as the reputation of the lazy young master was fitting. She thought the protagonist was truly pathetic. "How dare that useless brat talk to me like that? There's no reason to waste more time. Let's finish this tonight." She had sent people to do something shady and ordered them not to let Riley catch them. They became even more confident when they saw the protagonist lacked so much skill, but while her men were following the protagonist, it seems Men has sensed that something is up. It feels like he could somehow see him, as if he'd been quietly waiting for something else before she suggested he go to Riley's room. While he was sneaking around, the protagonist greeted him with extreme enthusiasm. "What took you so long?" The protagonist's innocent question left the other guy completely dumbfounded. Riley declared, "I've been waiting for you since I was at the practice grounds." Someone who supposedly couldn't even hold a sword, according to what they knew clearly wasn't what they expected. The first wife's man turned out to be a fool. He wasn't even sure if he could sense any presence there at all. Riley really was shifting in and out of sight like a ghost. However, he was still confident that the protagonist would be no different than he was in the practice room. Perhaps he had done that on purpose, and the guy was left completely frozen, feeling the floor shatter from just one sword strike. It was definitely something far beyond what anyone expected at this point. Riley stood his ground and called him out. "What are you doing? Why aren't you focusing on the fight?" The protagonist lunged forward and said, "You came here to kill me after getting a request from Lady Olay, didn't you?" Men really had everything figured out. All of her plans were in shambles, and she had essentially wasted her money. What good is hiring someone who can't even hold a wooden sword? That guy was scared out of his wits. This ironic situation was something no one could have predicted. After quietly taking care of everything, the butler returned to find him still lounging in his chair, seemingly resting. He reported that in the mansion, a corpse had been found. The old man thought he would be shocked, but he was surprisingly calm, responding, "I thought it was something serious. So it's just a dead body." The old man was frantic, replying, "Of course, people challenge our Ifoletta family often, but this isn't just anything. That wasn't just a corpse, it was an assassin who snuck into the mansion." While everyone was confused about why the person died, Lady Ole witnessed her man lying there dead. His neck even snapped. She was extremely worried, especially when people started gossiping that the guy was even in front of Lady Ole's room, which meant she could be a suspect. And above all else, news about the condition of Lady Iris of the Ifoletta family had been released. The old man seemed to have sensed something. He told the protagonist, "It seems like you did something. What I'm saying is, this is not the time to just stand still. We can't guarantee there was only one assassin and you shouldn't be alone." It turns out they were worried the protagonist would be assassinated just like his mother. The old man continued to show immense concern, warning, "I don't know about the others, but especially you, I don't think you can fight off intruders." Hearing him talk as if he were some kind of good-for-nothing, Raleigh felt a bit humiliated. He stood up, scratched his head, and said, "I can protect myself, so you should focus on my mother's safety instead." The old man was stunned by his response. Han even handed Ian something and told him, "Use this to make tea for my mother. It's quite effective, and above all, don't lose it. Because it's very rare." The man was frozen for 5 seconds after this gesture. "And he tried this too." Raleigh asked him, almost like a declaration, "Do you think I've just been playing around? I get busy sometimes too." Who would have thought someone who spent all day lying around enjoying life would change so much? He told the butler to head back to his mother's room, but the man still couldn't stop worrying about the protagonist after the recent assassination attempt. He actually had things coming up that he needed to do. The father gathered everyone in the family and asked, "Did you find anything?" The sons replied falteringly, "Father, we've searched every corner of this land, but there was nothing strange. Seeing how he entered without any weapons, I think he underestimated us. Maybe someone helped him from the inside." The father continued to sit and analyze, then decided, "Check the entire IPA village." One son suggested that based on how he was dressed, they thought he belonged to a group of thieves or assassins. This was also a note for the investigation. Lady Ole was the one feeling most uncomfortable right now. All of her plans had been going quite smoothly until someone ruined them, and she didn't even know who it was. She gritted her teeth thinking, "Damn it, how did everything turn out like this?" As the family members discussed it more, she felt even more anxious than ever. They analyzed, where did the dagger that guy was carrying go? That means someone in the villa picked it up. The more they talked, the more problems arose, and the one feeling most uneasy was her. The protagonist stuck to his daily routine. Whatever he did, he never forgot to relax under the tree, taking the time to ask with concern, "How is my mother?" The butler replied calmly, "She is doing well." The old man replied nonchalantly, "I'm feeling fine now. Thanks to the herbs you told me about last night, my lady is already feeling better." Raleigh replied, half asleep, truly relieved to hear that. "As long as Mom is healthy, that's enough. I'm going back to sleep then." The old butler desperately pleaded, "Young master, please. Is this really the time to be using a sword? A man can't just swing a sword a few times and then give up." Ultimately, he only intended to use it for tasks that truly needed doing. He lazily continued saying it was better if everyone knew when to quit. "I could just hold a stick instead of a sword, couldn't I?" He lay down and spotted a ripe apple in the tree, too lazy to even climb up and grab it. "Cyan, I think that apple in the tree is almost ripe. Get it for me." If there were a ranking for the laziest people, he would probably be number 1. Two uncles were confused. "Are you talking about that apple?" "But there are plenty of them in the kitchen, you know." At a glance at the tree, the main character seemed to have realized something. It was a sword he had hidden up there. The uncle tried to look closer. He picked up a brick and threw it at the tree, and a sword fell out. Ian was completely stunned. "What on earth is this doing here?" This was a dagger featuring the same emblem as the sheath used by that assassin, the one who failed his mission. "I was a member of this team on this carriage. After receiving word that number 3 was dead, could it be that he committed suicide?" None of them actually had an opinion. The only question was how the body had been disposed of. The masked woman replied that it was being held at the Alpharetta house. Ollie was in a tough spot, and they told each other to go to IPA Village. This brother wanted to meet her in person, but of course they shouldn't get caught. They would resolve this matter as quickly and quietly as possible so that his daughter wouldn't face any more trouble. Arlie, after that recent incident, was still in a complete mess. She now seethed at the idiotic number 3, thinking, if you were going to die, you should have at least handled it properly. Why the hell did you drop the dagger, damn it? She was well and truly caught in a web of her own making, pulling at her hair in frustration when her son Royal knocked on the door. She was still cursing under her breath, thinking it was that bastard. Since when had the main character become such a major concern for her? Arlie maintained the calm demeanor of a mother, saying, I'm very busy right now. But who brought you here? Her son replied, nothing special. I just wanted to check if you were all right. I heard that assassins were coming to your bedroom. She felt another headache coming on. Royal saw her like this, and felt the situation didn't seem quite right. He guessed she must be very annoyed because that assassin had died right in front of her room. That's how it looked, but he didn't harbor a single doubt. He didn't forget to remind her, anyway, Mom must be tired. Get some rest. I will keep watch outside this room to protect you. She calmly replied, all right then. Seeing you here makes me feel a little better, Royal continued. By the way, have you heard the news? I heard that Grandfather's Merchant Guild is heading to that village. Upon hearing this information, she seemed a bit more excited. The Test Guild is coming to the village. The son continued, saying that was what the servant who came to the village had told him, and it seemed they were arriving in large numbers. She acted as if she didn't understand what was going on. She said vaguely, I haven't heard any news about them coming here. Anyway, thanks for telling me. I'm fine now. So you can go and do what you need to do. The news that they were arriving in large numbers made her feel incredibly happy. Perhaps her father had come here. Her father had come in person. It meant he had a plan to put an end to this matter logically. She flew into a jealous rage and had an even more malicious intent than ever to make the main character and his mother disappear from this world. On the other hand, Raleigh was still chilling as he did on normal days under the tree. That's how it looked. But in reality, his brain didn't stop thinking and processing. He figured they would have similar plans. Number 2 would be first, then number 4 and 5 would follow. But in the end, that wasn't what the main character was hoping for. He thought his father would handle it if they showed him the dagger, but it looked like the assassins were going to strike first, even though in his mind he was constantly struggling with whether he was truly ready. But in reality, he didn't want to take action at all. They were trying hard not to be detected by the servants in the mansion. Even the maids and the butler were seasoned warriors before they started working here, so they warned each other to be extremely careful. Even though they had already figured out all of their plans right now, he didn't care about what those assassins were going to do inside the mansion. But if they bothered him, he would take action. So it was best not to disturb him, and the smartest decision you all could make would be not to enter that villa. They seemed to have heard the protagonist's thoughts. They were curious and asked each other if they were the only ones who heard that. But in truth, it wasn't just them. It had been broadcast to every member of the guild, and they had never actually heard of an assassin inside the Alpharetta house. Where is that guy, and how could he transmit this information so clearly? Should we order a retreat? They seemed fearful and very hesitant about their next move, but in the end they told each other that they absolutely had to finish this as soon as possible. We need to retrieve the dagger according to plan number 2, with number 10 going to collect the body. The rest will draw the mansion's attention. And if we are in danger, eliminate all evidence by committing suicide. Even if she is just a concubine, she is still the Countess's wife. She won't have anyone protecting her. They seem to have begun executing their plan and were determined to complete it, without leaving any traces or being caught by anyone. Lady Orley was the one who ordered them to do this. That is why they couldn't stop. They were also informed that her son Riley didn't even know how to use a sword. They discussed that this mission would be easy to execute if they just avoided the mansion's staff. Let's seize this opportunity and earn even more money. Suddenly, they all heard a notification saying, "Didn't I tell you not to come inside?" They really still couldn't detect him. Who could have transmitted this message? The protagonist continued, "Sorry, but that wasn't the right choice. I already warned you all. Even a lion doesn't want to hibernate, yet you won't let it. Now that you want the lion to roar loudly, showing extreme anger, is this really your decision? Didn't I warn you all already?" Riley laughed foolishly. "I think these kids shouldn't ignore the advice of a kind adult, so I need to punish you all. Do you agree?" As they turned, they seemed to realize that the person known as Young Master Shot was him. Not only were they not afraid, but they appeared extremely calm. "That's good. We don't need to waste time finding you anymore. To show our gratitude, we will let you die as painlessly as possible," they confidently declared. But they didn't know who would be the one to die. One behind him, and another invisible. The protagonist held everything they did in the palm of his hand. He finished them off by piercing his sword through them. There wasn't a single wasted movement. He clearly hadn't moved, But since when did this sword pierce through them? He said with a cold expression. That is why I told you all, don't bother me, and this is why you are killed by someone called a lousy shot. Every one of his actions made the group's eyes widen and their mouths drop in shock. No way. A man cut in half in the blink of an eye. They were originally certain they had been told he was the easiest target, but was that information wrong? Since Riley had already shown himself, he appeared coolly and said, I can hear you, so just come here. I'm sorry, but you won't be able to leave here alive today. I need you to suffer everything you deserve. Then another one from their group had his hand severed from his body. To the protagonist, they were just a bunch of annoyingly noisy pests. Dealing with them was as easy as flipping a hand. Now they knew fear and were running for their lives, but escaping wasn't that easy. The protagonist had warned them, but they still intentionally did the wrong things. We shouldn't have bothered each other. You are the one who made me take action. Riley decisively slashed through them, wiping them all out. He thought this would be fun, but why was it so boring? I was looking for the rest of them. There were a few assassins surrounding Ian and a maid. When did they sneak in? What a bunch of bastards. He lunged to finish them off. How dare you step in here? Is that all? It turned out they were killed in an instant. They turned out to be just immature people with no experience, but according to reports they were the 15th assassin the maid had seen since they snuck in. If they kept coming in, they would just have to fight them. He was still worried about the protagonist and the maid. Go protect Lady Iris's room. He couldn't hesitate any longer. He ran for his life, praying that the young master would be safe. Besides, he always had a talent for hiding. The butler still believed that he would be able to escape all dangers and prayed that nothing would happen. Just as he ran here, he saw an assassin. The butler declared, I don't want to talk much, but I will let you go if you leave right now. The butler, with an extremely cool appearance, declared that, I don't have time to play around with you people now. Without holding anything back, they charged at each other in a flurry of attacks, but to the old man their skills were honestly just amateur. How dare they set foot in the Eifeletta estate? A bunch of arrogant fools. If they're tired of living, they're just walking straight to their graves. But the target didn't seem fazed by them at all. Suddenly a knife went flying straight toward that assassin. It wasn't one of the assassin's knives, and the target hadn't sensed a single presence nearby. Not even a hint of killing intent. How could it strike with such precision without making a single sound? The old butler saw this as a golden opportunity and immediately lunged to attack the assassin himself. He wiped them out in no time, but as soon as he was done, he suddenly remembered the young master. The protagonist, meanwhile, was standing there lost in thought, wondering how he could have possibly missed. I was aiming for his heart, yet it veered off and hit his shoulder instead. The protagonist had actually intended to pierce his heart, though honestly maybe that outcome was to be expected. After all, this body is different from his past life, and so much time has passed since then. Besides, it seems his own skills have grown rusty. Well, he was probably done with them now anyway. With the assassins taken care of, he could casually return to his room to rest and go back to playing the part of the innocent, naive young master. The old man rushed toward his room in a panic. He kept calling out for the young master. Seeing Ian, the protagonist immediately replied with a perfectly calm demeanor, sitting in a tree to admire the view. Seeing the protagonist safe and sound, the old man was visibly relieved. The young man feigned ignorance, asking him what he was doing out in the middle of the night. He didn't forget to point out that he saw the old man sweating, keeping up that look. Plus, his acting wasn't bad at all. Ian was desperate. He told the protagonist, "We don't have much time left. Please come with me." The young man gave a perfectly innocent, guilt-free smile and asked the old man what was wrong. Did more assassins show up? The old man froze for 5 seconds. Why do you know about that? Assassins have snuck into the mansion. Well, since he was acting so urgent, the young man decided to play the part well. He acted confused in a way that didn't look fake at all. Really, that's just awful. Oh my God, is this the act-dumb skill of a warrior who once saved the world? The old man bought it, completely wondering if that was why the boy was hiding there. Thank goodness, if anything happened to you, I would truly never forgive myself. Given the situation, I think things are different now. It's very dangerous to be alone now. The protagonist just casually asked him how serious the situation was. The number of assassins Sarah and I found is up to 15. Riley suddenly realized he'd forgotten to ask about his mother's condition. The old man was incredibly surprised that in this situation the boy was still worried about his mother. Everyone always said he was lazy, but it seemed he was actually incredibly thoughtful. The old man suddenly looked at the protagonist with eyes full of love. It was almost like he was looking at a maiden. He replied that someone was protecting the lady, and since she was brave, she would surely be fine. Hearing this, the protagonist could finally breathe a sigh of relief. First, let's join up with them. The energy source is becoming more frightening than I thought. The Earl has already drawn his sword. The old man remained extremely vigilant, but the protagonist had actually already cleared this area. Now they just had to go. But it wasn't convenient to tell him that. In Ian's mind, he assumed that since the protagonist was the weakest in the house, he had to be extremely careful. We don't know what might happen, so please stay right behind me. Well, if he was going to act, he might as well go all the way. He acted extremely moved and said, "All right then. Thank you, I'm so moved I could cry." Suddenly he called the old man back and said, "Now that I think about it, I saw something strange. This might be related to the assassins in the mansion." He stopped looking suspicious. "I thought it was something major, but it turned out to be a piece of toilet paper." This annoyed the protagonist, who retorted, "I'm just checking it. It's not dirty, okay? You understand? Just check it first." The old man felt incredibly disgusted by the paper, but when he opened it, it was written on it, "Moon Glow Herb Cocatin Mushroom," and at the very bottom a big clear note, "Use before meals." Isn't this handwriting a little too familiar? The old man started shaking from head to toe. This can't be. These were the ingredients for the poison in the soup the lady had consumed, and it seemed that that person was the primary culprit behind it all. By that point, the assassin had already broken inside. The father was waiting right there for him. "I figured you were just another gutter rat assassin scuttling from place to place like a piece of filth. But you picked the wrong target this time." The assassin himself knew deep down that he didn't stand a chance against him. The father declared, "I could have spared you if it had only been once, but you dared to cross me twice." Regardless, the assassin had accomplished his objective. He had secured the dagger. Now it was just a matter of retreating, and they would have succeeded. With 2 minutes left before the smoke bomb went off, if he could just hold out until then, Orly would be in the clear and have nothing more to worry about. The father declared, "Begging for mercy now won't save you." He lunged straight at the assassin, absolutely furious. "You pathetic loser! Is dodging and running away all you're good for? I intended to take you alive, but not anymore." The assassin seemed to be in a real SOS situation now. Things had gotten truly dangerous. "As a swordsman, I'll let you speak your final words." Before he could finish off the assassin, Ian ran in, shouting, "My lord, we've finally discovered who it was, the one who secretly poisoned the lady." The count looked at him completely dumbfounded. Ian hadn't come alone. He brought Orly with him. The moment she arrived was the moment that everyone went dead silent. They glared at each other with looks that were far from friendly. "It's just a lowly assassin," he thought. "I can kill him whenever I want. So everything is still under control. But tell me, who was it that actually poisoned Iris?" The father seemed suspicious, and after reading the paper his expression twisted completely. Ian declared that the handwriting belonged to none other than Lady Orly. If she managed to escape now, it would be impressive. She clutched her face, acting pitiful and sobbing. Riley stood there thinking, I bet Ian has already handed over that letter. This meant that Orly's actions would be exposed in no time. Running in circles like this has gone on long enough. "Orly, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Suddenly his mother stood right in front of them. Everyone was huddled together, comforting each other, saying, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Riley suddenly became strangely alert. "I'm fine, thankfully, I'm perfectly okay." And just like that, the two of them hugged as if in a dream. Suddenly someone rushed in. "My lady, young master, it's me, Ian." Riley spoke as if he already knew exactly what he had done. The maid was also curious, wondering where they had gone. He didn't say much and left very suddenly. "That's exactly right. I had nothing left to hide at this point." He immediately exposed the truth. The one who poisoned Lady Iris's soup was Orly. They had finally found the real culprit. Hearing this, Iris was in total shock. She couldn't believe it was true, repeating over and over that it couldn't possibly be. "This is just some kind of joke, right? Young Master Riley found a note about the poison, and it's in Lady Orly's handwriting." The more she denied it, the more shameless she looked. She even thought she had misheard. Orly would never actually do something like that. Not in a million years could she have imagined that one day she would be the one putting poison in Iris's soup. Iris collapsed to the floor. Seeing her mother like that, the protagonist felt a pang of heartache. Even though he knew Orly hated Iris, how could she have stooped to such dirty tactics? The protagonist wondered what his father was doing right now. In reality, they were talking to each other, but there was an uninvited guest present. I took off his hat and declared, "It's all over. We got the dagger, but the mission is a failure." The father finally realized it was Orly's father, or in other words, his father-in-law. That was why he had been hiding all this time. How could you make a fool out of everyone like this?" Orly clenched her fists as if deeply hurt. She said, "The fool is me. On the day you took another wife, do you have any idea how much I suffered? If only you had looked at me with those warm eyes. I wouldn't have done such terrible things, but what was the point of saying these meaningless things now?" In truth, she had already transformed into a cruel and wicked person. The father declared, "What you wanted was the family status, not me. Stop with the lies." The father then began to reveal everything. "On the day of our wedding, do you know what I checked first before I even met you? This engagement involves the Test Merchant Guild. She was satisfied with the family name at first, but honestly, it was all a lie. You brought those filthy assassins into my mansion, and now you have the nerve to tell me it's all my fault." With that cool, composed look on his face, the father laid everything out, leaving her speechless no more. Husband and wife talk now. He was absolutely furious and told her to get the hell out of here right now. Looking completely shell-shocked, she just walked out of the house. Ollie looked desperate, trying to tell her father that it was all just a dream. Father, I'm sure it's just a nightmare. If I blink again, I'll wake up in my bed. Even if it isn't today. This is bound to happen someday anyway." Since Ollie had already failed, this was fine, she thought. Her father insisted that as long as the test guild stood, they wouldn't collapse easily. That was why they wanted to start over from scratch. Ollie caught sight of something and cursed. It turned out the protagonist was standing right behind them, sitting there brazenly holding a dagger and provoking them. "Is the fun already over for you guys?" He felt the fun hadn't even started yet. The father jumped out of his skin when he saw the protagonist. Why was he here? At this point, there was no need for formalities. The protagonist was here to see something interesting. He came to continue the revenge for his mother. Everything Ollie did to her now, he wanted her to suffer through it all. Seeing Riley, she was filled with hatred. "You arrogant bastard, you are the lowest, most useless piece of trash in this house. What right do you have to open your mouth and be so reckless?" She raised her hand, thinking she was tough, and tried to slap the protagonist's face off, but he dodged it easily. "What, you're actually going to hit me? How scary. Do you really think Father will just stand by and watch if he sees me getting hit when he gets back?" The more he provoked her, the angrier she got, but her father had told her to keep it together. He held his grudge and hissed, "You insolent brat! I don't know where you got the courage to do this, but this is a stupid mistake on your part. Who said you could ever come back to this mansion? I even thought it would be better if he captured him as a hostage. It would make the mission much easier." The protagonist had that, "Oh, I'm so scared" look on his face, casually digging into his ear as if nothing was happening. "Old man, since you didn't touch me today, I might let you slide, but that Auntie Ollie, no way. She threatened my mother and sent assassins after her, right? She shouldn't have tried to kill my mother twice. She has to pay for hurting her, so don't make a scene trying to retaliate." Seeing this, the father tried to finish Riley off in one strike, but he effortlessly dodged the guy's death blow. He had been hiding his skills all this time, and now that he revealed them, everyone was stunned. Ollie panicked and shouted to her father, "Father, kill that bastard. Truly useless for anything other than ordering people around." They signaled each other to leave no traces behind. "Tear him into pieces, oh my God," as if they were actually capable of tearing him into pieces. The protagonist lunged forward with just a wooden sword. It reminded him of what he had been through in the past. Back then he had saved those assassins and told them they were human too. Truly no saint like him existed. "All right then, from now on this is just self-defense," the protagonist declared. "Don't say anything ridiculous to justify yourselves." They surrounded him from all sides. "Sorry, but I'm not living like I did in my past life anymore." In a flash he dealt with them, and the assassins were sent to meet their ancestors. No way. Didn't he only swing the sword once? The father was completely dumbfounded that he could do all that with just a wooden sword. The protagonist walked up to him and said, "That's the second time. You used to be a warrior, so I'll give you a merciful death." Now even he felt the fear and started begging the protagonist, saying he was willing to die for his daughter, and confessed. "This child certainly did some bad things, but her nature is kind. She just went about it the wrong way, so please, I beg you, spare my daughter." But she had poisoned Iris, the protagonist's mother, without a second thought. How could he ever forgive that? If things could be forgiven that easily, murderers wouldn't be rotting in jail. He didn't hesitate and struck. The protagonist felt his body was vastly different from what it used to be. He had effectively been resting for 19 years, so he had no other choice. His hands were stained with blood once again, but so be it. Being ruled by emotions was a thing of the past. Now he could finally go home in peace. Suddenly the maid rushed in to tell the old butler that everything was falling into chaos. Everyone was extremely worried about Riley, terrified that the assassins had taken the young master hostage since he's the weakest one in the house. However, the old man kept faith that he was just hiding somewhere. The maid was still frantic, saying the young master had vanished from the ladies' room, and even if it were him, he wouldn't be carefree enough to play hide-and-seek at a time like this. At this point, it was certain this had to be the work of the assassins. There was no other explanation. They couldn't just sit still, so the old man decided to search the mansion one more time. The father sensed their turmoil over Riley's SOS situation, and having witnessed it all, Ian didn't know how to explain things properly, or what would happen next. If he told the furious Count that it seemed the young master had been kidnapped by assassins, he thought the father would be deeply concerned. To his surprise, the Count declared, "That brat got kidnapped by assassins. How pathetic. No need to look for him because this family has no place for someone that weak." This heartlessness left everyone in the house frozen in shock for a good 5 seconds. Just as he finished speaking, the young master appeared and calmly asked, "Is everyone looking for me?" Upon seeing him, the old butler was overjoyed. "Young master, where on earth have you been?" The maid and Ian were incredibly relieved. The Count stepped forward seriously and said, "Riley, come with me to the study. I heard you were the one who found that note." Before he could even finish, the other son flew into a rage. "Did the lady of this house kick you out? Are you trying to play hide-and-seek?" He kept shouting angrily at the young master. "Don't pretend you don't know you definitely forged that note." I blamed the young master, saying that because of him, his mother had been thrown out onto the street. He seemed to sense something unusual. What kind of trick was he pulling? "I don't think he knows. This is just an outburst." "Right. I really don't like being bothered like this. Enough of all this." The son-in-law kept making a scene, but the father didn't seem to care much, just lightly reminding him, "I won't repeat myself. After all, it is true that Orly poisoned Iris's soup, and it is true that she let the assassins sneak into this mansion." The father told Riley to come inside. It wasn't actually to question him. He just wanted to ask how he had found that note. Something like that surely couldn't have just fallen out of the sky. So he didn't hide anything and spoke plainly. "To be honest, I ran into the assassin targeting Mother. You must have heard about me practicing with a wooden sword at the training ground a few days ago. You said you didn't even know how to hold a sword." "That very day. The assassin ran toward me, and I tried to fend him off with the wooden sword in my hand. I managed to escape, and when I went back, he was already dead. I found the note in his sleeve, and that assassin was sent by Orly." Even now, the son Loy was the only one still insisting on defending her, and he thought she couldn't possibly be the one who did it. The father just gently said, "I understand how you feel, but she let an assassin sneak into this prestigious mansion. That is why I sent Orly away. Standing there arguing wouldn't solve anything." So the father sent the two sons back to their rooms, adding that Riley should come to the study the next day to meet him. He had more to say. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his brother Ryan. But it seemed like the young master had been looked down upon since childhood, to the point where no one wanted to look at or talk to him. To the young master, they were just a bunch of cheapskates. The two brothers met, and one said, "I don't think he's lying. As for Mother, it's very unfortunate, but there's nothing I can do. We cannot let our emotions cloud our judgment in this case." An assassin in the house. Honestly, I feel very grateful to Riley. Even though we don't like each other, we have to admit he made a huge contribution. After all, they were also trying to protect their mother, but the fact that she sent an assassin is a crime that cannot be excused. It's a pity, but what can you do? The son was essentially just trying to protect his mother, but there's nothing to be done. His mother really made a mistake. The older brother Ryan patted his head and said, "Now is not the time. The heir hasn't been decided yet. Even after Mother's incident, it can still be resolved. Once the heir is decided, and once I win the race for the title and hold the name Ifoleta in my hands, I will set everything back in its rightful place. That brat is really as cunning as they come, but you can't deny that Father has placed a lot of hope in him. Think about Mother's future. That kid is a compulsive liar, that's for sure. But there's no denying that Father has pinned so much hope on him. I should just think about Mother from now on." They were all determined to overthrow Riley, and once in power, they planned to bring Ollie back to the estate. Finally, the day arrived for Riley to meet his father privately. Ian was incredibly urgent, saying, "The Count wants to see you privately, doesn't he? I should have known sooner. I apologize for the delay." I kept fussing over the protagonist, trying to make him look sharp before meeting the Count. Good grief, he was being way too dramatic. After tidying him up to look dashing, he didn't forget to compliment him, saying, "Now you look 10 years younger. I was already immature and now he looked even younger." The protagonist was absolutely speechless. His hair was slicked back with gel and styled to the side. He looked more like a middle-aged uncle pushing 40 than a 10-year-old boy. I didn't forget to give him some final advice, young master. This is your chance. While the Lady Ollie has just been kicked out of the estate, you can turn this into an opportunity to compete for the inheritance. Just thinking about it made the guy's eyes light up. It felt so amazing, like a once-in-a-lifetime dream, or so he thought. I didn't seem interested in the slightest. Ian urged him, "This might be how the Count is testing your capabilities. Didn't I tell you before? You are truly talented and more wonderful than anyone else, young master." Before stepping into the Count's room, Ian didn't forget to cheer the protagonist on as if he were heading into battle. He really was being way too much. Never before had the father spoken so seriously to Riley. Until now, everyone had looked at him with nothing but pure contempt. Then the father demanded that the protagonist move out of the estate. "Oh my God, what on earth is going on?" Hearing that made him want to crawl into a hole. Without giving the protagonist a single second to think, his father declared that this was a mandatory order. I was still completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "Wait a minute, father, what do you mean? Are you telling me to move out?" Then the father handed Riley a paper detailing the Royal Swordsmanship Tournament to be held next month, the 17th Royal Swordsmanship Tournament. It will be held, and I am sending an invitation to one of the children of the family known for their brilliant swordsmanship. I hope you will participate and share your invaluable experience with this tournament. From the Solia royal family, this 17th tournament would begin in a month. The protagonist knew that even he could join the tournament. His father had just told him, "You must participate in this tournament," but wasn't kicking him out of the estate a bit too extreme. The young man scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Well, father, you know what I'm going to say. I would gain experience from the tournament, but I don't need any more experience, do I? My brothers have all participated in that tournament already. They could go again, couldn't they? Isn't it a wonderful tournament? This letter was sent to you. Can't you see this is a call of love?" The protagonist just wanted to run away from these pointless tournaments. He really just wanted to lie still and enjoy life. He thought about closing his eyes and crying, just like what happened in Chapter 1. Riley remained firm. "I'm not going anywhere. I won't participate in that tournament. I don't have the ability to compete." His father was frustrated. "How much longer do you want to delay this? Don't let this stroke of luck slip away." But as insistent as the father was, the boy was just as stubborn. "I tried practicing with a wooden sword already. My mother was very worried about me. And I saw Ian's face that day too, so father, please don't make me go there." The young man clenched his fists, gathered his resolve, and stated, "Please, father, don't force me to hold a sword anymore." Just as he said that, I expected his father to get angry and scold him to death. But to his surprise, he encouraged him with all his might. "My son, you can do it. I have great faith in you." As soon as he heard those words, the protagonist's heart skipped a beat as he remembered the voices from long ago echoing in his ears saying, "You can do it. The warriors cannot do it without you. You can do it. You can do it. You are a warrior. Isn't that your duty? Go and fight, warrior." Back in the day, she used to look at the protagonist with that exact gaze. That's why the protagonist truly didn't want his father looking at him with that same look. It seemed that look would shake his resolve, as if every word made him waver. Despite his determination not to compete, his father remained incredibly firm and insistent. "This tournament is different. Everything is different now compared to the past. You aren't a child anymore, so you don't have the right to choose. You must participate in the tournament, if not for anything else, then at least for the benefit and honor of the family." But for Riley, he just wanted to live a life of his own. So why should he do this for the family's sake? Just as he said that, the uncle sneaked in saying, "Something was stuck on the door, so I came in." Seeing that the protagonist ran for his life, and his father immediately ordered the uncle to catch him and drag him back, escaping them left. Riley feeling incredibly exhausted. He just wished he could have a normal life without any memories of his past existence. Everything felt so present, as if it had just happened. It left him with a splitting headache, but he decided to just let it go. Why on earth was I born into a family of swordsmen? Damn, this is absolute madness. He knew they wanted to train their son in the way of the blade, but why did even the servants know how to fight? Just yesterday he was optimistic and full of life, but the protagonist felt like he had truly changed. How could I get so angry just because of a few words? What do I have to do to find something? that countless others could never find. While hiding, he heard the maid searching for him telling Iris that the Count wanted to speak with the young master about the upcoming tournament. So that was why he was avoiding him. The Count was desperate for his son to join the tournament, but the boy had already run off. I heard that the lady has no heir. Does this weigh heavily on your heart? His mother replied, well, perhaps a little, but I think I will be just fine. Sometimes Riley would let a sad expression slip, and she wanted to talk to him privately to ask if he was hiding any burdens in his heart. But every time he would just say, everything was fine. He told her there was nothing to worry about. I've never seen him like this before. I don't know the reason, but as a mother I need to understand him better. Even if everyone else despises him, I will always support him. Because more than anyone else in this world, I only wish for Riley to be truly happy. Who wouldn't be moved hearing that? Iris had another wish. She wanted a new room and asked the maid to prepare it. Habitually, it seemed Iris was all too familiar with her son's hiding spots. Seeing his mother. The young man welled up with tears like a 3-year-old. She just smiled. I was only thinking about a few things. You acted like that when the assassins broke in. Many were very worried not knowing where you were. Is what you're thinking about related to the tournament? The protagonist seemed unable to find the words, and when she asked again, he finally replied, because just holding a sword makes me feel terrified. Well, how about a date then? I said a date with your mother. His mother replied, I will help you as a mother. The two were packing everything they needed, busy preparing for the tournament. Everything was arranged very carefully. Now all that was left was to set off. The uncle still seemed worried, turning back to ask, do you think just me and Sarah are enough to help? That's right, I think the two of you are enough. The protagonist chimed in, of course it's enough. I know how strong you two are. They finally finished preparing everything. Riley appreciatively told his mother she didn't need to come with him, but she had promised, and there was an agreement with her son. This was their first date, and she reminded the protagonist not to say anything that would ruin the mood or make others jealous. But honestly, who would be jealous? The father insisted that by going with the boy, he was sure he would join the tournament right now. Iris's face suddenly turned stern, saying, the agreement was about positive things, not negative ones right at this point. His mother decided to give her son some advice. The father sighed and said goodbye to Sarah and Ian, not forgetting to warn them that if anything happened to the two of them, they would be held responsible. Ian bowed faithfully, swearing on his very life that he would protect them perfectly. That was his life's mission. After some back and forth, they could finally depart. Iris was feeling full of excitement. It had been a long time since she had been to Solalo. Riley had a confused look on his face. It was his first time stepping out of the castle, and while Solalo was the name of the castle he had lived in since he was born, he had just assumed it didn't have a name. Iris explained that it was because her father loved this castle very much, and they named the castle after him. They were chatting away so lively, and his mother kept engaging in such a warm, intimate conversation, asking, Sira, you're a Solian native, aren't you? She is actually someone who lives in the region to the right of Solia. Seeing them look confused and clueless, the young girl explained that this is a map of Solia, and the only thing at the very top of Solia is the castle, and this is the wall that protects them from intruders. Saying it like that, isn't it amazing how massive Solia really is? It's also because it's a town belonging to a kingdom. After all, Solia is pretty much just like what she described. The protagonist froze for a few seconds. The name Cola really caught the young man off guard. It's a drink that makes you feel like something is burning on your tongue, and it tastes even better when you add ice cubes. Just hearing that is enough to give you chills. To describe the feeling, it's also something that tastes heavenly and cools you down in an instant. Hearing it over and over and still not understanding a damn thing, the protagonist just starts losing his mind, getting frustrated. Would it kill you to be a bit more specific? The young girl starts asking, Sir, you mean it tastes sweet like wine, but it isn't. Does it make you drunk? Not only that, but he praised it even more. He called it a divine drink. But speaking of that drink, its color is very common and it's even darker. The more she talked, the more he felt like he was going crazy. The young man screamed out the two words, Coca! This bizarre behavior of his caught the girl completely off guard. Was she trying to convince the protagonist to drink alcohol or what? All of the protagonist's confusing language, probably only Ian could make sense of it. Haha, what he's talking about is a non-alcoholic drink. It's a beverage that all children love, even 5-year-olds. If that's what she meant, then that is exactly the taste of coca. Just thinking about it, it feels like walkings on clouds. It's truly wonderful. But something happened just as they were having fun. The carriage suddenly shook. That was definitely an attack. Just as they got outside, the culprits were already gone. They seemed to have fled in some direction. Right in front of them were a bunch of goblins. Goblins. If it were Sarah, she could finish them off quickly, right? But at this point, they had no choice. They could attack from behind. Ian would be in charge of protecting the sides and the rear. Relay declared that she had to trust her young master. Iris's face was just like, "Are you kidding me?" She said, "Sarah, you're really slow. Your stance and your sword swings are all good, but why are you so slow?" The protagonist really needs a sip of coca right about now, seeing Sarah so flustered. I was thinking about whether he should step in to help. But thinking it over, this is damn annoying. The young man suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone get out of my way!" All this time, Riley had always stayed in the back to protect everyone. But this time he had to charge in. He didn't want to just stand there and watch. The young man rushed out in front. Everyone was stunned, especially Sarah. She was completely panicked. "Young master, why are you here? It's dangerous, you should go back." Seeing Riley use his feet while fighting the young girl was in total shock. He thought he'd finally have a chance to drink coca, but now it's too late to buy it because with movements like that, then her strength and speed were meaningless. The young man began to swing his sword with pure quality. "You need to keep your distance and charge straight at the enemy. To strike by surprise. If we don't finish this quickly, there won't be time to drink coca." In no time, the protagonist had wiped out the goblins to everyone's amazement. However, there were still a few left. He reminded Sarah, "This time you really have to be careful." The protagonist would handle these ones. Ian still couldn't believe his eyes regarding what just happened. What was that? The protagonist coolly told them, "All right, let's keep going." In just a few moments, he had taken care of everything. Honestly, in over 10 years of life, you couldn't predict this. Especially his mother. The lady already knew all about the young master's techniques. Right while he was asleep, they were discussing this mysterious power of the protagonist. His mother spoke up, "Perhaps so. I don't know much about sword fighting. I'm just glad Riley wasn't hurt. When I saw him rush at the goblins, my heart nearly stopped. I was truly worried for him." But even so, his mother still had one wish: to keep this a secret and remind everyone not to tell the people in the castle about it, even the Count. Everyone agreed with this, and finally they arrived in Solia. The atmosphere here seemed incredibly cheerful. The protagonist thought to himself, the last time he came here was a year ago. Arid felt sorry for Ian. She had actually told him to return to the castle. But Sarah thought that telling him to go back was the right choice. He would definitely talk non-stop about yesterday, about everything he witnessed. "But my lady, when we step into Solia, we must follow Solian law. It's wonderful that a place like this exists." Sarah said they were incredibly excited now, but didn't know where to go. The protagonist suggested drinking a non-alcoholic sweet beverage. That was a great idea, and they all agreed with it. Sarah excitedly introduced, "There's a cafe here that I often frequent, and they sell many of the things the young master is looking for. Let's head there." While they were still excited and enthusiastic like that, there was a man keeping a close eye on their every move, and he had a target for today. He told the girl, "Time to pay up for the food. Move it, that's your job, you trash." The girl, with half her face seemingly disfigured, was being treated with such disgusting bottom-of-the-barrel contempt that the insults were truly beyond words. Standing in front of something so massive and incredible, the round-faced protagonist thought, "Does this stuff actually exist? I thought I'd never get to drink this again. The flavor is just amazing." With the bubbles fading on his tongue and that smooth sensation, it's definitely it. VIP Pro Rally Coca-Cola. After such a long time finally experiencing this ultimate bliss again, he stretched out as if he were in heaven. His mother and Sarah stared at him, looking completely baffled. The young man asked his mother for another cup. To Sarah, the protagonist currently looked like a total brat. The girl with the disfigured face was still being bullied by them. She kept screaming, "I told you it wasn't me, someone help me." They were accusing her of being a pickpocket, but there seemed to be something off about it. She kept crying out, "I would never do that." Sarah felt like this was unacceptable. She wanted to step in and stop the bullies, but the protagonist held her back and told her not to go. It seemed the protagonist had noticed something strange, that this was all just an act. And sure enough, it was. It looked like they were putting on a play, and a very intense one at that. Raleigh calmly told Sarah, "Sarah, just sit down, you little young lady. Honestly, I still don't get what's going on. What do you mean it's an act? What exactly are these people doing?" He had actually noticed them eyeing Sarah's sword. And he had another logical deduction if that girl really wanted to be rescued. She would be shaking her head continuously, but their eyes kept darting to Sarah's sword. This proved they had some other motive. The protagonist casually sighed and reminded the uncle to turn back and lean in, looking like he wanted to announce something. I was being very serious. Honestly, I would have done it alone if I could. I just wanted to get that ticket, but... Did you hear what happened at Solia Castle earlier? The Royal Swordsmanship Tournament tickets for 4 people. After he introduced himself as being from the Ippolita family. The girl at the ticket counter was overjoyed and kept asking if he was really from there. Ian continued to confirm, that's right. Here is the seal and the letter from the Count. He thought they would just agree, but who would have guessed they were only allowed to look, not participate? The old man just wailed in despair, like a 5-year-old kid. Raleigh was speechless, his face completely blank, not knowing how to comfort him at all. The man continued to explain. Suddenly, while they were talking, a big, muscular guy with long blonde hair greeted them enthusiastically. Is that you, Ian? The mercenary hero Ian, is that really you? It's been a long time. It turned out they were old acquaintances. The uncle didn't even remember the last time they had met. The guy also asked how he was doing. Did you come here for the swordsmanship tournament too? It turned out they were all here for the tournament. He had actually thought the old guy already had a family and everything. Ian was actually just a butler for the Iflet family. I was stunned. You're a butler for the Iflet family. Then who do you serve? Is it the greatest swordsman Lion or the speed swordsman Loy? He threw out these names sarcastically, implying that he must be serving the Count. Considering your age, that's the most likely scenario. Ha, the uncle was definitely annoyed hearing that, but he still calmly replied, Ahem, when is it my turn for the spectator tickets? I wonder if it's going to take much longer. When he heard that the protagonist asked, spectator tickets all sold out. The blonde guy heard the name Raleigh and doubted, isn't his nickname the lazy swordsman? Is it because he's lazy? The uncle cried out loud again, You have no idea how embarrassed I was in front of my old friend, how humiliating. How could he look at a famous mercenary hero with such pitying eyes? Boo-hoo-hoo! If Lady Iris hadn't made me keep last night a secret, if she hadn't done that, I wouldn't have been so humiliated today. Oh God, I'm so frustrated. As he continued to wail, it was already morning. They met up again. As soon as she saw the protagonist, Sarah asked if he had slept well, but she didn't want to talk anymore. It seemed coming here was a mistake. The protagonist was completely crushed when Sarah announced that the swordsmanship tournament he was looking forward to was tomorrow. This is my first time watching, so I'm super excited. Honestly, at this point, Raleigh just wants to go home and get some rest. His mother was covering her mouth and giggling, saying, Oh my, I had no idea that Ian could have such a maiden-like side to him. The male lead was sobbing helplessly, saying that for 30 minutes the guy was acting like a drunk, repeating the same story over and over. He seems a bit more sober now. Shyly, he said good morning to everyone. They're actually really confused about where they're going today. It looks like they'll head to the right side of Solia if they don't go today. If they don't, there won't be another chance. The swordsmanship tournament starts tomorrow and lasts for 3 days. The male lead wondered, why aren't we going down to the lower region of Solia? But according to Sarah, the lower region isn't a good idea. It's filthy and dangerous. It really is exactly like that. Hearing all those rumors, any excitement Raleigh had just vanished. He doesn't like places like that either. Seeing him agree, she felt relieved. Sarah was overjoyed. That's a wise decision, my lord. In that case, let's get going. His mother was also really looking forward to this trip. They couldn't afford to be late, so they set off immediately. But the atmosphere seemed so quiet. This is the Solia temple where they demonstrate their power by worshipping the goddess, Inez. It's a place for the injured and the sick to be treated using divine power or to predict the future and impending natural disasters. Ares also owes a debt of gratitude to this temple. That's why she came to thank the temple once more and have a look around. The male lead was intrigued and quite curious about this place. He started to feel that the atmosphere on this side wasn't that different from the other. The people here also receive prophecies by worshipping the deity. I wonder if there's anyone actually willing to throw their life away just to get their hands on that prophecy. The main character's mother met with someone and told him that her illness was not something that could be cured quickly. But no sooner had he said that than he congratulated Ines, saying it seemed she had protected her mother. The mother seemed incredibly grateful, thanking the high priest. But she was still super curious and couldn't help but poke around this place. I think they'll be talking for a while, so I'll go take a walk, he said. As he wandered, he dreamily admired the place. It really was built beautifully and meticulously. The uncle mentioned that many people travel from far away just to see the Solia temple, while others come from all over just to catch a glimpse of it. The main character once stumbled upon a saint in a temple just like this, and right after seeing her she told him, "You have been chosen by the Holy Sword." Ever since that day, his life started to get incredibly complicated. This temple reminded him of his past life. He had met a saint and pulled out a sword. Saint. Suddenly a woman turned around and greeted Raleigh and Ian. The uncle greeted her very respectfully. "Greetings, milady," then turned to ask the main character, "Are you not going to greet her?" But he was thinking to himself, "Why on earth would I do that?" He added, "If she wants me to greet her, she should show her face first." Everyone around them stared at him with such confused expressions. Ian felt embarrassed and whispered, "Young master, I think she's someone very important here." Raleigh, acting all high and mighty, replied immediately, "I'm the son of someone just as important as that lady." The lady seemed to find the main character quite interesting, so she removed her veil to reveal her face. "Aren't you the Saintess Brisha?" Ian bowed respectfully. "Please forgive me for not recognizing you, my lady." "The Saintess. Young master, you need to show some respect. That's the Saintess. She is the Saintess of Solia, the youngest one at that. Is this place cursed with some kind of system that worships saints and saintesses or something?" Seeing the main character standing there like a statue, the uncle turned and asked, "What's the matter with you?" But the main character brushed it off, saying, "It's nothing, I was just talking to myself." Raleigh didn't like the word saint at all. To be precise, he absolutely loathed it, remembering how years ago he had been chosen by the Holy Sword and ordered to use it to destroy the Demon King. Back then the Saintess declared that only a warrior chosen by the gods could do that. The main character was their only hope and savior. He thought to himself, "Why on earth would I ever agree to do that again?" And with that he turned and started to walk away. The uncle was completely bewildered. "Young master, where do you think you're going? At least introduce yourself." Raleigh couldn't have cared less and said, "Introduce my foot, I don't even want to look at them." Hearing that the Saintess was furious, but she just whispered to him, "Listen to me." Perhaps it was after she said something. That left the main character shocked and utterly confused. Why on earth would a Saintess be curious about stuff like that? She said, "Seeing your reaction, I guess I was right." "So that's the reason, huh?" How the hell could she be so sure when she talked about it? She calmly replied, "Well, because your reaction was so boring even after you realized who I was. What kind of saint are you anyway? The saints I know at least don't spout nonsense like this. But I am the Saintess of Solia, the youngest one, even I'm proud of that. Is there something wrong with that?" I gave her a look of utter helplessness. Yes, of course, a truly great saint." "Well, great saint, believe whatever you want to believe." Seeing him acting so cold, she started to lose her cool. "Excuse me, don't you know I'm the Saintess? How dare you speak to me like that?" He still replied nonchalantly, "Oh, so you're a saint, so what?" At that she froze, feeling absolutely enraged and having no idea what to do. "Hey, old man, my whole body is stiffening up. Should I just drop to my knees and start bawling in front of a saint? Is that what I'm supposed to do?" The male lead doesn't seem to have ever been as serious as he is right now. And that Saintess, she is absolutely not enjoying this one bit. The atmosphere is getting tenser by the second and everyone around is stunned by the situation, but the male lead doesn't hesitate to vent. "Sorry, but I despise every single saintly person out there. I'm still holding a grudge against them, so let's just go our separate ways. Walk away and stop bothering each other." Hearing that she looks both embarrassed and hurt, is she actually crying? And after talking to Riley, how can a saint be so pushy? Someone hands her a handkerchief, but she swats it away, saying that kind of talk to a saint is nothing short of blasphemy. Seeing how agitated she is, the male lead still won't back down an inch. He keeps twisting the knife in her heart. "Why should I believe in any religion?" She seems more and more hurt. "You're hilarious. You're the one who started with that nonsense. Why are you making me out to be the villain?" Getting into arguments and crying, Riley seems completely fed up with it. That's exactly why he didn't want to come here in the first place. He wants to leave right now, saying there's no reason for them to linger any longer. Since becoming a saintess, she has never been this humiliated. As a high and mighty saintess, how dare he show such open disgust? People start whispering, "It's unbelievable that someone would actually hate us." The more they gossip, the angrier she gets. You call that comforting me? To smooth things over, the only thing they can do is say, "That boy is just a young master who hasn't seen the world yet. Don't take it to heart." Seeing them scramble like that, she probes further, "Be honest. Have any of you ever felt the same way?" That question catches them off guard, obviously not. You are the saintess who receives the most blessings under the protection of Lady Anessa. I even find myself wondering if you are her living embodiment. You don't need to care what that kid said. They all comfort her, and she seems to calm down a little. That's right. Just ignore it and keep praying for the best. But just then something happens. A beam of light strikes down directly onto her. The saintess seems to have realized something about the male lead. She turns around completely shocked. This can't be. Could he be? The old man is curious about what the saintess whispered to Riley earlier. In reality, she had leaned in and asked, "By any chance, are you into men?" But since the male lead doesn't want to tell the old man too much, he distorts it. She was just asking what my type is. I'd like to ask her that too. Forget it, it's not important. It annoyed me, but since I'm a decent guy, I'll let it slide. Getting close to a saintess won't bring him any benefits. His mother is incredibly confused, wondering what on earth happened to her son while he was there. It's not like he's leaving for good, though. Next, they're heading to the magic tower. Come to think of it, you mentioned you were interested in magic, right, young master? The youth doesn't hesitate to answer. That's right. Moving objects without lifting a finger. How convenient is that? Hearing that the old man looks baffled. You shouldn't study magic for a reason like that. A mage from the Yahello family. Ugh, that's just impossible. Looking at this tower from the east of Solia, it feels a bit different. They say that if you get close to a tower, the air itself changes. They claim it's because of the pure energy surrounding it. The light over there is a magical artifact. Riley looks amazed. Is that magic? This is genuinely interesting, and he really knows nothing about magic. In his past life, all he received were curses and blessings, like being chosen by the Sword Saint in his previous life. And now this world is better than that one. A place where he was forced to accept those curses and blessings, the pressure of living a life preordained by others. He doesn't want to experience that ever again. But magic isn't like that, is it? It's about an individual choosing their own path toward the future. The youth is thinking about whether he can use magic to heal those wounds from before. Suddenly, Sarah had an idea, and she asked the main character if he wanted to try it out when they reached the magic tower. There is a magical artifact capable of detecting the internal energy of any person. Everyone who dreams of becoming a mage tries to use it at least once. That's why, if he wants to, Riley can absolutely try it. The eldest and second young masters of the Yahello family, Ryan and Lloyd, also used it to train their light sword techniques. That is a technique created by harnessing the energy of a sword. Ryan learned it when he was 12 and Lloyd was 54. After all, they rarely get an opportunity like this. That's why his mother is extremely eager for the main character to give it a try. Ian also looks like he's up to something. This is the moment the young master's true power will be revealed to the entire world. Once a mercenary who possessed the most proficient energy manipulation skills of the previous war era, he is the very person who sensed the potential in young Master Riley. Hai is incredibly looking forward to the day the main character's power is revealed, shattering his reputation as the lazy swordsman. They walked toward the magic tower. It was much larger than they had imagined. The magical artifact must have made this place much more spacious than what could be observed from the outside, even though they didn't know much about such things. This is truly amazing. This place is special, and everyone here is strange. Suddenly, a young man came to greet them. "Excuse me, may I ask what brought you all here? Did you come here for a reason?" The old man replied that they were just here to look around a bit. "This tower is not a place just anyone can enter. Do you have anything to verify your identity?" After taking a look, he realized they were from the Yahello family. They would let the main character's family visit the first floor, however they were not to go to the second floor or touch anything without receiving permission. Just as he finished speaking, the main character reached out to touch a huge, giant, sparkling stone. The man immediately ran over to stop him. Riley stammered, explaining that its color was so captivating that it entranced his heart. Even though he is the Count's young master, they could not allow him to do that. This thing is truly not something you can just touch if you want to. The more he said that, the more curious Riley became. What on earth is that big rock? But they couldn't tell him. The items you are allowed to touch have already been marked, so please pay attention. Please do not touch anything that is unmarked. Please just observe from a distance. Hearing this only made him even more suspicious. Arid asked them to guide them around the place. They actually didn't know much about this tower, so they really wanted to see it. The young manager here is named Feder. He began to introduce them mages, sorcerers, alchemists. There exist countless types of mages. If one were to list all their characteristics, staying up all night wouldn't be enough. They often use this type of magical book. You can pour water into this spherical device. Once you pour the water in and wait long enough, the water will turn into ice. This is thanks to the magic circle drawn inside the device. It sounds magical, but Riley didn't seem to find anything special about it. So it's no different from a refrigerator. What is a refrigerator? They in fact did not understand this term. Feder didn't forget to remind them, come visit again next time. If you follow the procedures correctly, maybe you will be able to visit the second floor too. But what exactly is so shady about the second floor? On the second floor is where mages practice fire spells and such. That is also something the main character was curious about. The more they talked, the more interesting it sounded. Everyone was incredibly excited. In front of this kind of magical artifact, only Riley made a face that was uncomfortably bizarre. Previously, he had been extremely curious and wanted to try it, but now he seemed incredibly hesitant and indecisive. Seeing him like that, the old man flew into a rage, turning to look at the main character with fiery eyes. He asked again, "What is this stone used for, Fedar?" I explained that he just needed to place his hand on that crystal orb. The crystal orb will light up and the water level will rise based on the energy you possess. It sounds like there's nothing special. It's just placing a hand on this orb. Before he could even try, the old man acted all mysterious again, asking the guide, "What if the artifact shatters because the energy level is too high?" Fedar explained further. If that were the case, I guess everyone would be eager to recruit him immediately. The younger, the better. Still, until now, the crystal orb has never shattered. Just getting it to crack would be enough to call you a genius. In history, it has never been recorded that anyone has broken it, except in the case of a dragon. This object will never be broken. If I had to list a few people who have cracked the orb, it would be the Archmage of Magic Lord Astra and a person known as a mercenary hero. What was that person's name again? I don't remember his name. But that person did it too. It seems he is expecting something grand from Riley. The moment the main character placed his hand on the orb, a stream of light began to radiate. My heart hurts, guys. I'm not even sure what I was expecting anymore. He just placed his hand on it for a split second, and it seemed like everything was already done. Everyone was incredibly curious to see what the results would be, but it was a bit disappointing. Riley's result was totally normal, even bordering on average. Ian was completely let down. He just couldn't believe it. Average. It wasn't off the charts or some kind of immeasurable, overwhelming power. Just plain old average. Are you kidding me? The main character, however, seemed thrilled with an average result. Can I become a wizard now? This doesn't seem too bad. Though studying magic every day would still be better. None of them paid any attention to that outcome, except for Ian, who just couldn't accept it. What do you mean, average? That's impossible. It can't be true. He lunged at the sphere, squeezing it with all his might, ignoring the instructor trying to stop him. He was convinced the sphere was broken and had misjudged Riley's true potential. Meanwhile, he was just nonchalantly whistling, completely unfazed by the old man throwing a tantrum. He was starting to feel hungry. He suggested everyone go grab a bite to eat with Sarah. She'd said she'd handle everything and had already booked a table at a restaurant. Crying and screaming at this point was useless. Ian had simply hoped for too much and ended up disappointed. Was there really nothing wrong with that sphere? Something seemed to have happened. Sarah called out loudly, "Lord Ian, behind you, that's the young master's magic." His face went completely pale. No way. Could the young master actually be that skilled at other things too? If the mana pressure is that strong, I think we should move somewhere else before it hits us. We'll never get to eat if we just stand here talking all day. I was being so stubborn that Sarah actually had to grab him by the scruff of his neck to drag him away. The old man was still restless, haunted by what he had felt. He sensed that the young master had immense potential. The jealous stares of others, the way society looked down on a lazy swordsman. Feder felt a huge sense of relief once they finally left. He did a quick sweep of the place. That old man was elderly, but he had the strength of an ox. He felt completely helpless after the main character touched everything. Now he just looked exhausted. But just as they turned around, a crowd had gathered in one spot. What on earth happened? Oh my God! The blue stone just shattered. That's the mana measuring stone specifically for wizards. How could this even happen? Who was the one who smashed the stone like that? They were in big trouble, even though no one knew who did it. If Asura found out, this could become a massive disaster. The only way to handle it now was to find the culprit. If things went south, they might get blamed for the whole thing. Besides, they had to figure out how to catch the culprit without having a single shred of evidence. Someone must have messed with the stone. An ordinary person couldn't do something like this. They started questioning who had been on the first floor today. Don't tell me we don't have a single witness. They started asking Feder if there was anyone suspicious. I didn't seem to dare to answer, so they still had no leads. Just as they finished speaking, the stone couldn't hold on anymore and just shattered completely. The sword-wielding family finally headed out. Eric asked Riley if it had been difficult. There were so many interesting things in the tower, but his mother didn't know what they were either. Seeing her son so dazed, his mother couldn't help but worry. But he was just lost in thought about everything that happened today. He had visited the temple for the first time in his life and ran into a saintess, someone he really didn't want to meet at all, just like in his previous life. He was worried about what to do if he had to take on the responsibility of being a hero. Then he had gone to the tower to collect mana. He did it in a slightly different way than he had in his past life, of course being careful not to get caught. Regardless, he was just glad nothing major had happened. Everything he did he couldn't tell his mother about. The old man was still pulling his hair out. How could I have just missed it? I had been in a daze ever since stepping out of the tower. Eric asked him anxiously if he knew what had just happened to him. Riley wondered if his mother felt disappointed that her son was just an average person, but it seemed she was still incredibly excited. She thought she was so lucky that her beloved son Riley had achieved an average score but had still put in so much effort. Hearing that the young man just froze, they seemed a bit happy as the mother and son held hands heading off to see more interesting things. Meanwhile, a group of people was still scrambling around trying to fix things, but it was all for nothing. It was simply because the mess today had ruined everything. So now they had to go back and do it all over again. He meant to tell the kid to try pulling a fast one again, but they suddenly remembered today is the Solia festival. It's not even midnight yet, and if they mess this up again, they're going hungry. When the next festive event came around, he noticed a young man dressed differently from everyone else. They whispered to each other, "Do you not see that whole group of guards standing behind him? That kid could be a count or something." But they realized the main character was the very same guy who didn't care to help the girl in their little play yesterday. They even looked down on his group thinking it was just some old lady and a maid. Add that ancient butler to the mix, and there were only 4 of them. They plotted to teach the Riley family a lesson. At first glance, it looked like just 2 nobles and 2 attendants. It seemed like easy pickings, but the young man still felt something was off. This group started cooking up some kind of plan. They just charged in thinking they'd pull off a quick heist, but the old guy smacked the living daylights out of them. "What do you think you're doing, huh? Where the hell did you come from to dare sneak around like this?" They thought it would be an easy score, but it ended up a total disaster. They covered their mouths thinking, "Oh, we are screwed. We're absolutely finished." Ian was incredibly annoyed today. He stepped forward seriously thinking, "Do you really think you can mess with the young master of Ifalita and walk away in one piece?" As soon as they heard the name Ifalita, they froze. Is that the prestigious family that made a name for themselves with that legendary swordsmanship? Famous, is it? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Wait, I think it's those guys from yesterday, right? Sarah looked at them with a completely fed-up expression. "Seriously, you scum. Did you come from the Solia slums? I can smell the stench coming off you. She's a maid, but she's got a sharp tongue." It left the guy flustered and embarrassed. "That can't be. I remember putting on perfume. Is there any perfume in this place that can mask that kind of filth? Fine, I'll let you off the hook this time. Because of that distinct smell of yours, you'll have to pay the price. If you want to steal from people next time, make sure you pick someone easier to rob. My master doesn't like being bothered, you know." The head of this house actually seems pretty cool, doesn't he? In the blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. The old guy said she went to the bathroom for a second and would be right back. "Do you want to check on her young master?" But honestly, what would he ever want in this world? I was just curious because he couldn't see her. "Just let me know before you go wandering off, all right." The young man just continued enjoying life, eating the cheapest, most delicious food in the world. Suddenly, fireworks started going off. The scene was beautiful and Sarah was genuinely surprised. It's already that time, isn't it? The Royal Swordsmanship Tournament has begun. Finally, right here, right now. The tournament for swordsmen is about to start. They prepared a lavish feast. The contestants this year are quite strong, too. The old guy asked the main character, "Do you remember the list of contestants we looked at before we got here?" But with all this delicious food, he couldn't focus on anything else. Ian had a look of total disappointment. According to the match bracket, there would be 3 matches today, and as expected, they would finish before dinner. Even though they're quite strong, they lack some of the specific standards of Yahello. Looking around, it doesn't seem that crowded here. There are fewer spectators here than outside. There aren't many people. Iris had thought it would be packed, but it's very difficult for the commoners of the Solia Temple to get in here. You have to have an invitation to enter. That's the reason why this place is so empty. However, there are still matches between the children of noble families. The mother wondered, so does that mean commoners don't get to watch the matches? But actually, that's not the case. That floating gem is from the magic tower. With that, they can watch the competition. Riley looked incredibly excited. Is that really true? So can we also see some of the stupid mistakes those nobles make? Sarah was completely helpless. No, it's not like that. Because there are breaks, we can watch them a day later, kind of like watching a replay on television. That footage is managed by the Magic Tower, so if anyone requests to cut out unnecessary parts, they'll do it. Just as I thought, the Magic Tower is actually pretty interesting. The eras are different, but things that were only possible in my past life can be solved here with magic. The final match is about to start. Someone was getting extremely worked up. Don't go screaming your head off. Why don't you just shut your mouth? Where do you live? My son is about to head to the battlefield. These nobles are so chatty, I don't get why they always blow a fuse like that. They sure talk a big game. But in reality, the old guy is the one blowing his fuse the hardest right here. Hai keeps insisting that if the young master goes to battle, he'll show up too. Everyone looks at him with a speechless expression, imagining that if Riley actually went to war, this guy would definitely be the loudest one there. So loud it would make everyone around him embarrassed. But Ian remains completely focused on watching the match as someone steps down below. It's a member of the Voron family, and the one stepping onto the ring is from the Dry family. Apparently both families are famous for their swordsmanship, even though they aren't as famous as the Yahello family. The official match kicks off. The sharpest sword strikes start to show their power, and they aren't holding back one bit. They're putting their all into every exchange while Riley looks on calmly, as if he's just watching an entertaining show, admiring some exotic sword techniques. It's actually pretty good. He thinks to himself that he thought there wasn't a sword style he didn't know, but seeing these fresh techniques is quite impressive. It seems he's the only one who sees this competition as just a bunch of kids dancing around. It sounds a bit funny, but it's entertaining to watch. Even if it's a little disappointing, it's still all right. At the end of the day, he doesn't have the slightest bit of genuine interest. And that makes sense. He'd only be interested if he had to slash and kill a horde of goblins in one hit. Ian turns to ask why he didn't participate, but he honestly finds it all too much of a hassle. He likes the nickname, the Lazy Swordsman. It sounds absurd and funny that someone with so much potential would actually prefer people to call him lazy. He's always in a state of boredom, hiding his true ability and nature. Why do you love that disgusting Lazy Swordsman nickname so much? Eric turns to Ian and asks if Riley really wants to live such a carefree life. Maybe it would make sense for us to find him a wife, don't you think? Hearing that while the young man is sitting there relaxing and sipping a drink, he literally chokes on it. Seeing his son so shocked, she giggles. Mom's just kidding. You looked so serious, Ian, so Mom just wanted to tease you a bit. This is the first time the protagonist has ever felt this flustered. Out of nowhere, his mother brings up marriage. Suddenly, someone calls out to them, absolutely furious after hearing that nonsense. That was just said. This purple-haired guy feels incredibly offended that Riley said he was disappointed watching them dance around, especially when they worked so hard to enter this tournament. It seems you don't know a damn thing about swordsmanship. If you retract that statement, I'll let it slide. In reality, the protagonist doesn't have the energy to stand there and argue. With them, he apologizes in a way that has zero sincerity. Yeah, sorry, okay, I was too careless, my bad. He apologizes, but the way he does it just makes them even more furious. Truly an apology with not a shred of heart in it. Hai blows up and shouts, I am the eldest son of the Aranum family. I will punish you for your disrespectful attitude toward those participating in this tournament. Riley tries his best not to pay attention, but the guy keeps provoking him. If you're here, you must belong to some family. State your name. While still feeling very annoyed, the protagonist regains his cool. Fine, it's my own fault. I should have just left quietly. This bad habit has carried over from his past life to this one. Ian looks confused, wondering what his young master is planning to do. What on earth does he mean? At this point, they should leave as fast as possible. Just as the protagonist tries to run, the old guy moves to block his path. Pardon me. Before Ian can finish, the blue-haired guy brushes past the old man. Not bad for an old guy, but sadly it's 2 against 1. The old man advances and grabs Riley by the shoulder, but the protagonist turns and grabs him right by the wrist. I wants peace, but they just love to pick a fight. I already said I was sorry. The protagonist grips harder and harder, leaving the other guy completely stunned. How is he this strong? But that's nothing compared to my mana. The protagonist blocks the other guy with just one hand. In reality, no one could tell what he did just now. He didn't look like he was using mana at all, but how? Riley doesn't actually want to lay a finger on anyone, but they keep pushing his buttons. The guy's wrist is the one that has to suffer the consequences of this whole annoying ordeal. By now, the protagonist is properly ticked off. He finishes it by throwing both of them away. They crash straight into the wall. They really asked for it, and it didn't even stop there. Listen, I'm only going to warn you once. And you better listen close. You're on the stuff, aren't you? I can smell it on you. If you don't want to get busted, stop bothering me. Got it. Those guys look like they've had enough anyway. The guy went pale, breaking out in a cold sweat. The main character added, if you can't keep your mouth shut about what happened today, then whether it's iridium or orangium, don't blame me for what happens next. I was acting all tough before, but now he's quiet as a mouse. The middle-aged man standing behind him was stunned. Young master, what did you just say? What's the matter? The young man patted the man's shoulder as if nothing had happened. I'll leave the cleanup to you. If anyone asks, tell them you did it. The man was still hesitant and wanted to ask more, but the young man just brushed him off. I'll take responsibility, just do it, please. After that, he walked back to his seat like nothing had happened. His mother wondered where he'd been for so long and where that middle-aged man had disappeared to. Haimod an excuse saying the guy didn't look so good and would probably be sitting in there for a while. Since I came out first, they asked if I'd heard the explosion from earlier. But the explosion was his doing, whose else would it be? The young man feigned innocence. I'm not sure. I didn't hear anything. Maybe it was Ian. I was having a stomach ache after all. Plus your hearing is pretty sharp, isn't it? Sarah was still lost in thought, looking deep in contemplation. The main character chugged some water like he was parched. It felt so refreshing. The match began again. I wonder if this is even worth watching. It seemed one of them was a title contender, and many people were expecting a lot from him, Sarah included. Hearing this, the young man got curious. The guy with the dual swords was a real contender and didn't look half bad. He thought if that guy was his age, they'd be pretty similar. It turned out he was a dual wielder just like Sarah, so she was rooting for him. He was from the Jenner family, and this was his first tournament. If he's already considered a title contender in his first tournament, he must be pretty famous. But isn't that a bit of a stretch? Before the tournament started, he'd shown off some impressive swordsmanship in a private sparring match between contestants. And there was one more thing. He said he wanted to surpass the Yahello family. That was the main reason he joined the tournament. They were all shocked to hear that. After all, the Yahello family is always considered the strongest in swordsmanship, so shouldn't they be cheering for him instead? The girl smiled with delight. What's the harm? It's good to cheer for someone with such big ambitions. The referee announced the match would end. Once one of the two is pushed out of the arena or can no longer continue, the match is over. Contestants are allowed to use mana, but using it to threaten another's life will lead to immediate disqualification, and the final decision lies with the referee. This match looked like the most anticipated one yet. Honestly, you could tell who was going to win just by looking. Still after Ian stopped the guy and the maid, he was kind enough to stay and help them up. Thanks to his mana shield, they'd avoided any major internal injuries. Just as they were leaving, Ian realized they weren't ordinary people. But regardless of how talented that guy was, Riley was on a whole other level. In other words, he'd reached the pinnacle of power. Or maybe the mana gauge was purposely set low. Ian suddenly wondered if the young master was actually a dragon playing a game, or a ranking race that's been going on for 10,000 years, occasionally turning into a human to enjoy the game, no matter how he looked at it from north to south, east to west. The middle-aged man just couldn't figure it out. Ever since Riley was a child, he'd been the one to witness those moments. He was the one who followed the main character everywhere, which explained why his power was so abnormal. Thousands of thoughts swirled in his head. Since Iris coughed up blood, what did all this mean? Could it be that a supreme dragon was poisoned and bleeding? Or was this happening because he had turned into a human? A million thoughts raced through his mind, making it impossible for him to stay calm. Either way, when it all comes down to it, Riley is still a pretty amazing guy. He was dragging the two people who'd just been beaten to a pulp. Ian was pumped and wanted to spread the word about Riley, but remembered he'd promised the lady not to. He just felt like crying. A group from the temple suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Among them was the Saintess Priasia. They had come because of a guest who visited the temple yesterday. The man was completely bewildered. Don't tell me they're looking for the young master because of yesterday's incident. Riley, Sarah stretched, feeling delighted. Somehow she always felt there was something strange going on. Since the competitors she was rooting for were all eliminated right off the bat, the number of participants has dropped compared to last year. However, there won't be an opening ceremony tomorrow. Because of that, they might be able to participate in more games according to what we've heard. It could be tomorrow or maybe later that the quarterfinals and finals are held at the same time. To be fair, the match earlier was a surprise ambush by the Aranum family. The power of that sword must be on par with young Master Lion's, but Iris is just wondering how it compares to Riley's. As she says this, Sarah looks thoughtful and deep in contemplation, compared to the young master. If you don't know his true skill level, you definitely can't just make a random comparison. Sarah was very surprised when she witnessed Riley fighting the goblins so fiercely. Or in other words, his power makes others feel overwhelmed. Unlike the two Erenzium young masters, Riley didn't hesitate at all when wielding his sword, and he's nothing like the rumors about him from before. However, the thing that surprised the girl most was the male lead's strange calmness after all. Saying it over and over again isn't as good as testing it yourself. After hearing that, his mother felt incredibly happy and proud, and Eric told his son to go pick up Ian. This was also the first time she let her son go alone. As it happens, the mother hopes her son will have the good fortune to find a diligent wife. After hearing that, Sarah choked on her water. It feels like she's not being serious at all. Just walking outside, he felt that there were so many people. Eric wondered something must have happened. They were gathering as if someone was blocking the road, and that person looked like Ian. Sarah peeked over and thought, what the hell? Why is Ian here? They were mentioning the young master's name, and even the priest and knights of the Solia temple arrived. The saintess declared that they were looking for people from the Ifoleta family. Luckily, the male lead had bought himself a mask. A jet black one prepared yesterday. Ian should be at Erenzium right now, but is Solia supposed to be there? Riley had warned them before and he wouldn't go. Then he made them use that medicine again. In a dark room with only one lamp trying to maintain some light, a young man woke up and felt so lucky that he was still alive. He didn't know that the 4 people from yesterday were from the Ifoleta family. Inside here, he actually didn't know if it was day or night outside. Only one torch was still burning brightly. He thought back to arriving here at night and waking up at sunset. He was trying to think about what happened yesterday, but he had slept all day while Beta was sitting there trembling. She was extremely resentful and felt that things were really not okay at all. After that brutal fall yesterday, both her hands and arms hurt so much she just wanted to meet her ancestors. She seemed completely desperate now, even though she could go to the temple and ask for healing. But they thought what noble would ever heal lowlifes like them. Beta couldn't keep her cool anymore. She was determined to take revenge for her teammates. That young guy was thinking about using the waste from the tower to do something. Beta walked over with an extremely angry face and told the half-faced mutant girl she had to wake up. After their scam plan failed, they were all backed into a corner. Beta had a face set in stone and said, I have something to ask of you. I can't do it without you. So the only person Beta trusts right now is her. That is also the reason for the favor. They reached an agreement to pursue another plan. Well, that's fine, so she tried to pull herself up. She is the only person they can trust at this moment. It seems like anyone who messes with the Ifoleta family doesn't have a happy ending. The 2 young masters of Aranum after the match got into a carriage to head home. The younger brother bragged to his older brother about the achievement he had just made. I blew his dual swords away with a single hit, then I lunged straight at him and grabbed the sword. Even though he was excited to brag about his achievement, his older brother kept trembling. The younger brother was very worried, wondering what on earth had happened to his brother. The older brother still tried to force himself to answer that he was fine, but in reality he didn't look okay at all. The younger brother kept asking over and over again until the older brother got so angry that he shoved his brother away and shouted, I told you I'm fine. Enough already. Seeing them being so noisy in the carriage, their butler who was driving also turned around to eavesdrop. Riley was sitting calmly in their carriage. He intended to flip this carriage over if they kept causing a scene. Luckily, these guys knew when to quit. Riley felt it was time for him to leave. Suddenly, a flash of light hit his head. The male lead was furious. What kind of insolent jerk was that? Are they planning to block the road? Suddenly hearing whispering behind him, Riley felt they were really talking about him. It turned out to be that group of people who were plotting to rob him. They're wondering who the masked person on the carriage is. This seems different from what they expected in their memories. No one was supposed to be escorting that family, so they had to answer why there was someone sitting on the roof. I don't know why there's an escort either, and I'm not sure why he's sitting on the roof, but he's the guy Master Beta mentioned. At this point, they were planning to take Riley out. But do they really think it's going to be that simple? Who do they think they are? In reality, she isn't simple at all. She used a magic spear and blew the carriage away in an instant. Riley, watching from afar, found it truly interesting. He'd never even seen this in his past life. Such an immense amount of magical power. And it looks like they used extinction magic. Looking closer, that girl is the same one who put on such a dramatic act back in Solia. She's definitely not someone to mess with. She felt so thrilled when Beta said he trusted her, and he was the one who personally asked her to do this. More importantly, he said he needed her, which made her feel incredibly valuable, like she was the only one capable of doing this job. So she had to pay him back and live up to his expectations. Riley felt that magic surge wasn't stopping. It was getting even stronger. This is getting a bit dangerous, huh? On the other side, Sarah was completely bewildered. The protagonist was sitting right next to her a moment ago, and now he's just gone. The Saintess wondered, wasn't he just sitting right here? You don't know where he is, but Riley comes and goes as he pleases. Nobody can stop him. Sarah, feeling incredibly frustrated, just made up an excuse. The young master said he needed to use the restroom and that he was going to look for Ian. She shot a death glare at the old man, making him turn pale. The Saintess felt she needed more eyes and ears here, and the mother didn't even hesitate. She told her she could stay and wait a little longer. Seeing the Saintess pacing around as if searching for something, they were all very confused about what she was doing. Was she planning to use holy magic? Everyone thought that since she was the Saintess trusted most by the goddess Irene, she should be able to find Riley with just a little bit of holy magic. But the Saintess looked tense. Suddenly, she crushed the cup in her hand to everyone's shock. Realizing people were watching, she tried to calm herself and asked, "I'm sorry. What did you just say?" Arid, seeing her reaction, was speechless and just awkwardly asked, "Are you all right, milady?" Ian was still pale. He thought to himself that because of the incident a few days ago, the young master was clearly still holding a grudge. "Young master, it would be better if you didn't meet these Saintess followers." While he was still in panic mode, a maid reported to the Saintess that something was happening in the central plaza. It was something truly bizarre. Desperate screams kept echoing and calls for help filled the air. Riley was right there witnessing everything. The protagonist had really only ever seen things like this in books before. This was his first time seeing it in person. She kept activating her power. She was ready to sacrifice herself for Beta. Riley was becoming more astonished than ever. At that age, to be able to master magic in such an incredible way. He thought, I don't know about Sarah, but I think the old man should be here. Or maybe the Arenzium family brothers should be here too. Why did they all have to pass out at such a critical moment? This is honestly giving him such a headache. Riley was debating whether or not he should stop her. She was going berserk, continuing to attack everyone with fireballs. He couldn't just stand by and watch, but even so, Riley couldn't fight comfortably. He felt this magical power was truly overwhelming. He was really contemplating whether or not he should learn it. It looked much more convenient than relying on swordsmanship and physical strength. With magic, he could move around much more easily, so he continued using ice spears. She's acting way too slowly and has no situational awareness at all. Beta saw it but couldn't do anything. The protagonist immediately called her useless and prepared to get physical. Riley stood there watching, thinking that Ian and Sarah were always wasting their pity for no reason. If they had just taken care of Beta from the start, this wouldn't have happened. So he decided he should do something to clean up this mess. Riley stepped out to intercept her at the inauguration area. Everyone was in chaos trying to find the culprit who broke the mana measuring stone before the Saintess found out. He greeted the Eferetta family, sighing in frustration. What would happen to him if he got kicked out of the tower? He cried out in helplessness because how was he supposed to find someone he didn't even know? And he didn't think anyone suspected Riley was the culprit. After all, he was the only one who had touched that stone. Looking back, that person is Riley, the sword of the Efelita family. His mana is trash, nothing special about him at all, that stone. Even the Grand Mage couldn't leave a scratch on it, and yet that lazy sword saint shattered it with a single touch. This is just absurd. It's laughable. If you asked any kid, they'd say the exact same thing. Regardless, there's no time left to overthink it. He has to find the culprit. Just as he stepped outside to look for clues, he saw thick smoke and flames rising from the city. It was a fireball, the sound of an explosion, and this energy. It really is a fireball. It couldn't be anything else. Just then a crowd came rushing by, screaming for everyone to get out of there. It's a mage. A mage who's gone completely off the deep end. The young man wondered what kind of lunatic is in the square casting magic without permission. He decided to rush in and stop them. But as he approached, he felt completely stunned. Why is she here? So in their eyes, she's just a piece of trash to be thrown away, and she's wielding that fireball with incredible skill. Riley just happened to step out and block her power with nothing but his sword. It left him completely bewildered. How can a sword deflect magic? He was shocked that an ordinary steel blade could stop her power dead in its tracks. Not only did it stop it, but it managed to swat the magic away. Theoretically, it's possible, but it's not simple by any means. She collapsed, blood spilling from her mouth. It seemed like something bad had happened, but she reminded herself that since Beta placed her trust in her, she had to give it her all. She had to repay that trust, so she had to keep going until her very last breath. Instead of putting all her mana into one strike, it would be more effective to attack Riley repeatedly. She struggled to get back up and fired magic bolts, but her health was failing fast. This time she used a different type of magic. It was lighter than the previous attacks, and it used even less mana. Was she trying to buy more time? The situation was getting worse by the minute. In this world, she only had one friend, Beta. She kept asking, "So, can you win? Answer me, you can win, right?" She tried to reply in a faint, trembling voice, saying he should trust her because this was a request from her only friend, and she would sacrifice her life if she had to. She was determined to defeat Riley. The protagonist thought, "This is bizarre. The color of this magic is so rare. Is she some kind of special mage?" In his previous life, he had witnessed this before. They were all exceptional mages, but still, something felt wrong here. Usually dark magic is stronger than ordinary magic, but this mana source is something else entirely. It was making his own power unstable, and he felt deeply uneasy about it. Riley realized she couldn't even control her mana anymore. She must have completely lost her mind. He couldn't just stand by and let this happen. Suddenly, everyone gathered around to watch the protagonist fight her, convinced that Riley would easily take care of the mage. They looked at Riley like a hero hoping to be saved. A warrior is always expected to handle every single problem. Being a warrior means he can't afford to lose. Sensing the danger, he told Beta to retreat immediately because the protagonist looked like he was about to kill everyone here. They stopped moving. At this point, she had to run if she wanted to live. Beta grabbed her by the neck and even called her the worst names possible, yelling at her, "You haven't finished him off yet. You can't die until this is over. If you die this early, you're just a piece of trash." Hearing things like that was truly hurtful. She had actually thought Beta trusted her, which was why she sacrificed herself so much. Beta continued to spew malice. "You crazy lunatic, I give you clothes, I give you a place to stay, you need to pay for those meals. Do you think I'd invest my wealth into a disgusting wretch like you for nothing? Something as repulsive as you was even tossed aside by the tower." Riley couldn't just stand there and watch anymore. This troublesome girl doesn't even have to worry about meal money. All he does is spout nonsense. Every word out of his mouth reeks like trash. Seeing the protagonist, he turns pale with fear and triggers his power, wrapping Jelly up tight. What on earth does she think she's doing? It's unbelievable that she's still standing by his side after being insulted like that. She's a total fool, not just stupid, but maddeningly ignorant. And on top of that, she even asked the Beta to run away with her. Riley warns him, "I am not a patient man. So since you dared to lay a hand on me, there's no way I'm letting you walk away. Everything that happens from here on out, you brought on yourself." Suddenly, an old man appears on a magic platform blocking all of Riley's power. He's someone with immense mana. A massive surge of energy is forming from the left wing of Solia and the Solia Palace. This energy isn't like the guards. It looks like he's from the Solia Temple. It's Archmage Astroa. Turns out the guard had gone to inform him about the situation at the Central Plaza, though he originally didn't intend to go. Since he's about to become a great mage representing Solia, he doesn't want anyone bothering him with trivial matters. The young man continues acting incredibly. "Urgent, transporting the medicinal herbs isn't the priority right now, sir. The test subject that the tower discarded is running loose and causing chaos everywhere. Sir, upon hearing this news, he decides to head to the plaza. The guy adds that someone is currently fighting that test subject. It's none other than Raleigh. He's very curious about the protagonist, yet he says sternly, I don't care where you crawled out from, but you dare run wild in the Solia Palace. This is the domain of Archmage Astroa. I cannot let this slide. Rally looks at him totally confused. Is he really trying to act tough just because he's an Archmage? With the fireball, he's charging up. Anyone would be scared. He's trying to test Rally's level and finally decides to use a magic stone to battle the protagonist. Rally has 3 ways to block it first, split it into 3, then knock them all back at once. The old man is completely shocked. He continues to attack with water orbs, but the result is pathetic. Rally easily defeats his magic, and just as he looks away, when he looks back, the guy has already vanished. Who knows which corner he's hiding in? Suddenly, a sword flies from out of nowhere, piercing straight through his arm, causing him intense, unbearable pain. For the first time in his life, someone dared to attack him with such decisiveness. But the only trace left behind is the sword. Nothing else remains. The group from the Holy See arrives with the Saintess, who spots the holy shield and guesses this must be Astroa's magic. She is incredibly shocked. The tower's archmage is attacking a holy knight. What on earth is going on here? By her observation, he isn't even looking in this direction. His gaze is focused on the central plaza. They decide to leave for now. According to the prophecy of Lady Inez, the Saintess thinks something extremely important has happened. Erit is still worried about her son and wonders why they are searching for Riley. Ian coughs as if to make a scene. The protagonist finally returns and stops everything the man was about to say. As soon as he sees Riley, the old man sighs out of breath and asks, "Where have you been all this time?" Riley doesn't seem to want to explain anything at all. He just says, "I already told my mother. While everyone was looking for me, I wonder if my mother checked the bathroom." Ian thinks to himself. Could it be that he knew the Holy Knight was looking for him? Regardless, he's here now. Sarah is overjoyed and says it's time for everyone to head back. Before leaving, the protagonist asks the old man, "Did you pay attention to what I told you before? That is the matter concerning the young master of the Erenzium family." The old man runs into the middle of the Holy Knights and asks what's happening, acting completely innocent. Rally thinks about coming back to check later. The habit of being a hero still lingers, so he will likely do something. The 2 Erenzium siblings are walking when a guard stops them. They claim they have an appointment with someone there, and they refuse to explain why to that guard. These 2 siblings insist that they have no connection to the recent attack. That's all, and they truly know nothing about this. This guard seems to have been holding them there for a long time. The butler, incredibly frustrated, shouts, "You said at first this disaster was caused by magic, so are you implying that Erenzium, a family of swordsmen, is involved in this magic?" She flies into a rage, yelling that they are victims too, that among the dead were her own servants. The guard still insists on handing her a separate notice. She tears it to shreds. Even a common guard couldn't stand trash like them anymore. After waking up, she no longer finds herself in the plaza, so she is deeply confused. In her current memories, there are many insulting words from Beta. She is truly terrified of being abandoned again. She hates being called a useless bitch. She sobbed in agony, convinced that was the reason she'd been kicked out of the tower. Before she could finish crying, she looked up to see Rally standing right in front of her, asking, "Who exactly are you?" She had passed out so completely that the protagonist actually thought she was dead. She asked where Beta was. Rally figured she was just trying to change the subject, so he pressed her again about why she had attacked him, but she was stubborn and refused to tell Rally anything. The protagonist continued, curious, "You're more than just a mage, aren't you? Am I right? Your aura is different, isn't it? You are one of a kind." Rally guessed she must have no idea what was actually going on, even though it was a big deal, and she fell into despair once again. So am I really going to die here just like this? She remembered back when she was younger, on a day when the snow was so mesmerizingly beautiful, her mother had called her the prettiest white-haired girl in the world, and her mother had also said, "If you take part in the tower's research and experiments, we won't have to live in poverty anymore." At that moment, she had been so excited and asked, "What if I become a mage?" From that moment on, she had endured so much, treated like nothing more than a lab rat, only doing it so she could have money, and there were even times she had wished she were dead. And the moment they succeeded and she gained mana was the same moment she was kicked out of the tower. That was also when she finally stopped having to take those drugs after such a long time. She eventually got to see her mother again, but ironically, it was on another day when the snow was just as beautiful as before. The only thing was people change over time, and she no longer had that beautiful white hair she once had. That was the reason her mother didn't even recognize her own daughter, and at that moment she was completely lost. It was a horrific time. This little girl had no one left in the world to lean on. She felt like the most miserable person alive. After hearing her story, Raleigh was moved to tears. He offered to help her. Perhaps the protagonist was the first person to offer help when she thought the whole world had abandoned her. Looking at the girl, he saw a glimmer of hope that she could have a new life. Raleigh promised her that he could fulfill all of her expectations. The young man urged her to leave everything behind and start a new life. Raleigh reached out his hand to her with complete sincerity. It really left them both stunned. She was both confused and surprised, as this was the first time a young noble master had ever spoken to her like that. But in reality, there was nothing special about it. It was just that she had reminded Raleigh of his own past. The old mage, after having his left arm skewered by a sword, was absolutely furious. He couldn't find a single clue about the person who had destroyed their monostone. He lashed out at everyone, claiming there was no evidence regarding that incident. The old man now carried two grudges in his heart, one against the masked man, and two against the one who destroyed the monostone. He declared that even if there were no traces of the masked man, or the person who destroyed the stone, then why haven't you found that piece of trash yet? Didn't I place a seal on her myself? They reported that the seal on her had already vanished. There is no mark on her anymore. It has been broken. If he didn't believe it, he could go check for himself. The old mage then asked if things with Solia had been settled yet. After hearing their reply, he became even more enraged than ever, cursing them as useless failures. Ever since his defeat, he had been taking his anger out on everyone. He planned to go down to the surface once again. Someone tried to stop him, saying, 7 circles. Isn't that enough already? That's no longer about passion or anything else. Why don't you stop now? Ren decided to follow Raleigh. She was incredibly curious when the protagonist mentioned having memories of the past. Could he be a test subject too? Raleigh suddenly stopped. He could smell it from kilometers away. Cannabis leaves. Why would that be in the tower? Suddenly 2 old mages appeared. He smiled triumphantly and called Ren W trash, mockingly saying, "Is this an uninvited guest, I wonder? How did you manage to break the seal?" As soon as he saw him, Raleigh spoke up. Once again, the old man was surprised by his appearance. Raleigh exposed the things he was doing inside the tower. He was harboring illegal goods in Solia right inside this very tower. The young man was the type who, once he was fired up, didn't care who the other guy's father was. He came there to find everything related to Ren, but it looked like he had just caught a big fish. Everyone would surely be shocked if the protagonist exposed this to the public. The old mage lost his cool and fired a fireball directly at the protagonist and the girl. In an instant, Raleigh blocked his power once again. Raleigh felt deeply offended by how he had treated Ren. Isn't it a bit pathetic to come back and do this to her after you've already abandoned her? The Grand Mage of the tower was extremely curious about the identity of the person wearing the mask. But Raleigh decided not to show his face, choosing instead to provoke him, saying, "You can just think of me as a former hero." It seems the guy is trying to push him over the edge and drive him insane. The old man cursed the protagonist, calling him trash, and threw all his power into another attack. But Raleigh blocked it effortlessly, leaving the guy in complete shock. The self-proclaimed wizard acted like the king of the jungle until Raleigh sliced his arm right off, forcing him to his knees. Nene stood there with her mouth agape for 5 whole seconds, unable to believe her eyes. Raleigh had delivered such a savage blow and then casually told him, "You'd better hurry up and heal that. Otherwise, you're going to be living the rest of your life like that." The guy was absolutely fuming at this point, but there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it. Raleigh added fuel to the fire, saying, "I only tore a slightly larger blood vessel, you know. If you just leave it like that, it's going to rot." The guy was more bitter than a ghost pepper. He was filled with rage, thinking about how he'd let his guard down. At this point, the protagonist wasn't even interested in bickering with him anymore, so he told him, "I'm not going to bother you anymore, so just hurry up and teleport out of here." But the guy still kept trying to push his luck, still thinking about that previous deal. The protagonist was certain that these stairs led down to a basement somewhere around here. The old man was completely shell-shocked. There was no way. Had the path to the basement already been exposed? Holding his blood-stained sword, the guy took a light swing. It seems Raleigh had finally found the site where those biological experiments were being conducted. Now the old man turned around and started blaming everything on everyone else, claiming that the girl was a traitor because he had given her a chance and taught her magic. And yet she dared to stab him in the back. After hearing the old man say that, Raleigh was a bit taken aback when he claimed that he was the one who taught her. The girl immediately denied it, saying Feder was the one who taught her magic, not him. A grudge from so long ago it's likely she'd never be able to forget it for as long as she lived. Feder said he would create a way to start over, even when her life seemed like it had reached a dead end. So now it was finally time for her to make him pay for everything he had done. 2 against 1 and one is already missing an arm. What's he going to do? Keep running his mouth. He just scurried away while no one was looking. As the old man left Rally, felt a bit of empathy for him, thinking that if he had been the one to get his arm cut off, he definitely wouldn't have been able to endure such horrific pain. Since the guy was a wizard, he had probably managed to stop the bleeding himself. Neen wondered why the protagonist hadn't just killed him when he had the chance instead of just cutting off his arm. It was for the bigger picture. Rally just wanted to live a comfortable life, but if something threatened his peace, he would definitely step up, then take a step back. Because no matter what happened, even if the world was destroyed or demons appeared, he would light the fuse before the bomb went off and then just sit back and watch without letting a soul know. And what they were doing right now was much the same. Asura had revealed what he had done. Rally found the door leading to the basement, and as soon as they went inside, the guy asked the girl about the drugs used in that experiment. Actually, Nene didn't know the exact type of medicine she had been given. Rally asked further if what he saw in the square yesterday wasn't magic. Was he right? In reality, it wasn't magic, but something like the red scar covering half of Nene's face. Her power was that by thinking of someone's appearance, she could pinpoint their location. It worked just like a radar. At the end of the day, dark magic tracking skills, everything Nene had originated from this place, and they were all the results of biological experiments. Now it was time to light the fuse until the bomb went off. All they had to do was step back and enjoy the show. And now it was finally time for her to be free. Hearing this, Nene was shocked and asked, "What do you mean I'll be free?" The moment this coin is flipped is the moment that brings the freedom she's always dreamed of. The final match was underway, but the protagonist was still in a state of dozing off. Even though everyone else was watching so intently, his mom felt that it was rare to see things like this. Yet he was sleeping like the dead. The person on the arena floor now was the second son of the arena house and the last one left. Ian recounted that yesterday he had a match against the Twin Sword Knight that Sarah had high expectations for, but he lost. Actually, no one thought the match would end so quickly, and the person he defeated was the Twin Sword Knight Genie. However, there was something a bit strange about that match. It really smells different today compared to that day. With just one strike, he sent him sprawling to the floor, and his brother flew into a rage after the loss. What a miserable brother. It seems like they really played dirty, like a total dumpster fire in that last match. The older brother is clearly furious about something. It was supposed to be delivered yesterday, but it's late. The butler said she went to the Solia Tower early this morning, but they said they wouldn't provide anything to the Erenzium clan anymore. This means the Solia Tower is turning its back on them. The butler even threatened them, but it was all for nothing. This is exactly what those heartless people deserve, come to think of it. Rally once told him during a meeting that he smelled like rot. Not only that, but he mocked him, telling him to know his place, "You piece of trash." After recalling all those bitter words, he felt like thousands of bugs were crawling all over him. He was so angry he was drooling, thinking that if he didn't take that medicine, he could solve this in a simpler way, just get rid of a few beggars at the Solia Tower. After all, they're just people from the Erenzium clan. The two brothers just kept sobbing helplessly until the fencing tournament finally ended. And that was the moment the Ifaleta family prepared to return to their manor. They seemed a bit reluctant to leave, and the protagonist wondered why she still hadn't reached the meeting point. They had agreed that 10 minutes after the tournament ended, they would meet at the shrine to bring all the crazy things happening here to light. Rally wants revenge for everything, including that disgusting archmage, but she's still a bit worried even her mother abandoned her. So she fears the people at the shrine will do the same. However, now, she's not alone anymore, with so many others sharing the same fate as test subjects for that evil old man. The first part of the plan is to use the bait, and she feels confident enough to pull it off. She's got the poisonous herbs with her and a group of people. They'll blackmail the old devil to keep surviving, believing that if everyone stands together, they can solve this. As soon as they reached the shrine, they were blocked. The deep-seated insecurity still clouded their minds, making it hard to face the truth, but gathering her courage, she spoke up. "We are certain this is the shrine we need to be at, not the palace. Please let us inside." The guard in front of the shrine naturally dismissed them, saying, "Looking at you, you must be nothing but beggars. Get out of here." But they've come this far. They can't just give up that easily, right? She summoned all her courage to explain that she alone came from the Solia Tower, and she was clever enough to claim that the others with her were just residents from the north and south of Solia. To prove her credibility, she used the herbs to explain, "There is something I must tell the Solia Shrine. I have to say this, it is extremely important. I have come to report the inhumane experiments of the tower and the damage they have caused." Hearing this, the people at the shrine were completely shocked, and the saintess herself appeared, standing before the saintess. She trembled as if it were below zero outside. The saintess seemed to know her and asked gently, "Tell me how many people from the shrine can go right now." Meeting the saintess here made everything much easier. The eldest son of the Arenzium family stepped outside, and though everyone shunned him, he was furious. But he couldn't actually do anything to anyone. Just then he ran into the unlucky mage who had his hand cut off by the protagonist. As soon as he saw him, the old man asked, "Aren't you that arrogant one, whom I've been searching for everywhere?" The moment he met this mage, he panicked. "It's good to see you here. You are the one who ordered the tower to do that, right? Don't sell that herb anymore." Before he could finish, the old man slapped the guy across the face hard. He said sternly, "I have something to ask you. Do you think I don't know anything?" It turns out the old man thought this guy was the one who betrayed him. The old man even insisted, "Isn't this what you wanted? Why are you putting on that pathetic face?" He still looked completely clueless as to what was going on. He really didn't have a clue. The old man took his nod as a clear admission, and an even unluckier thing happened. He had dropped this coin. Raleigh is honestly on another level when it comes to setting everything up. He was extremely puzzled as to why this old man had that item. It wasn't just a coin. It was his own personal lapel pin. At this point, there was no denying it. The old man was more convinced than ever that this guy was the mastermind. "Well, I guess you're out of luck, so you're checking out of this world earlier than expected." But sensing something strange, the old man was incredibly surprised that this guy was actually this weak. From what he could tell, the one who severed his arm possessed terrifying power. The more he thought about it, the more he shuddered, and he was even more startled to see the saint standing right behind him. "Everything is about to come to light. Lord Astroa, we have received reports regarding the inhumane products. Can you give us an answer?" The old man turned around, struggling to remain calm, and replied with a fake oily tone, "What wind brought you here, my dear?" The saint asked him once more about the illegal manufacturing and distribution of the drug. Is he involved in these unlawful activities? The old man froze, unable to speak. The saint cast a spell that stripped away all of his magic. He was now nothing more than a useless old man. He tried to run, but it was already too late. The saint had heard everything from Renee regarding the drugs and the experiments. Once again, she asked him if he was the one behind it all. Sarah felt the atmosphere growing tense, sensing that this was definitely not normal. Raleigh seemed incredibly excited. It looked like she had done a great job convincing the temple to save his own skin. The old man denied it all, stammering, "How could that be? Are you saying the master of this tower would make such a drug? How ridiculous." The saint remained calm and asked him, "Do you dare to swear it on the name of Saint Inez?" At this, he hesitated. Raleigh, having witnessed the whole scene, was shocked. She could actually detect his lies with her own eyes. However, the old man didn't want to face her. After all, she was a saint. He seemed intent on not answering, and by this point the saint was absolutely furious. About the type of drug that Renee mentioned and the experiments as well, they were all orchestrated by you, weren't they, Lord Astroa? After a pitiful display of acting, the old man stood up and admitted, "It is true, I did those things. I manufactured those drugs in the tower's basement and sold them to the nobles. I funded it all myself, and it was only a very small experiment." He had done something so evil, yet acted as if it were no big deal. Renee was fuming, watching him lie so blatantly. "A small experiment, you call it? You really are a bastard. You think it's just that simple, you damn dog." Watching from afar, eavesdropping, Ian was even more worked up than the people directly involved. The uncle was so agitated he looked like he wanted to jump out and tear the wizard to pieces right then and there. Years ago, a great war broke out just because of that damn drug. You think only a few people shed blood and sweat? You dare to think like that? His attitude drew everyone's attention, including those involved. Ian added, "I've hated wizards for a long time now." And eavesdropping uncle cheered on by a young man standing there. What a bunch of clowns. The uncle wasn't done fuming and added, "Those kinds of bastards. They are the cheapest, most pathetic trash." Just listening to him curse made life feel a little less boring. That was enough. The serious situation was being distracted by the eavesdropping uncle. The saint regained her composure. Manufacturing and distributing drugs in Solia is a crime, the most serious crime in this world. Therefore, you must come to the Solia castle with me. The saint ordered someone to escort him, but his face remained motionless, showing no fear. He added, "Have you forgotten? I am the Archmage of the Seventh Circle. It won't end well if you lose me, right? Isn't that so, my lady saint?" He had done something wrong, yet he relied on his status to act arrogant. It was infuriating. The more he spoke, the more repulsive it sounded. "That garbage is my fault, so I will clean it up myself." The saintess declared that even if that were the case, it meant that if she hadn't yet received the enlightenment to save all living souls as she claimed, someone would eventually appear in this very world, and they would immediately have to arrest that wretched wizard who started using every ounce of his power to defend himself and hold them back. The swamp spell caused the soldiers to sink, and he confidently assumed that if the saintess confronted him, many would die. The saintess was absolutely disgusted by his actions. She immediately used a healing spell and ordered the holy knights to evacuate the nearby civilians. If they didn't stop Asura right there, there would be more victims. Riley, true to his style, sat back comfortably with sunglasses on to watch the show. It seemed this was just the beginning as Asura activated his full-level power. It was a massive fireball, and he warned that if they were to go to hell, all the blame would lie with the lady before him, the one who had pushed them to the gates of death. The saintess wasn't one to be trifled with either. She used her holy sanctuary to block his power, and they were truly well matched. The old man just kept getting more energetic. In this very moment, I was determined to kill them all. He launched tens of thousands of arrows toward the saintess, and she realized the shield wouldn't hold for long. They decided they had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Ian also stepped up to protect them. What a top-tier spectator he was with just a few casual moves. Ian deflected all the arrows, leaving everyone stunned. He was worthy of being from a renowned swordsman family. Riley was watching with great interest when his mother and Sarah called him by the most humiliating nickname possible, saying, "Oh, weakest person in the world, young master, please come with me." To save their own lives, they absolutely had to leave. But the protagonist told Sarah to take his mother first, and he would follow in 5 minutes. His family members still seemed unable to trust him. Riley thought that he was too weak to fight anything in this world. Asura laughed loudly like a madman. "Solia has so many talented people. Why is it that until now I've only met a bunch of trash?" The wizard reckoned that everything so far was just a warm-up, and now he would make them pay. The saintess was absolutely furious by now. It seemed that arresting him as a normal person was impossible. He shamelessly declared that if he eliminated all the witnesses, he would be innocent. That was exactly why he activated the hellfire without even chanting a spell, and the irony was that they couldn't cancel the spell. So was there anything they could do? Wouldn't that be more promising? Suddenly, the protagonist's voice echoed in her head. "I know what you're thinking, but do you really have time for that right now? Is it okay for it to end like this?" She spoke as if challenging someone. A true warrior would save this world, and for those who long for a new life in the end, they would still have to overcome a few trials. Riley once again decided to put on his mask. The destructive power of the wizard's hellfire made even the saintess shiver in shock. She hadn't realized Asura possessed such overwhelming magic. Why would he do something like this? Before delivering the final life-ending blow, he wanted to say goodbye to Ines, so she couldn't hesitate any longer and rushed in life or death be damned. She told everyone to run, and that she would stop it alone. Ever since meeting Riley, the young girl had been determined that she could definitely do it. So she had endured hardship all this time just for this very day, and now she felt the greatest sense of loss at an unexpected moment. Much like snow falling white as her hair in the past, at the very moment she had a shred of hope. Living didn't seem possible either, but Riley miraculously planted hope in this moment. She felt that it didn't matter if she was left behind. Riley finally stepped up, giving a very lame reason: "If you die, all my effort will go to waste." The mug was lost, and obviously, with the protagonist's power, a single sword strike was enough to destroy the hellfire. Asura froze for 5 seconds the moment he saw him. He truly couldn't forget the guy who had cut off his arm. Even though the hellfire was blocked, Sarah still showed no sign of wanting to run. He originally wanted to relax and stay out of it, but the old man had made Riley extremely annoyed. Even though he was in the middle of a battle, he didn't forget to look down and taunt the saintess with this: "You fancy lady? Why is it that a lady hailed as a saintess can't even stop this much?" Riley didn't forget to pat the saintess on the head like a puppy, saying, "I've already destroyed the hellfire, take your people and go." Go what the hell? Yet she and a few soldiers actually obeyed and hid as if it were real. Upon recognizing Riley, they were stunned. "Why are you here? You said you wouldn't come." It was true that the guy had said that. He really hadn't intended to step in, but just standing there watching was becoming a bit of an eyesore. Asura still wasn't finished. I even had the nerve to ask the protagonist, "How could you possibly destroy the 7th Magic Association's Hellfire so easily? He's really wasting so much time. He's already a loser, yet he still has the energy to talk trash. Forget it, I'm done beating around the bush with this damn old man. I feel like Nen's mom was almost hurt." He's going to end this quickly now, so he just stood there, lost in thought, feeling like something was seriously off. Why is that guy so strong that he could block Asura's magic in the blink of an eye? Who on earth is he? But seriously, why am I even questioning this right now? The only thing to do now is finish this all at once, and everything else can wait. He even calls Ian by a name that couldn't be more disrespectful. "Hey, old man, come over here." Riley grabbed Nen's shoulder and told her to take a deep breath. She said, "Enough stalling, let's end this once and for all right here." Ian just stood there, who knows what he was posing for. Riley needed him to have an arrow ready. Nobody knew what that masked guy was planning to do. Asura kept on trash-talking. "Anyway, I was looking for you, and since you crawled here yourself, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Do whatever you want at this point." Riley didn't forget to provoke him. The wizard used a wall of fire to surround them, but the protagonist said he would break through his magic. So he told Ian to try and keep everything under control. Seeing it wasn't working, the wizard kept using poison bones. I was showing off everything he had. The Saintess couldn't just stand by and watch anymore either, so she rushed in and said, "Let me help you guys." But what could she even do? The protagonist and Ian looked at her with such confused expressions that the Saintess felt incredibly awkward. "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you want my help? If it were me, I'd be very grateful." Asura only saw them as a bunch of brats. He said, "I don't have time to mess around with you anymore." However, he was also in a major SOS situation because the energy in his body was only at half. He had to use all of it to kill them. He started activating a blizzard. Riley looked at Nen with a puzzled gaze. "Look at those bloodshot eyes of yours, Nen. Have you taken that deep breath yet? If you've taken a deep breath, are you willing to go all out with one big shot?" The girl didn't hesitate and agreed, immediately activating her extraordinary pulse. The protagonist decided to go for a heart-piercing strike on the old man and told Ian to block the ice pillars from afar. The uncle is always hot-blooded, so whatever they told him to do, he did. Asura tried to muster his remaining strength and crowed that he would pierce through everything. At this point, they just needed to focus on the extraordinary pulse. The protagonist told Nen that's it, but she looked bewildered and stammered. He added that Ian would handle everything, so she didn't need to be distracted. Besides, there was a Saintess here too. It's unclear if Riley was being serious or joking, but it made the Saintess go absolutely crazy. Thousands of ice blades rained down toward Ian. He wondered if he could hold out alone. The Saintess kept pouring in her power. They told Nen to just hang on a little longer. Seeing them like that, the protagonist thought he would have to take all the dangerous hits, and he was standing on a mountain of ice. The guy had taken off his mask. He didn't forget to ask the Saintess, "Are you okay?" This question made her look up completely stunned. "Aren't you the person I met last time?" "This is no time to be playing Guess Who I Am. Just focus on the battle." The protagonist asked Nen if she was ready. The Saintess realized this must be the person who received the revelation from Inez at the temple. Riley stayed focused on the task and told Nen to try and hold that position. As soon as he gave the signal, she had to fire immediately. After all, this was all of Nen's remaining magic power, and everyone had helped her this far. She thought that even if she couldn't destroy Asura, she wouldn't regret anything in this life anymore. The moment Riley yelled, "Fire!" Nen used every ounce of her strength to activate the pulse. Extraordinary pulse. She felt like her body was being torn apart, while the wizard found the whole thing ridiculously funny. He kept pouring all his power into attacking, as expected. Nen really didn't have enough energy, but she wouldn't leave a shred of regret. Now she just told herself to try a little harder. Riley said to the wizard, "I guess we can throw this away now, right?" It was only then that the old man was caught off guard. That blade pierced his heart, and the scene was so beautiful and poetic that it left everyone speechless. This was a brutal battle, and Nen collapsed exhausted onto the ground. The outcome for that wicked wizard was surely meeting his ancestors. Seeing Nen collapse like that, the Saintess was extremely worried. Even though she was a saint, she was easily moved and burst into tears. "You can't just die like this," she begged. The scene was both tragic and full of emotion. The Saintess brought Nen back and even sat guard all night long. The Saintess asked the uncle if he saw where he threw his sword or where he went. Everyone had only been watching him from afar, so they didn't know where he had gone. He appeared abruptly and vanished just as suddenly like a ghost. Honestly, if it weren't for his help, no one would have been able to stop Asura. Ian didn't even recognize his own master. The Saintess also asked, "Doesn't he come from the Ifaleta family? I saw him at the temple." Just then, Nen woke up and was completely surprised. She was lying in the temple and the Saintess was in front of her. She said, "You're okay now, that's what matters." The Saintess didn't forget to apologize, saying she had done everything in her power. She explained that Nini's condition was far more severe than anticipated, and the energy accumulated from the experiments in the tower has caused her body to mutate, making it increasingly difficult to sustain her life. Besides, too much time has already passed. Despite this, Nene didn't seem sad at all. She simply asked, "So all of this, there's really no way to change it, is there?" The moment the Saintess bowed her head to answer, the silence in the room deepened. "You bravely exposed Astra's evil deeds. I am so sorry that there is nothing more I can do for you." Neen is truly a strong girl. Even so, she stayed resilient and replied, "I'm okay. I've already prepared myself for this." The Saintess couldn't hold back her emotions because if it weren't for this girl, they never would have been able to stop Astra. Even so, Nene didn't dare take credit for herself. She said she didn't do much and she had one more question for the Saintess. "How much longer do I have to live?" The Saintess couldn't bring herself to speak. Tears streamed down, soaking the pillow. "I cannot cure you completely. I can only extend your life. At best, you might make it to winter, but at worst, only until summer. Perhaps you could live until autumn." Nini thought, "Autumn? That's actually quite a long time. That's enough for me. That's actually already more than generous." Even though the ending is tragic, she didn't forget to thank the Saintess. Accepting those thanks only made the Saintess feel sadder and more moved because she felt so helpless. Nine, however, didn't feel worthy of that gratitude. As a Saintess, appearing this vulnerable was quite embarrassing for her. She said that exposing and defeating Astra's evil acts was all handled by someone else. It wasn't her. If anyone deserves praise, that person is the one most worthy. "If you intend to grant me a wish, please fulfill this one request." "That is my only wish." The Saintess was startled and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Neen didn't hesitate to answer, "Yes, I know who he is." The city was incredibly bustling today, after his effortless battle was stuffing his face. He asked Sarah as if nothing had happened. He even mentioned that they didn't really use their feet at all, just focused on their hands. His mom said, "I'm just glad for Riley." He looked like he was enjoying himself. Ian, on the other hand, looked as hollow as a soulless corpse. He was making everyone very worried. He muttered, "My body just isn't what it used to be." Regardless, the old man was still very happy that his young master returned safely. The award ceremony would be held very soon. Prince Daniel of Solia Castle would be acting very seriously to present the rewards. Before handing them out, Daniel announced, "Recently, the evil secrets of the tower were exposed by a noble. I hear that person is sitting right here." Riley, terrified of being exposed, turned deathly pale. Then, when he shouted out the name of the Ifaleta family, Riley froze even more. Everyone was astonished, their faces full of confusion. Daniel added, "I know Count Ifaleta is watching the competition today. Where are you sitting, sir?" Sarah turned around only to find that Riley had vanished. That was truly fast. The truth was, Riley was so afraid of his identity being exposed that he hid in the restroom clutching his head. Daniel continued to announce the one who exposed the darkness of the tower, including the forbidden drugs, the one who contributed to helping the Solia Temple end the crisis. Our hero, the Ifaleta family's Riley. Riley stomped his feet in frustration. He thought he had disguised himself so carefully. I even altered his voice and calculated the angles perfectly, so his sword would be destroyed by Nine's magic. So why was he found out so easily? Suddenly, Nine and the Saintess opened the door to find Riley sitting there on the toilet. He felt embarrassed and thought he should sue them for sexual harassment. Riley couldn't understand how she could find him so easily. Neen had forgotten to mention that she had an eye. As long as she thought of the person's appearance, she would know where they were. Riley felt this radar cheat was truly unfair. Being a Saintess and walking in and out of the men's restroom like it's an empty hallway. Is the divinity of these people really that rotten now? Feeling annoyed, the saintess retorted, complaining that he kept bringing up things people didn't like. It seemed like teasing girls was this guy's hobby. That's just his personality. The saintess turned serious again and said, "Look, I don't want to talk about this. In front of the men's restroom, but you are the one chosen by the goddess Inez." To Riley, that meant nothing special. He had been chosen by gods way too many times. "Can I just say no, please?" The saintess was about to suggest he do something, but Riley cut her off. She was surprised. How could Riley have known what she was going to say? His luck is truly terrible. Are they going to ask him to be a hero again? What the heck is so great about that? Riley can't even escape if he wanted to. "I hope they aren't going to ask me to take down a demon king." The saintess claims that according to a divine revelation, I was chosen because a dragon. What the hell? A dragon. Sooner or later, a dragon that brings destruction to the entire Solia region and the world will appear. That's why Goddess Inez prophesied that Riley is the only one who can capture that dragon. I'd think that person would have to be a god or something. She should be omnipotent, right, with countless planets existing in this universe. Why choose this tiny, insignificant Earth? Why are they torturing me just to save a few cities? My family calls me a lazy sword saint. I'm not risking my life for anything, so why do you want me to go dragon hunting? The young man added, "And besides, did you forget, do you like men? Are you asking while looking at me like that?" The more she spoke, the more frustrated she became, yet there was nothing she could do. Riley, seeing that, wondered, "So, do you actually like men?" The saintess was embarrassed and flatly denied it. "You don't need to know that." After being teased like that, he now needed her help. Riley wondered why he even had to cooperate with her after that incident. The young man didn't hesitate to refuse, telling her, "Go find someone else." The saintess went ballistic and called him back. "You're the one who stood up to Astra, aren't you?" The saintess laid everything out, shocking the young man. "I heard that the secret laboratory and the forbidden drugs stored in the tower's basement were actually discovered by Mr. Riley." "What the hell is this?" He turned around frustrated, asking, "Who the hell is running their mouth like that?" It seemed it was Nine who leaked everything. Riley complained, "Didn't I tell you not to tell anyone?" Riley tried to run away, but the saintess blocked him. Riley felt that Nane's actions were no different than betraying him. In reality, Nane had only told the saintess about this. They hadn't mentioned Riley's true ability to Daniel. Daniel actually just wanted to praise the male lead for his efforts in stopping Astra. Furthermore, Nane herself was against the whole thing. She wanted the saintess to keep it a secret for Riley, although it seemed that wasn't enough for them to realize the true extent of the male lead's skills. The saintess continued explaining that according to the prophecy, if he caught the dragon, there would be a huge reward. But the young man didn't care about anything she said. It was a total dead end. The saintess was extremely puzzled, as he could easily handle the dragon after all he had defeated Astra with just one move. Nane's attitude was truly unique. It was very easy, yet also very difficult to understand. He made an appointment to see them again soon. At home, the father was reading the newspaper and saw news about last night at the tower. Solia had discovered forbidden drugs and many other pieces of evidence. The culprit had been synthesizing drugs from a hallucinogenic herb that had been banned for a long time. The most shocking news was that the perpetrator was Astra. At the same time, the Seventh Circle Master, the Count's son, had discovered this while out sightseeing. Prince Daniel had awarded a Medal of Honor to the third young master of the Wefleta family. The Count, having read the news, was immensely proud, his face radiant and full of excitement. He suggested sending a letter to Iris, while Riley's mother still couldn't figure out where her son had gone. The young man just vaguely replied that he went to take care of some business. Ian just kept sobbing. It was unbelievable that the reason the saintess appeared at Astra's place was because of the young master. Ever since he made the news, Riley became quite famous. Everyone looked at him with completely different eyes. Everyone felt that this demeanor was far different from the rumors, but Riley was just bored. I didn't want to attract attention. This was also the reason the young man didn't like showing his face. Everyone was amazed, just like the first time he swung his sword in his previous life. This situation made Riley fed up. Iris was extremely proud of her son. Surely his father was happy too. They were currently just ordinary people, but Iris didn't know Nine's true status. The male lead was also embarrassed and didn't know how to explain it. "Sorry for being so abrupt, but I have something to tell everyone." He introduced Nine as the girl he had picked up at the tower. Sarah and Eric both noticed the special mark on Nine's face. The male lead continued to explain, "Yesterday I went." wandering around, and then I discovered that this girl is very good at magic. Eric was extremely confused, not knowing what his son would do with the child. Riley explained further. When calculating his power levels at the measurement stone, he had actually said that he wanted to learn magic. He also had another reason, which was that he needed a servant for his days off, so that person had to be clueless about swordsmanship and not prone to complaining. It seemed only Ian knew about Nain's identity, and knew that she was just a test subject from the tower. The male lead's mother also felt that this wasn't a big deal, so she obviously wouldn't refuse her son's decision. And this was also the first time she had seen her son choose something for himself, so Iris really wanted everyone to respect her son's decision. If the lady had said so, then the uncle had no way to refuse. Riley told Nain to introduce herself and meet everyone. Go ahead and greet my mother and the people accompanying me. That guy is acting as if he's introducing his lover to everyone. It's exactly like the legendary meeting with a mother-in-law and the relatives. Sarah is quite difficult, and she's judging that someone from the Solia Center has no class at all. She starts trying to lecture me, saying, "You owe a debt to the Solia Center, so I will be paying special attention to you. You'd better get ready for it." It's a classic case of the new guy bullying the old guy. The male lead just says, "Let's meet again later. I wonder when you'll go running off again," chirping away like a little bird. Oh my God, the girl looks truly pitiful. Riley suggests they go meet his father, Count Ifaletta, and the male lead thinks staying by her side is the best way to keep an eye on every single move she makes. Every single action. That's the only way. When something goes wrong, it'll be easier to handle, but the girl suddenly blocks him and says, "What are you talking about?" Riley calmly says that if she just stays quiet, nothing will happen, so don't make such a big deal out of it. The male lead asks her what she wants to do now, and if she refuses, their deal is off. So he decides decisively, without a second thought, that she will go with him. Rally, because she has things she needs to do too, and only this way can she start a new life and see a path ahead, even if it's very faint. Sarah announces that they just received a letter from the Count. The Count is urging everyone to return quickly. It seems he read the news in the paper, and from now on he'll probably have to call Riley Young Master. Although it feels a bit awkward to say she is incredibly happy because she never thought in her entire life she'd be able to escape that place. They are very happy and head home together. The surrounding scenery even feels strangely beautiful. Suddenly, the Archbishop appears to greet them. He came here today to find them. They were doing a small favor to show their gratitude. They say, "The honorary couple probably forgot about the things you need to take with you when leaving the temple, right?" They came to bring a reward for the male lead, adding, "We're in a public place, so I can't explain directly. But these are what remain of that person. I want you two to take direct care of them." The male lead wonders if they really have to accept these things. After all, Riley and she have already revealed their identities and punished him, so it's only natural they wouldn't want to accept this. But they earnestly beg Riley to accept, believing that if the two of them look after these things, it would be much more appropriate than keeping them at Solia Castle. She seems very hesitant, however they swear that these items are completely normal. The male lead thinks the Archbishop dares to decide this on his own. There seems to be something wrong here. She asks Riley if he wants to accept these things. They have already checked them. This gift box has no magical effects. The male lead turns to tell the bishop that they will accept this gift and will cherish it. The moment the male lead leaves, they have already made a bit of an assessment. Riley looks different from the others. The bishop asks the saintess, "Is that the one who saw the revelation? Is that person truly the hero? Who will save us from the abyss of fear?" The saintess has sensed something unusual. She doesn't know what the bishop is planning, but there were 3 revelations she received. She gave a bit of a warning. "My child, that person will be the first test. Pay attention to the one who brings you there and be careful. The divine dragon will appear and that boy will stop everything." And the first revelation was about that bishop. A message that he will put an end to the bishop's goal, so no matter what savage schemes he is harboring, it will all be in vain. As soon as they arrived home, the father was waiting for his son at the gate. Riley takes out the medal to show his father, saying this is what Prince Daniel personally bestowed. The moment he saw the strange child next to him, the father looked puzzled. Just then Iris chimed in, "Let's go. We have a lot to talk about, so let's just go inside and rest." The male lead is in a total panic, the sofa earlier, and now he feels a sense of relief. He thought he was going to sleep himself to death in the carriage. Just as he got home, the pink-haired jerk started mocking and taunting him while Riley hadn't even had a chance to rest. He also sneered, "Was this reward announcement a mistake or something like that?" Is that it? My little brother is out there chirping away everywhere, so hurry up and show me your achievements. It's truly annoying. He just wants some peace, but the guy doesn't like that he just loves to pick a fight. So he takes out the medal to show him. The moment he sees it, his eyes light up. He even starts babbling, not knowing how the male lead managed to get it. This guy is something else. It's really impossible to tolerate this crazy guy anymore. Riley says if he likes this medal so much, he can have it for free. I've always found my older brother's reactions so unexpected. Riley teased him a little, saying it seemed like he really wanted it, huh? After all, I often have stuff lying around that I don't use. It's just annoying to have piles of junk stacking up, so it must be nice to have an older brother who loves picking up all that clutter, right? Now that's what I call a proper roast. The older brother was absolutely furious, but what can he even do about it? Nothing at all. Riley just kept waving the medal back and forth to provoke him. Oh well, if you don't like it, there's nothing I can do. That guy Loy got so mad he grabbed the protagonist by the collar. How incredibly rude of him to act like that. In front of the Count. His father, the Count, told Loy to stop. Iris didn't forget to come over and check on him, and he replied very politely, "Was the trip to the capital pleasant, my lady?" Turns out his mother was trying to distract everyone to cover for her son. Iris is truly a savior for Renee. Loy seized the chance to say, "It seems nobody cares about the succession of the family anymore. I find that shameful, but knowing one's own limits is a good thing." He was clearly digging at Riley, and it was getting too hard to watch, so she used magic to shut him up. He just collapsed and headed home, his forehead swelling up like a guava. He complained to his other brother that the ground felt really strange all of a sudden. He added that Riley was acting very strangely toward a girl too. Plus, she looked quite rough around the edges, definitely not your typical delicate, high-born young lady. They started getting suspicious. There was something fishy going on here. I even said she had a really weird smell. They guessed that Riley must be up to something. People of all sorts were flooding into Solia. They knew full well that Riley wasn't the womanizing type. Even during training, Riley would just climb trees. They decided to keep an eye on his every move. They watched Riley carefully. The eldest brother wondered, how did the heart of Solia end up with our lazy young master of all people? He only came to watch the swordsmanship tournament and didn't even register to participate. I don't get why he was awarded a medal. He felt like his succession plan might be in trouble. Even though she was wearing maid clothes, she looked quite sharp. After all, the young master had taken her in because she wanted to learn magic. Before she could even say a word, Sarah put her in her place, adding, "I know you understand. But you need to do your job properly, don't you think?" She scared the poor girl so much she turned pale before even arriving here. Sarah threatened that she would grade every one of Renee's actions. Sarah mentioned that the Ippolita family is extremely strict, so she was forced to bury her entire past before her time in the capital of Solia. Surely if she's here, she has to fulfill her duty. Hearing that, Renee acted very serious and obeyed immediately. Renee felt this person was even scarier than Beta. Ironically, Sarah even threatened the newcomer right in the protagonist's room, leaving the guy completely dumbfounded. Ian figured Sarah must be in a great mood since it had been a long time since she'd taken on an apprentice. It turns out that's why she'd been smiling ever since they were at the mansion. It feels fun to finally have some authority and be one step above someone else. Besides that, Ian was incredibly curious about what Riley would do with the items the bishop gave him. According to their information, this was Astra's property. Riley really had no idea what these things were for, but he came up with an idea: just sell the whole lot. After all, it carries the title of Great Mage's Equipment, so maybe he could make some quick cash. Still, selling it felt a bit odd, so he decided to ask someone who knew about these sorts of things. Let's see. Sarah was still busy training the new apprentice. After tidying up everything in the young master's room, they went outside and ran straight into that young master Loy. Sarah reminded Renee, "Remember this well. This guy is incredibly hot-tempered. When you meet him, you have to stay relaxed and keep a smile on your face or you'll be in trouble." Even though she didn't like him one bit, Renee still had to greet him respectfully. The reason he came here today was because of Renee. He was curious because this was the first time Riley had ever brought a girl home. He started probing through Renee, saying, "Tell me, why did that lazy slob receive a medal?" Renee thought this guy was truly a piece of work. Why does he keep babbling on about that? He flashed a smile that couldn't have been more fake or sycophantic. At first glance, he didn't seem like anything special. He was just plain ordinary. I was completely different from Riley. Seeing that Renee didn't answer, he felt insulted. Since when did a maid have the right to ignore her master? He started threatening her, saying if she didn't want to get kicked out, she better know how to behave. Renee said something that couldn't have been more embarrassing. You aren't my master. It was the first time anyone had dared to say that to him, leaving Sarah shocked. She insisted that Raleigh was her only master. Loy was so frustrated he was about to lose it. Your father really knows how to get on people's nerves, doesn't he, haha? Not only was Renee not afraid of him, but she also glared back. At that moment, Renee used magic to make him collapse and fall into a dead sleep. She knew that a maid shouldn't have the right to do something like that. However, he was a young master of a noble lineage, yet far too arrogant, and Renee currently possessed 6 magical rings. Sarah looked miserable. Young master, did you bring home someone extremely unusual? All they had to do now was throw him back onto his bed, and he would just assume everything that happened a moment ago was just some weird dream. Renee told Sarah that she had once said, a maid's quality is judged by how she serves her master. And initially, Renee really wanted to curse and ask why she was giving her such orders. Something this trivial is bound to lead to trouble again. Well, everything will work out eventually. Raleigh had just stepped out, but she was stunned to see Lloyd sprawled on the floor like that. The lead character just dragged her to the room. The time for magic training had finally arrived. Raleigh told her to hold on to all of these items from now on. I know someone who is very knowledgeable about this stuff. He's going to get the info from that person. She wondered, couldn't he just learn magic from him directly? Why does he need her? Even though she has 6 circles, it's only thanks to medicine. Besides, she's not as strong as other sorcerers these days. She was deeply puzzled about why the lead character needed her. Raleigh replied, you want to escape? Aren't you exhausted from being looked down upon and tossed aside? Some saw you as a masterpiece. Others demanded you give your all, but has anyone ever actually cared about you? The more you struggle, the more you just end up haunted by them. Others only seek you out because they need you. People only do what they want. The lead character wants the girl to understand that clearly. He just wanted her to know that she reminds him of his past self. So don't overthink it. Yet in that moment, as she pondered his words, people only do what they want. She was moved to tears, because no one had ever said that to her before. Raleigh added, I chose you because that genius guy refused. He said he wouldn't learn magic even if he died. Of course, I challenged that guy to a sword fight, but if I master both magic and swordsmanship sooner or later, I might even be on par with the Demon King. She offered a helpless smile. Just pretend I never showed you any respect, you jerk. On the carriage, the lead character started learning magic. To use it, he first needs a magic circle, or let's just call it a magic belt to keep it simple. If there is 1 belt in the heart, it is called 1 circle. And if there are 6 belts, it's called 6 circles. She has 6 circles in her heart. Light is the source of everything, at least in this world. That is how it is. Hearing this, she asked curiously if he had been to another world before. Regardless, this is the first basic thing that every sorcerer can do. The miracle of creating something from nothing is also the foundation of magic. Hearing this, the lead character was very surprised. She continued saying that to wield light magic, you need to know your aptitude. She doesn't have any specific aptitude. She has mastered everything. Every aptitude in the world is already in her hands. It seems she survived the experiment because of that. She boasted with her nose held high. It seemed everything that happened had led to this journey. Anyway, the lead character also needs to learn more about these things. And there were a few things that needed to be double-checked. The lead character asked her if she knew his friend, the guy he mentioned this morning, the one who refused to teach him magic. Seeing this, she thought to herself that she really was ill-fated, but she had already reached the 6th circle, so she didn't have to bow her head to anyone. Finally, they arrived. Now she would see with her own eyes just how good he actually was. A very disheveled person walked out scratching his head and yawning and said, "What blind fool can't read?" The notice clearly posted on the door, "I'm closed today." Raleigh told him that the sun had already set. "Are you awake yet?" Endon saw the lead character say that. He chuckled sarcastically and replied, "The lazy young master has graced us with his presence to say these things. Trying to play the hero or something." Raleigh announced that he came here today, to ask him something. As soon as she saw Endon, she stood there in a daze, frozen. Why was he here? The girl seemed to know him. The lead character mentioned that he recently went to Solia, and at the temple he heard something very interesting. Raleigh said that at that place, they told him to go catch Endon. So he was the dragon they were talking about. The people at the Solia temple had told the lead character to catch a dragon. In other words, who else was out there? Was there any other dragon besides Endon? He started to grin savagely. Raleigh calmly said, I was surprised too. Endon remarked, have those guys at the temple lost their minds? I even wondered why the people at the temple would ask the lead character to do that. But Raleigh couldn't possibly know. Endon thought they did it to turn the lead character into a dragon slayer. That nickname sounds really ridiculous. He added, because dragons are easier to deal with when they're not moving. Raleigh calmly asked, Endon, you're the only dragon in this region, right? He didn't hide anything and said straight out that he was the only dragonkin in Solia, and he hadn't met any of his kind for a long time, for about 3,000 years or even longer. Actually, Endon was quite polite. He didn't forget to prepare water, so he told the girl, there's no alcohol, so feel free to serve your master. Raleigh asked him if he had ever considered attacking Solia, but Endon insisted that only a lunatic would do such a thing. He argued that it wouldn't just be pointless, but would bring massive trouble. Seeing Raleigh just staring blankly, he irritably told her to stop making that face, and to stop standing there like a statue. It was because it was her first time seeing dragon eyes, which she had only ever read about in books. Raleigh took out a few items the bishop had given her using the excuse that she had just picked them up recently. However, since she didn't know how to use them, she brought them for Endon to check out. But according to him, a pub is meant for food and drinks. Why on earth would she bring these things out here? Raleigh retorted, what are you talking about? Is there any idiot who doesn't know that? Endon flared up, looking annoyed and refusing, but he agreed on one condition. The male lead had to act cute. Am I watching a BL manga or what, guys? On top of that, he demanded a fee for his inspection. Thinking they were friends, it made no sense to charge for it. At a single glance, it seemed Endon had already figured everything out about these items, starting with the cloak. Since he was most curious about that one, Endon explained it wasn't anything too crazy. If you wear it, the magic you cast won't be affected by the climate or the weather. In other words, the magic would always maintain its full power. As for the bracelet, it was like a storage container. The user could channel energy to summon. It was a small container like an item vault, and currently there was nothing inside this bracelet. If the bracelet were to shatter, that would mean all the items stored inside would be lost forever, and obviously it would be impossible to recover them. These were all magical tools crafted by the Seventh Circle Mage, so how could they be so simple? He boasted that because he was a dragon, his knowledge of such things was natural. He then told her to put on the ring as it had the ability to absorb energy from the surroundings of the wearer, making them feel as if they were being recharged little by little. Raleigh wondered why she hadn't felt anything unusual when she wore it before, and Endon coolly replied that Raleigh was already a monster, so she was just too naive to understand what was happening here, and she was completely unaware of the terrifying power the male lead possessed. But Raleigh didn't like long-winded explanations, and the male lead told her to take all of them. Since he didn't need them, Raleigh had to ask her to keep them for him because they were a total eyesore for now. Raleigh asked if Endon knew how to measure energy. Actually, a certain guardian had once gifted Endon an energy-measuring stone. Now Raleigh wanted to use that stone to measure his own energy. Endon looked straight into the girl's eyes and said, she was an extremely special person, especially since there was something mixed together in her eyes. Raleigh asked if that meant. That was why her magic was gray. Gray magic meant all elemental spellcasting. Whether it was fireballs, ice shards, or lightning, everything was gray. Endon found this girl very interesting. He could even see the path of this girl's life. There wasn't much time left. Raleigh told him that since the topic had come up, he wanted to test it for himself as well. Endon didn't really understand why the male lead wanted to learn magic anyway. Endon even thought that Raleigh wanted to conquer the world, but Raleigh came up with the lamest excuse, I'm just too lazy to pick apples. With a reason like that. The fact that they thought he was a lunatic wasn't wrong at all. Standing in front of a stone, Raleigh wondered if the reaction was a bit too slow. It's been a long time since I touched it, has it broken? Thinking that Endon watched over it every day, there was no way it could be broken. He suddenly spoke up, saying the master's ability was related to time. The stone had just crumbled due to the effects of time. It had even weathered away completely. To put it bluntly, it meant the male lead couldn't use any magic other than time manipulation. Endon felt that explaining was useless. He should just let the young man experience it directly. Then he would understand better. Endon didn't use his full power, but regardless. This was just a normal fireball for mages. It was also the fireball Raleigh would see if he possessed fire affinity, so he was completely bewildered. Oh, the dream of being a mage was so vague. Endon even advised him to give it up. Riley deadpanned that life was more convenient everywhere else than the internet. No one understood what he was talking about. While he was back at the tower, he had heard that mages who possessed time magic were few and far between. He thought, was there no kind of magic that could turn back time, even though there wasn't? If he used time acceleration magic, perhaps the apples would ripen faster. Everyone wondered, if apples ripen and fall on their own, he can just go and eat them. Why go to such great lengths? Endon even happily said, then the master won't have to wait for apple season anymore. Riley helplessly covered his face. All of this was just to pick apples. Returning home, the male lead was still dazed, not knowing what his true affinity was. Endon wondered if he could create a spark of light now. To be fair, speaking of that, it didn't even reach the ray of light stage. It just flickered for half a second before Astra died, so there's no real need to use that kind of high-level magic anymore. Just as things were peaceful, his two older brothers walked up and started teasing Riley, asking if he'd had a lot of fun while he was away. The protagonist didn't hide anything and replied straight up, I went to the village. Ian and Renee stayed at the manor all day. The redhead teased him, asking if the protagonist really went out alone without bringing any servants. Riley calmly replied, I went with her. Suddenly, the protagonist's mother arrived and announced that a guest had come to visit, none other than Lord Libera. Was he here to see his mother? Everyone was confused, wondering what was going on. Even the two older brothers couldn't understand why the bishop was being so polite to a servant. He replied with an incredibly fake, sugary tone, I'm sure you young masters find this quite strange. I even addressed Renee with such high respect, publicly declaring that she had played a crucial role in the battle against Astra, and then he added, she is the 6th Circle Mage. Hearing that, both older brothers were stunned. Renee felt that at this moment it didn't matter if her secret was revealed. That bishop, it felt like he was plotting something. Someone who looked so kind and upright turning out to be the final boss and a villain. It's such a cliché. And to show up at the manor for no reason today, it only makes it more certain that he's brewing some kind of scheme. A plot meticulously planned in advance. Before leaving, Riley's family saw Libera off. Lady Iris kindly invited him to visit whenever he had free time. He bowed deeply with feigned earnestness, replying, I wish for only the best things to come to you. Now I must be going. The moment Libera stepped into his carriage, Riley figured he could see right through him. On the surface, he claimed he was there to inquire about his mother's chronic illness, but in reality, he was only focused on Riley and Renee. Renee held the box in her hand, wondering and asking, what did Saintess Friska say about it last time? The Saintess had announced that the dragon's revelation would soon appear. It would reveal itself at Solia Castle. Friska had demanded that Riley capture it himself. This made it even clearer that Libera didn't come to visit Iris, he came to give him that gift. It was like a bribe. Riley looked incredibly annoyed. You reap what you sow, he thought. The guy seemed like the type to preach morality. Renee was curious, wondering if she could receive the revelation too. As soon as she asked that question, Riley snapped, cursing, Are you out of your mind? Of course not. Really? Can't you see what I have to grit my teeth and endure? Riley felt like he was going to be sick. He wanted to say a few things about the Saintess, but realized she wasn't the same as in his past life. Renee honestly didn't understand what Riley was talking about. I kept rambling, what could possibly happen when I go to Solia? Well, there shouldn't be any trouble for now. Renee was a bit worried and reminded him that if he kept talking like that, it wouldn't be good at all. The two of them went to meet the father. He looked at his son with an extremely dangerous gaze. Riley is the child you brought here, a 6th Circle witch. It turned out Ian had reported everything. The father was shocked. He only knew Renee was a witch, but he never expected her to be a 6th Circle one. Astra only possessed 7 circles. Even if she wasn't quite at that level yet, being a 6th Circle mage was already extremely high tier. The father turned to question Renee. The problem is why? Why would you want to become a mere servant when you are a 6th Circle mage? He raised his voice even more when Renee didn't answer immediately. A mage who contributed significantly to the battle against Astra in Solia. You should have received a worthy reward. For what reason did you come here? Renee stammered, sharing that she just really liked the atmosphere in the manor. If anyone asked for a reason, perhaps that was truly the only one. It seemed Renee had finally found what she had lost while staying here. The Count was startled, giving a dangerous look as he asked, Is that so? Have you followed Riley since Solia? Seeing the girl nod repeatedly, the father shifted to a completely different topic and asked, Renee, what do you think of my son Riley? The boy froze. I had no idea what his father was doing. Renee innocently and enthusiastically replied, "I think the young master is a very good person." Afterward, the two of them just looked at each other and giggled. A foolish, awkward laugh that left Riley terrified. "What do you two mean by that? Why are you being so mushy all of a sudden?" Then Renee sadly lowered her head and said that the Sixth Circle title was just a thing of the past for her. She was living her life to the fullest in the present. Friska had said that by autumn everything might end before summer fades. She didn't have much time left, so she wanted to live a complete life. In these simple, peaceful days, Renee felt happier than when she was a Sixth Circle mage. The Count asked her if she felt uncomfortable at all. The girl immediately replied that everyone here was kind, so there was nothing uncomfortable at all. The father sighed, looking satisfied, and told Renee to keep taking care of Riley. He closed his eyes, thinking about the value of a Sixth Circle mage when Riley spoke up, wanting to talk to his father. "Summer is here. This year I want to go back to Renfield." Riley's two brothers were also discussing Renee. How on earth did Riley manage to find someone like that? Surely it had something to do with the medal he was awarded at the castle. The red-haired older brother grew anxious, thinking he couldn't just sit still anymore. "We can't just let it look like that. We have to do something. You have to contribute too. That's the only way to win this inheritance race," the eldest brother said, stammering while thinking. Of course, thanks to her, Riley's position has been significantly elevated. He spread out the documents and spotted a wanted poster for a dark mage in Renfield. The two brothers started getting excited. They figured this was a great opportunity. After all, it was summer and Riley always visited Renfield every summer. This year was no exception. The Count had given Riley permission to go. The young man was as thrilled as if he'd struck gold, planning to use this chance. The two brothers wanted to make sure Riley never returned. Before leaving, Ian was incredibly worried, and even more so when Riley said he'd be gone for about 3 weeks. Seeing the old man looking so tense, Riley patted his shoulder to comfort him, insisting he would return safe and sound, so he decided to join the trip as well. She was even careful enough to cast a communication spell on Lady Iris's hand mirror so they could stay in touch often to put the people back home at ease. Lady Iris offered her praise. "Thanks to you, I feel much more at ease now." At just those words, Nene burst into tears. Touched, after all, it was rare for her to be complimented. Now they were about to head out. Lady Iris ran up and handed Nene something. It was a thank you gift for taking such good care of Riley throughout the recent holiday. "It seems to be something I used to use. I've refurbished it a little, but I'm not sure if you'll like it. Open it later. I hope you like it." Nene looked incredibly grateful and promised to hold it dear. At the moment of departure, Riley was the most excited. He laughed maniacally, eagerly anticipating the moment to end his boring days. Riley found Endo and asked for help with teleportation. Seeing this, Endo flared up, even going crazy and attacking Riley. But as luck would have it, every time Endo had a fit, Riley managed to dodge everything. Seeing that, Endo grew even more furious. "So annoying. Why is a jerk like you so good at dodging?" Riley had to lower his guard and sweet-talk him. All right. I'll pay you back later, okay? So just help me this once, please." The ancient tree protected by the red dragon was roaring with energy. Endo finally agreed. "I'll teleport you, but in exchange you owe me one. Got it? So hand her over to me." Endo seemed to treat Nene as a bargaining chip, and Riley wouldn't agree to that for anything. "I've told you over and over again. Stop treating people like objects, especially Nene." Riley felt there was something about this girl that was very much like him, and he didn't want to hand her over to anyone else. Riley tried to think about Nene's past life, but he wasn't sure about anything. Riley asserted, "Everyone's life has its own stories which the Dragonkin Endo wouldn't be able to understand." I didn't bother being curious anymore. He asked directly what Riley's current problem was, since if he kept appearing and disappearing in Renfield, he'd get caught. "I'll take you somewhere in the forest." Riley grinned and agreed immediately. Just as he was preparing his gear to leave, Endo startled him, calling him back. "Riley, there's something I want to tell you about Nene's lifespan." Endo hesitated for several minutes, still unable to get it out. Riley acted as if he already knew everything. Honestly, it would be strange if someone as powerful as Riley didn't know. Endo wondered what he would do next. Nene sat in the carriage waiting, and since Riley hadn't come out yet, she thought she'd open the bag Iris had given her. As soon as she opened it, she saw a mask. The young girl was a bit startled, her hands trembling as she whispered thanks to Lady Iris. She was truly grateful for such thoughtfulness. While Nene was choked up with emotion, she coughed up blood. She recalled the Saintess's words, "Long, maybe until winter." short perhaps only until summer. Perhaps you will live until autumn, even though it was tragic. Right now, Nine didn't feel fear. She felt genuinely happy. Just then, Riley came out and they all set off. Thanks to Endo's teleportation spell, in the blink of an eye, Riley and Nine were at the forest. However, ironically, they landed right where the giant serpent was standing, even right in front of it in the rain. This colossal serpent was more enraged than ever. Riley could only curse Endo under his breath as a crazy bastard jerk. The serpent frantically picked up a tree and kept swinging it around. Riley looked up at it with eyes full of contempt. What the hell is going on? You're actually picking up a whole tree and swinging it like that. Are you superpowered or something? Nene saw this and panicked, rushing over. Master, let me handle it. To Riley. At this moment, it was just like watching a circus. He felt there was nothing special about it at all. Since there was only one serpent, he slung his sword over his shoulder and said lightly, Nene, blood is going to spray everywhere. Put up a shield. Nene listened, but didn't forget to tell her master Rally to be careful. Despite being in the eye of the storm, Rally was strangely chill, telling her not to worry about nothing. The serpent-like creature swung a tree at Rally, but he jumped onto it, acting like a mentor and telling the creature to just stay calm. Getting all riled up won't solve anything, he said. I even added, you're going to die anyway. Why bother trying so hard? The creature's eyes turned blood red, its rage peaking, and it began attacking frantically. It smashed the tree around like a madman, while Rally dodged gracefully, posing like a pro model, his hands swaying through the fight like a water puppet show. After a dizzying flurry of attacks, the tree snapped in two. Rally hopped up and declared, I just wanted to go on a peaceful trip. This is getting out of hand. There's no reason for me to be dumped in this godforsaken place. With blinding speed, Rally slashed repeatedly, and the creature ended up with a million cuts all over its body, bleeding out. Nene's barrier didn't seem to block all of it. After finishing the job, Rally stood there covered in blood, sighing and complaining about how he'd just finished bathing, and now look at him. I was certain that Endo had intentionally dropped him here. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. Nine rushed over and told her master to use a purification spell first. Rally complied, but instead of purifying anything, his face just got smeared with even more grime. Nine panicked. Oh, what happened? I thought it would work. Master, it's just mud anyway, it's not actually dirty. Rally got annoyed and scolded her. Just then, the creature let out a deafening roar that echoed through the forest. It looked like it was about to explode. Still irritated, Rally snapped, Explode my foot. Who's the one actually about to blow up here anyway? Neen offered to finish it off, then activated her power to wipe out the creature completely. Once it was over, she went to find a wet towel for Rally. Up in the trees, a redhead was watching everything. Rally, confused about his location, opened the map to check. It seemed they were near their destination. But it was hard to pinpoint the exact spot since there were no signposts here. Neen sensed something was wrong. She had already cast a protection spell just in case, and she felt like someone was nearby. Rally replied nonchalantly, "Well, that's great. Just head toward them. There's no other way, right?" Meanwhile, the creature had broken through Nine's magical circle and regained consciousness. They both thought they might get some help, but to their surprise, they were surrounded by archers. Rally was curious about their identities. He'd been in Rainfield for years, but he'd never seen these guys before. The redhead shouted at Rally not to pretend, saying he had witnessed everything. He then aimed at Nine. "I saw the dark magic born from your hands. You're a dark mage, aren't you?" Neen looked clueless clearly, not understanding what they were talking about or what was going on. Dark mages had been running rampant near Rainfield lately, and these guys were mage hunters. They insisted Nine was a mage. There was no denying it. She had used dark magic, and that was the proof. They then turned to Rally. "And you say you used a purification spell. Do you think I don't know your companion has been tainted by dark magic?" Rally stared blankly, his mind going a bit numb. He had a headache. This was supposed to be a relaxing vacation, and now it had turned into a complete mess. With a stone-cold expression, he turned to them and asked, "Dark magic, what are you even talking about?" Before he could finish, they insisted that Rally was their accomplice. That made him snap. He couldn't hold back anymore. "Don't you dare point those arrows at me." That warning made the redhead gulp, clearly intimidated. Rally wanted to know exactly what was going on right now. "Explain yourselves. You just come running up here calling us dark mages. Are you guys idiots?" The hunters didn't get it. Under Rally's fury, they all felt a crushing pressure. The redhead pointed at Nine and asked if the magic she just used wasn't dark magic. Riley countered, and what if it is, so what? They started claiming that anyone like that was clearly a dark mage. Riley turned to Nine. So if magic is black, does that mean everyone is a dark mage? No, she kept shaking her head. The reason she could use those things was because she was an experimental subject in the past. Riley, too annoyed to keep explaining, turned back to challenge them, demanding they explain why Nine was a dark witch. When asked, that they all went silent. They had nothing to say other than the color of the magic. What else was there? Riley warned them to think twice before speaking from now on to avoid framing innocent people. He then asserted firmly, I can bet the reputation of the Eifeleta swordsman family on this. She is definitely not a dark witch. What do you guys have to bet? Eifeleta is definitely not a dark witch. What do you guys even have to bet anyway? They're starting to panic. This is a huge mess. Turns out she's a noble. Why would a noble be hanging around a place like this? Riley immediately intimidated them, and there was no telling what would happen to Renfield. But in Solia, if you offend a noble, the lightest punishment is life in prison. I'm on vacation, so I've been trying to keep things as peaceful as possible. But these idiots didn't know when to quit. After that, Riley drew his sword, acting as if he didn't want to let this slide anymore. If that's really what you guys think, then fine. So I'm suspected of being a dark mage, huh? I might as well just wipe out all the witnesses and move on. Before the young man could act, Nen stopped him. Young master, please wait. Just listen to what they have to say. The moment Nen revealed her face, they were all confused, wondering why she looked like that. After hearing their story, the redhead started sobbing uncontrollably. He finally understood what happened at the Solia Tower and what that scum Astroa had done. She cried even louder. I kept apologizing to Nen for accidentally saying such rude things. Riley thought the whole situation was absurd. Man, this is actually worth watching. The person who wanted to kill us a second ago is now blubbering away. Hey, the most annoying part about this pathetic crying is that it reminds me of that kid. The child the young man was referring to was none other than Ian. Even though Ian was half a generation older than him, he decided to let it all slide. Riley asked them if they were still suspicious. They all bowed their heads. Please forgive us, Master Riley. Riley still didn't understand why they were so determined to make him confess earlier. The blue-haired guy explained, the captain's eyes are never wrong. That was true for our previous captain, too. Should we say they are very similar? We don't need any more proof. After everything was settled, Riley noticed the mage and asked for his identity. Recently, a notorious dark mage has been spotted around the Renfield area. Their former captain was also a victim of that person. They handed Riley and Nen a wanted poster containing information about the culprit. It included the detail that they used dark magic to control corpses. The redhead's father was also killed by them. What caught Riley's attention was the fact that the guy could control corpses. Suddenly, they all heard heavy footsteps coming from the forest. It was the corpse of the giant centipede appearing right behind Riley. The young man felt unlucky he'd just let his guard down for a second. It almost took a bite out of him. The grumpy young man turned and slashed it in half, and just like that, it collapsed and stopped moving again. This black-cloaked figure must be the dark mage. I was shocked that the centipede he'd just reanimated had gone dead again. He started complaining that nobody in this day and age is decent, then went to find the basil. Afraid that Riley might get wet, Nen held an umbrella over him, but the young man just stood there, deluding himself that the rain had stopped and it was cool out. Riley turned, acting optimistic, and said, It's fine. Rain and umbrellas, that's what you call romantic, right? The redhead started wedging himself between Riley and Nen. What a coincidence we're all heading to the same place, just when things were getting romantic. This guy acted like a total buzzkill. Being oblivious, he even started fawning over the fact that the mercenary hero Ian was Riley's butler. Riley retorted, I'm surprised to see someone as soft as Ian. The guy was too embarrassed to say anything else. Then he handed over a piece of paper. Really? I owe you two, so please take this. I'll be staying in Renfield for a month, so come find me if you need anything. I'll treat you both. Riley didn't hesitate to take it. Then it was time for them to say goodbye. Even though a lot had happened, both of them finally reached a safe place. Riley optimistically thought that after the rain there would be a rainbow. Finally, the vacation could start. The next step was to figure out where to go. While walking past a restaurant, Nen hesitated. Riley, being perceptive, understood and invited her to go eat to her heart's content. The young lady suggested having some hot soup. Riley was excited, thinking to himself, I get it. On a rainy day like this, having some passion with rice wine is the absolute best. You really can't predict this guy's intentions. Nen didn't actually know what pageant was. When the food was lavishly laid out on the table, Riley marveled at it while Nen just sat there with a blank stare. She didn't look excited at all. She even said the food looked like vomit. Riley stood frozen for 5 seconds, completely stunned. Hey, you apologize to all the pageant lovers. Go on, apologize to the rainy day pageant. What the hell is this? If you're going to keep insisting on rallying like this, fine, let's just try it. But once you've tried it, don't go asking for more. In the capital of Solia, this is known as the most terrifying thing ever. But they say if you can manage to enjoy it, your life will bloom like a flower. It's not just good. It's incredibly delicious. So good it melts in your mouth. Riley eats it with such genuine satisfaction, remarking that this is the flavor from the old days, back when she was young. Neen looks confused since, well, they aren't even old yet. But that definition of being young is probably something only Riley understands. Neen tells the girl not to overthink it and just eat. Then she tries to coax the girl into clinking glasses with her. Iris once told her to drink this on the first day of the festival. She remembers the advice and hesitates, but Riley keeps pushing her to just try it. Just a sip is fine, right? Today is the day to break all the rules, and honestly, this drink tastes amazing. The girl gulps it down and exclaims how fantastic it is. Both of them are feeling super chill when suddenly someone at the next table starts whining about how everything is just goddamn awful. Damn it all. Riley looks over and notices the guy's mood. It doesn't seem great. The guy keeps muttering, I have to craft more, and even more, I have to create so much. Once satisfied, Riley decides to leave. But his gaze keeps drifting back to the guy in the cloak, though he thinks to himself, why bother with other people's business? As the guy downs his liquor, he doesn't seem sober anymore. When the staff comes to ask for payment, he hesitates. Payment? What is payment? Oh right, I guess I have to pay. Dining and dashing is a sin after all. The staff member smiles and says, your total comes to... Before they can even finish, the guy lashes out and slaps the staff member across the face. How unlucky around here I only pay with one thing. Then his whole body radiates nothing but killing intent. He plans to use a single vegetable leaf to pay for his dinner and kills the staff member without a second thought. Riley and Nene head off feeling relaxed and talking about the food. After all, they are companions now. Riley craftily tells Nene not to tell her mother anything, then suggests that since they're heading to Renfield, they should bring raincoats instead of umbrellas. But she forgot to bring any, so he suggests they go buy 2 umbrellas. But she thinks walking together under one umbrella wouldn't be bad. And as soon as she says it, she gets startled. What did I just say? Am I drunk? She reminds herself to stay calm. After all, autumn is when she has to leave. Libra has someone track Riley's location and gets info that he's currently on vacation in a place called Renfield. He clutches his head in a panic. Damn it! Why did he go there of all places? He surely hasn't met that person yet, right? There's still time to gather the fragments. If it gets wiped out before then, it'll be dangerous. Libra looks worried. This is bad. Friska trusts him, so we have to go get him. He tells his servant there's no more time for this and to prepare immediately. Just then, Saint Friska arrives and asks, are you planning to go see young Master Riley? Then the saint warns him, I have said this many times already. But messing with that person won't lead to a good ending. He laughs foolishly, acting dismissive. Is this a divine revelation? If not, then maybe it's one of your holy teachings, Saint. If you've received a divine revelation, shouldn't you two be meeting more often? He has to believe in the existence of the dragons in Solia, otherwise he's going to mess with the fate of this entire world. Why do you keep pushing him away when he is our savior? Friska feels like Libra has some other hidden agenda but can't do anything about it. Regardless, I have warned you many times. You cannot lay a hand on young Master Riley. She is extremely puzzled. Lord Enos, what do you mean by the revelation regarding Archbishop Libra? Elsewhere, Riley is still very relaxed finding a library. Even though it's been raining all day, it's still clean inside. Rainfield must have upgraded the protective magic. Neen wonders why it rains every single day in Rainfield. Riley isn't sure either, and he just wants to enjoy it. Reading a book while listening to the sound of rain is the absolute best feeling in the world. He tells Nene to pick a book and meet back at the center. Nene came here to escort Riley, so she can't leave his side, but he insists she doesn't need to worry and should just go pick a book. Whoever finishes first gets the seat, he says. She has to obey, but as she starts to think, the book I want to read. Even if you say that, I don't even know what to pick. What kind of books do they have here? I've only ever read books about tower guard mages. All right, time to focus. Neen was just trying to find a guide on how to make a pancake, still busy making up her mind when she ran straight into Nara Basilic. He was there looking for books on dark magic. Nara got curious about what she was holding. She had a combat manual in one hand and a cookbook in the other on top of that. It was a book about alcoholic drinks which made her blush like crazy. Suddenly, they heard a blood-curdling scream. Nara asked where Riley was, then panicked and took off running toward him even though they had no idea what that scream was about. But Nara had a bad feeling. They were rushing toward the main reading room to find Riley. As soon as they arrived, they were horrified to see nothing but corpses scattered everywhere. What on earth was going on? Who the hell did this? At a glance, Nene realized this was definitely magic. The slash marks showed traces of magical energy, and since they hadn't heard any explosions, it seemed the culprit had used magic to silence the sound. Then what was that scream earlier? Whatever it was, the perpetrator was clearly a serious threat. Nene took off her mask and told Nara to think about young Master Riley right now. Nara was still reeling from the sudden change. It was all so abrupt, but Nene urged him, telling him to stop talking and just take action. Nara obeyed and closed his eyes to imagine the layout. Nene used that data to figure out Riley was on the second floor, so they desperately searched for the stairs. As soon as Nara opened his eyes, he stopped dead in his tracks. He noticed familiar traces, black stains on the bodies, and even corpses that were starting to move. It was proof that a dark mage was here. While speaking, Nara was trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't believe his eyes. A dark mage. The enemy who killed his father. The same bastard who turned everyone into this. Was definitely here. Nene believed that at a moment like this, for Nara to act on his own would be way too dangerous. First, they needed to find Riley and get to a safe place. Suddenly, Nara froze. If Ian, the mercenary hero, was here, he would have evacuated the others already, and his father would have done the same. Nara then told Nene to go find the young master while he searched the rest of the library. Nene ran for her life to get to Riley. The young man was still chilling, looking for books, until Nene broke the news that something terrible had happened in the library. Riley still didn't get it and asked for clarification. Nene explained, "You remember that monster, right? The one you defeated in the Renfield forest?" Riley only then realized what she meant. He thought he had finished it off for good. Yet here it was back from the grave. Nene urgently added that corpses in the library were coming back to life too, and they had to get out of there as soon as possible. Riley remained deep in thought, looking down at all the zombies below. It gave the young man a massive headache. His vacation was supposed to be relaxing, not this exhausting. Riley let out an idiotic laugh, looking completely helpless. "Is this a zombie movie or what? That scream we heard earlier, does it have anything to do with this?" Nene stammered. "It probably does." By now, Riley had mostly figured out what was happening, looking at the sea of zombies in front of them. Riley didn't seem too happy. He asked Nene, "When you heard that sound, you rushed off to find me. Did you think that was really important?" Meanwhile, Nara was determined to hunt down the dark mage. He remembered back when the dark mage attacked before he died, his father had told him that someone had to stand up and stop him. "Nara, you just run away, okay?" In this very moment, Nara's resolve only hardened. I was going to find the one who killed his father and destroy him. Suddenly, he heard a voice echoing out. Nara recognized it immediately, and the man was complaining. "God damn it, so many, there are just too many, you Renfield bastards. Where the hell did you put that book? You ungrateful wretches. I just want one book. Why can't you idiots find it for me?" After the zombies in the library finally found the book he wanted, he flipped his attitude, praising them. "You aren't ungrateful after all. Good, very good." Nara looked down and realized it was indeed the dark mage. The mage kept rambling on about the book. "You guys can mix in a bit more acid into that fog." Nara was absolutely shocked to hear this. The dark mage then excitedly declared, "We can create hundreds of millions more." Nene, looking completely bewildered, was walking back with Riley, apologizing over and over. Riley looked annoyed and told her to stop saying anything. "He came here to go on vacation, not to fight some dark mage." I even made an incredibly cold-hearted, blunt statement. "Is it a crime to be like this? We're just going to run away, like normal people do. There's no need to get dragged into this trouble for nothing." Nene stood there, stunned and speechless. Riley once again affirmed, "Both us and we're just going to run away, like normal people would. There's no point in getting ourselves into trouble." So after hearing that, Riley stood there, frozen and speechless, once again confirming that both us and Solia couldn't just turn a blind eye to this incident. But this time, don't get involved, just leave it alone. Nara wandered out of the library, murmuring weakly, "Young master of the Eiffel family, I still remember how you defeated Tron just recently. I saw a dark mage in the library. I saw what he did before he vanished. He took the Rainfield Cloud Book. They're going to use magic to mix a massive amount of acid into the clouds. To create acid rain. They'll turn hundreds of people into zombies just to satisfy some contract with a real bastard. You don't need to prove your strength to me anymore, so please, I'm begging you to help us." The young master. Nara approached with a desperate, pleading look while Raleigh watched it all with hollow, empty eyes. If that dark mage really creates acid rain in Rainfield, then as those people in the library said, they'll all become puppets. Raleigh let out a helpless sigh. "Sukuna, how is it that every time you go anywhere, freaks like this just suddenly pop up?" The young man thought to himself that he hadn't even had a full week of vacation yet, so he flatly rejected Nara's plea. Nara broke down in tears again. "Please, that dark mage is the one who killed my father, my former commander." Before she could finish, Raleigh cut her off, showing sympathy in the most insincere way possible. "My condolences, but I'm on vacation. You'll have to handle your own business." With that, Raleigh turned away sharply. Regardless of the circumstances, Raleigh was acting like a real jerk here, so even as she called out to him, he stood firm in his decision. Even though he went into the market to pick out fruit and pretended not to care, he was actually incredibly annoyed deep down. After all, this was the vacation he had been looking forward to for so long. Raleigh didn't want any trouble either. He just wanted to blow off some steam. Nara, looking pale as a ghost, rushed past, clutching wanted posters of the dark mage, begging everyone to help, while Raleigh stood there happily munching on some BBQ. When their little break ended, she stopped and asked, "Are you having fun, master?" Raleigh pursed his lips. It was clear he was just forcing himself and wasn't enjoying it one bit, after a long struggle. Nara's team finally tracked down the dark mage, and the moment they found him, Nara pushed himself to the limit to warn him, "You're not ready to cast acid rain yet, are you? You'll lose your head before you can even lift a finger." Hearing those words, the dark mage let out a mocking laugh. "Lose my head, you say? Who do you think you are trying to lay a hand on me?" Nara took off his cloak and declared, "I've come to kill you, the one who slaughtered all my people." Seeing his face, the dark mage finally recognized him. "Ah, I remember you now. Those eyes. A true masterpiece. The eyes of someone who crawled back from the brink that day. I could never forget those eyes, no matter how hard I tried. To think someone of your kind actually survived." The murderer finally understood why Nara was there today. Nara stood before him. The villain even had the nerve to scold him, saying he had kindly granted him eternal life. Yet here he was, seeking revenge. How ungrateful. Nara swallowed his bitterness, feeling as though he were at his breaking point. He ordered the dark mage to shut his mouth, but a cocky villain like him wouldn't know fear. The more Nara's anger flared, the more amused he became. "Now I only care about that one thing. But how could I pass up an opportunity like this?" With that, under the drizzling rain, he resurrected the corpse of Nara's father. The murderer leaned on this weakness to taunt him. The moment Nara saw his father, he could no longer hold back his emotions. He continued to provoke him. "A father-son reunion. How touching. He looks a bit worn out, but you recognize him, don't you? Must be because you two share the same blood, right?" Nara gripped his sword and lunged forward, desperate to finish his enemy. But the closer he got, the more the villain goaded him. "Nothing more pathetic than this. Oh my, you're really coming at me, I'm so scared." In his frenzy, the villain used the father's corpse as a shield, and Nara accidentally drove his blade straight through his own father from behind. "Ace, I let you see your father again, didn't I? You really are ungrateful." Just then, colorful fireworks exploded, lighting up the beautiful sky. Everyone cheered, watching in awe. Raleigh, who was watching, suddenly turned and asked, "Are you having fun, Nene?" Neen froze, then smiled brightly and replied, "I think I expected too much." In truth, there was no joy at all. Raleigh tried to feign innocence and asked why, but Nene figured he knew the reason better than anyone. Because of that, Raleigh decided it was time to go. "Well then, Nene, let's head out. I wonder if this bug in front of me has the guts to bite back." Elsewhere, the dark mage was still playing with Nara while the boy exhausted all his strength, slashing wildly. The murderer was thrilled. "Just as I predicted. Not bad, your speed is truly excellent. Let's pick it up a notch, shall we?" Nara wasn't about to stop. I was determined to kill him at any cost. With a terrifying smile, the mage asked, "Do you regret it now?" Then he once again used the father's body as a shield. A scream of agony echoed to the heavens. At that moment, Nara felt like everything he did was wrong. His hand, once steady with a sword, now trembled as he pointed his spear directly at his own father. The dark mage kept pushing. No matter how much you want revenge, how dare you point your spear at your own father? Nara's teammates standing outside quickly shot an arrow straight into the zombie's arm and screamed to snap Nara out of it. "Captain, calm down, your father is already gone." Once the dark mage noticed Nara's teammates, he unleashed a magic circle, sending a barrage of arrows toward the blue-haired youth, but he blocked them all. The murderer laughed, remarking that archers were truly a pain to deal with. "Your friends seem busy, don't they?" They were surrounded by wave after wave of zombies. Seeing the situation, the blue-haired man shouted, "We'd better retreat." But Nara still hesitated when he saw his father there. He turned away, yet he still couldn't bring himself to act. Meanwhile, the villain didn't stop the taunting. "Ha ha ha! Can you drive your spear through your own father's heart?" Nara gritted his teeth, turned back, gripped his spear tight, and charged straight at the dark mage. The villain used the father's body as a shield again, and this time Nara drove his spear all the way through. Having destroyed his father's corpse, he let out a painful cry and collapsed. His teammates rushed over in panic. At that moment, the dark mage declared, "Nara has reached his limit. But where is that eternal life?" Now the dark mage was ready and poised to act. After so many years in this town, finally, we are about to fulfill our wish. Through his magic, the rain suddenly stopped, and the raindrops hung frozen in the air. The dark mage started his countdown, and with only 3 seconds left, his grand wish was about to come true. With just 2 seconds remaining. Nara screamed in desperation, begging him to stop, but the inevitable happened. The murderer raised his hands to the sky and made his declaration. The moment of destiny arrived, but then some absurd things happened that left him looking absolutely bewildered. Right at that moment, Riley tracked down the dark mage from behind, appeared, and shouted, "Found you, you scumbag, for ruining my fun!" Everyone in town was shocked by the sight of raindrops hovering in midair, but looking closely, they were just falling incredibly slowly. The raindrops suddenly exploded into fireworks, lighting up the space. Some droplets were even flying back up to the sky, each one sparkling brilliantly. Riley praised her for doing a great job, and right then the dark mage turned around. "Who are you to just swing your sword at me like that?" Riley didn't even bother answering him, just replying, "Me. Who knows you care that much, huh?" Nara stood frozen, completely stunned by this sudden appearance. Riley smirked, having a good time interrupted by such a magnificent sight. "How does it feel?" Only then did the dark mage realize this interruption was Riley's doing. "The rain, the mist, and my very incantation. Did you tamper with all of them?" Seeing the look of disappointment on the dark mage's face, Riley bluntly asked, "Why do you look so disappointed? If you hadn't ruined my vacation, things would have been different." Afterward, he called for Nine to step out and act. Nara's jaw dropped when he realized the rainwater was actually Nine's power. The dark mage couldn't believe it. Nine panicked blindly, demanding to try again, and even cursed Riley as an ingrate. Riley looked at him with an expression of pure boredom. "Ungrateful. You're the one who ruined someone's vacation. And you've got the nerve to scream like that, ignoring everything." The dark mage still tried to go at it again, acting like a madman, endlessly cursing everyone as ingrates while summoning the undead to rise from their graves. No matter how much Riley slashed them, they wouldn't die. But he felt no fear, only amusement. He confidently asserted that he was stronger than that scumbag. "Dark mage, that is also a kind of talent. All these tricks you're pulling with the undead are just cheap parlor games." Having said that, the young man finished it off with one swing, blowing the heads right off a whole bunch of useless ghouls. The dark mage realized he had finally met his match, so he summoned every single undead creature he had determined not to let Riley go. The corpses he summoned now included dragons, elves, and even mages. Riley felt things getting more intense, but unfortunately they were still just puppets. He took them out one by one, appearing completely unbothered, which drove the dark mage insane. How dare you ignore them?" Riley figured that if the guy still had more tricks to show, he at least needed to demonstrate some skill. With every swing, the young man nailed it, not sparing a single corpse. On the other hand, Nara and his teammates felt their entire bodies go stiff, as if they couldn't move at all. Everything Riley had shown just now was just a casual flick of his wrist, not even worth the effort. The dark mage, already dark-hearted, turned pale. His face went deathly pale, and Riley didn't hold back, delivering a final blow to send the dark mage to hell. At last, that damn vermin was exterminated. The evil one was defeated, turning into black flames that carried away the souls of the innocent who had suffered injustice. Nara knelt and sobbed uncontrollably, knowing his father could finally rest in peace, once finished. Riley gazed off into the distance, deep in thought, full of praise in his heart. Neen, you did well, alongside this success. It was Nene who had stood bravely and controlled everything. She had even drained her energy and bled to push the dark clouds away. Although it was a struggle, she had finally succeeded. A little girl had finally accomplished something extraordinary after that day. The press wrote so much about the phenomenon of rain flying back to the sky and other strange sights. Fireworks filled the sky. People thought this was the most magnificent firework display ever held in Waterphone. Nene ran over holding the new paper and handed it to Riley. Even though the Dark Mage had been eliminated, they still reported that the Dark Mage had not been caught. Riley sighed, thinking that Basilisk seemed like a kid who knew how to keep his mouth shut. This was truly a silent hero. Nene just hoped that one day everyone would know what Riley had done for them. This wish from Neen made Riley look at her with a confused expression, and I thought she had been possessed by Ian. Neen emotionally shared that whenever she helped others, she felt happy and incredibly proud, and she hoped Riley could feel that too. Suddenly, Riley waved Neen over, making the girl shudder, thinking she must have said something wrong. She apologized before anything else to avoid getting scolded to hell and back. But it wasn't as she imagined. Riley patted her shoulder, smiled with pride, and then gave her a serious compliment. I haven't even said anything yet, have I? You've done well, keep it up. I'm fairly satisfied anyway. But it seems like you were enjoying this vacation even more than I was. Just when I was having a good time, the guilt started creeping in, but I guess it's finally time to head back. Riley thought everyone back home must be incredibly worried, and at that very moment, he suddenly remembered something. The poor girl was all excited, but then fell into complete despair when Riley acted like he didn't remember a thing, the most unexpected turn of events ever. Ever since arriving in Renfield, Riley hadn't contacted home at all. Just as one crisis passed, another was waiting, so he dumped all the blame on her. The poor girl apologized for the 1,000th time, and then they immediately decided they had to reach out. The moment the door opened, they were met with a dark, murderous glare. Oh, Riley, is that my precious son? Both of them stammered and pushed the blame back and forth until Iris asked why the call was so late, leaving them both speechless. Riley even tried to act cool, pretending he was reading a book to handle the situation. Once they confirmed they were both okay, Iris let out a sigh of relief, but the ordeal wasn't over yet. Old man. Ian immediately shoved his face into the mirror, screaming and bombarding them with questions about how their condition was. Riley announced he was coming back to Solia and apologized to his mother. Just as he was about to hang up, Sarah chimed in, wanting a word with Nene. The second she saw Nene, she could feel Sarah's intensity. Yet another face popped into the mirror, scolding Nene for not calling home. If the young master forgot, you should have been the one to call instead. Why did you forget something like that? Riley is the one who loves to play, but now Nene is the one getting grilled. They were so unfair, blaming Nene instead of Riley, and she just stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. She could only nod and apologize repeatedly, seeing how pathetic Nene looked. Sarah cooled down a bit. So did you see the water phone? And what about the fireworks? Nene replied that she had seen it all. Sarah seemed really excited to hear the stories, but Nene just smiled, saying it was the most beautiful scene she had ever witnessed in her life, despite the pouring rain. Libsa walked over to the cliffside where the Black Mage had been defeated. He looked disappointed, thinking, I knew it, Hirio, this is exactly why I warned you not to act recklessly. Everything we did was for the sake of that prayer. You have to be careful, you know. Surprisingly, the big bad villain turned out to be none other than Libsa. Nara wandered around looking for Riley's hideout, wanting to talk. Young master, I might look human at a glance, but that's not entirely true. In the Great War, my father owed Lord Ian a debt, as he was the only mercenary from the Basilic Guild to survive. Riley took a sip of water and told Nara to get straight to the point. Nara started his request. If you agree, could you let me travel back to Solia with you? Before he could finish, Riley flat out refused. Nara really just wanted to see his benefactor Ian. That was his father's dying wish. He just wanted to meet Ian one last time. Nara wanted to bury his father after meeting the hero. After saying that, the young man knelt before Riley, begging, Please let me go to Solia with you. He sobbed so hard that the carriage carrying Riley ended up having to take him along too. The guy even volunteered to drive the carriage. Riley was speechless. Look at him, just from thinking about seeing Ian, he's already this overjoyed. Thinking about it, these two have something in common. Both Ian and Nara are crybabies. Suddenly, Nene started trembling. It seemed like she had used up too much energy earlier. Raleigh kept calling her name, but it took a while for Nini to be alert enough to answer. The day before, Nara had mentioned the Basilic Guild, and Raleigh just happened to be thinking about asking Nene about their unique powers. It said they can perceive the energy tendencies of others, which is similar to the nature of magic. Nara believed they distinguish people by their very essence, not by their outward appearance. Red, blue, and white, for some it's purple and black. The black mage in Renfield was radiating that purple light. As they were traveling, the carriage braked suddenly when they bumped into a burly bald man. The moment he saw Nara, he shouted, "Oh, look who it is! Isn't it the leader of the Thunderbolt? It's a small world, isn't it? Haven't seen you in half a year. Did you come all the way from Renfield?" This bald guy's name is Caban, and it looks like he's on his way to Renfield. He heard an old friend of his stopped by there. Then he looked at the carriage, curious about who Nara was waiting for, maybe some noble. Seeing Caban running his mouth, Nara told him not to poke his nose into other people's business. Raleigh looked annoyed, giving him a suspicious, sharp glare. Caban recognized the emblem on the carriage immediately. It was the Eifelita family crest from Solia. Nara warned him again not to stick his nose where it doesn't belong and to get lost. Seeing Nara's anger, the man left, but not before saying they'd meet again. Nara thought he was just a creepy purple aura guy. Raleigh wondered, he's purple too. Is that color really that common? In reality, that's not the case. Until now, Nara had only met 4 people like that one he randomly bumped into in an unknown village. A priest in Renfield, Caban, and the black mage from a few days ago. Those are just the ones he's met so far. Who knows how many others are out there. Caban traveled to Renfield to meet Libera, and he was absolutely furious when he saw all that remained of Hirio was a messy puddle of black liquid. "This guy is really overdoing it," he muttered. When asked how long it would take, Libera replied that he wasn't sure. Caban was even more furious than before. He's lost his left arm now. Unable to keep his cool, he started slashing wildly with his sword. Caban demanded to know where the other 2 were. Libera made a dismissive gesture and said the leader was busy with something important and couldn't make it. Caban screamed, cursing them as a bunch of ungrateful rats. He turned to Libera and asked what they planned to do next. Libera replied that he wasn't sure, but they should proceed cautiously for now. They would put the secret garden plan on hold and wait for an opportunity to fix the left arm. Finally, Raleigh returned safely. As soon as he reached home, Ian anxiously ran out and hugged him tight. I was bawling his eyes out like a grieving father. Raleigh was being hugged so hard he could barely breathe. All right, I'm home. Let go and let me talk." Ian was still overwhelmed, continuously nagging him. "Do you have any idea, young master, how worried this old man has been about you? The tears of this old man are about to turn into a river." Nara, witnessing this, couldn't believe her eyes that this was the legendary mercenary hero. Raleigh felt so embarrassed and humiliated. He told him to stop crying like a child and to pull himself together. Then he introduced Nara, who had been searching for Ian all this time. Ian looked at Nara with a puzzled expression. Nara introduced herself as a mercenary as well. She then bowed before Ian. "It is an honor to meet the noble mercenary hero." After looking closely for a long while, Ian realized that Nara must be from the Basil lineage. After hearing the whole story, Ian understood the situation. He looked sad, bowed his head, and said, "It seems he has taken the lives of those I cherish so easily. I swear on my honor Gaff of the Basilic line was once a truly skilled man." Ian then spoke kindly to encourage Nara. "That is exactly why you must be proud of your father, even though you have had to face so many hardships out there." Hearing this, Nara was moved to tears. Ian said seriously that when the Count returned, he would inform him that a guest from the Lightning Mercenary Guild had stopped by. Raleigh just realized it and asked where his father was. 2 days ago, after receiving a letter from Solia Castle, the Count had left the estate immediately. Word was that the Solia border had just been attacked. Raleigh asked how his 2 older brothers were doing, and Ian replied that they were still at the estate. Someone had to watch over the place after all. Even Lady Iris was still in her room. Raleigh was heading to his mother's room when he suddenly heard a loud crashing sound. He rushed to open the door and asked what was wrong. She was shaking uncontrollably, standing there in a daze. Raleigh immediately ran over and supported her. "Nini, are you okay?" Even though she was already extremely weak, she didn't want Raleigh to worry, so she kept saying she was fine and would clean it up right away. Raleigh wouldn't let her clean it up. Not while her hands and feet were trembling like that. Neen was covered in cold sweat, unable to say anything other than apologies. I'm sorry, I will do my best. Please don't cast me aside." The little girl seemed so traumatized by the indifference of others that she just wanted to ensure the rest of her life wouldn't be spent being discarded. Having said that, the poor girl almost fainted. Raleigh had no choice but to take her to Endo. According to Endo, Nene's current condition was extremely dangerous, and at best she would only live until autumn. Of course, even if she couldn't control her body's condition, she would always say she was fine. She always tried to act strong like that. She didn't want others to worry about her. Raleigh was truly incredibly worried now. Honestly, I don't understand her. If it hurts, just say so and go lie down. Isn't that what normal people do? Endo figured that in this day and age, there are many types of people who bottle up their pain and foolishly take everything on themselves. That was Nene. To Raleigh, Nene was just a silly girl. Raleigh used to vow to save humanity and the whole world, promising to live up to their endless expectations. There were times when he only ran forward without a care for himself. In the end, the conclusion to his sacrifices could be summed up in 2 words: shattered. Regardless, humanity is certainly interesting. Its charm lies in its finite lifespan. Raleigh recalled the things Nene had said. She always wanted Raleigh to be proud of himself. It seemed Nine's lifespan had been shortened since she had drained so much magic at Renfield. Raleigh turned to ask Endo if he remembered what Nene had asked for last time. At that time, she had said that teleportation would be fine, but there was one condition: give me that thing. Nobody knew what that thing Nene referred to was, but Raleigh only had one request: please save her. After resting for a while, Nene woke up. As soon as she woke, she looked out the window and saw Raleigh sleeping blankly under an apple tree. She was extremely worried. It's so windy today. The young master will catch a cold if he sleeps like that. Suddenly, seeing Raleigh break into a cold sweat, she became even more anxious. He kept groaning as if he were encountering something nightmarish. In his dream, Raleigh saw a small town and Nene in danger. In that moment, he was genuinely panicked. Raleigh then woke up in a fright. Just then, Nene rushed out, but unfortunately, Ian held her back. He told her to go back to her room and rest. Nene insisted she was perfectly fine, but her hands and feet wouldn't stop shaking. Ian told her to calm down and talk. Ian went to Raleigh's side for her to check on him. "Young master, are you okay?" He said he was fine, but didn't know why he had such a nightmare. Nene stood there coughing up blood, repeatedly feeling that she was in a lot of pain once again in this condition. Raleigh was so worried she was on the verge of a panic attack, so she was taken back to her room. When her 2 older brothers snuck into her room and saw her coughing up blood, Riley's brother panicked. When someone asked if there was anyone outside to help the eldest brother, just told them to ignore her. Raleigh couldn't believe her ears. Since when had the people in this mansion become so heartless? If their father were here, he wouldn't be so indifferent. After witnessing such a scene, the eldest brother slapped Raleigh hard, telling her to think carefully, saying, "She's going to die anyway, so just leave her be." In this situation, they were truly cold-blooded. Raleigh felt like she wasn't even herself anymore. Just then, Endo burst in wearing a doctor's coat and glasses, pretending to be there to provide treatment. "Let's see," he muttered. "Her condition has deteriorated significantly." Then turned to the 2 brothers, asking what they were doing there. When the eldest brother asked who he was, Endo kept rambling about the patient's condition. The brother got even more annoyed and demanded an answer again. Despite that, Endo acted as if he were deaf, continuing to comment as if the 2 brothers didn't even exist. Opposite to her inherent attributes. Perhaps the issue lies in the soul. How interesting. The eldest brother could no longer contain his temper and held his sword to Endo's throat. Only then did he stop and reply, "I am Endo." He then bared his sharp teeth in a sinister grin, leaning toward the 2 brothers, adding, "As for you, the one so curious about me, who are you?" "Well, anything to say." Just then Raleigh walked in and greeted him warmly. "Oh, the doctor is here." She introduced Endo as a master physician from Renfield. The 2 brothers stood there looking completely bewildered as Raleigh started making up stories about it. "I invited him here to examine her, but I forgot to mention it to you too." Even though the brothers were acting incredibly fake, they tried to play along as best they could. Endo stammered in response, "Ah, that's right. Didn't I just say so? I am a physician." The eldest brother didn't seem convinced and tried to give him a hard time. "If you're really a physician, why have you been talking nonsense this whole time?" Endo wasn't a patient man. He grew slightly irritated and snapped back, "How funny. You should be the one feeling lucky that you're still alive after pointing your sword at me." The eldest brother, still arrogant and relying on his status, gritted his teeth, drew his sword again, and cursed Endo. "You arrogant brat, I've put up with you long enough." Endo couldn't hold back anymore. His eyes turned blood red, and a terrifying surge of energy left the brother unable to move. This overwhelming pressure accidentally affected Nine's body, causing her to clutch her head and plead, "Please, please make it stop." Afterward, Nine woke up with a start and asked how long she had been asleep. According to Riley, she had been unconscious for half a day. As soon as she woke up, the girl demanded to go back to work, immediately leaving everyone stunned as she walked out. Nine couldn't stay there any longer. 2 hours before leaving, Sarah burst into tears. "I didn't know you were so sick and I kept scolding you. I'm so sorry, Nine." Then Sarah gave Nine a warm, heartfelt hug. They stayed like that for an hour. Riley helplessly told them, "Stop crying, for heaven's sake, you guys. Weren't you going to give her something?" After using it to blow her nose, Sarah offered to give Nine her favorite handkerchief. Nine took it without hesitation. Ian also gifted her the precious sword he always carried with him. "Take this too. Always remember that you are a member of the Eiffel family," Ian said, though he didn't do it for himself, but for young Master Riley. Even Iris rushed out to give Nine a silk ribbon. She tied it into a bow for Nine's hair. Nini thanked everyone for the gifts, the care, and the affection she had only ever dreamed of. Her gaze finally turned to Riley. Sarah waited in anticipation, wondering if Riley had something to give Nine as well. The young man shyly stammered, acting all bashful. Would this be okay?" He handed Nini an apple and asked innocently, "Is this all right?" In reality, under that apple tree, the two had a conversation while sitting idly under the tree. Nine had begged, saying she didn't have long to live, and that when the time came, she wanted to follow Riley. In that moment of despair, Riley declared that he could cure her illness. The girl was stunned, and then Riley pointed to the red apple on the tree and affirmed, "You can live. I want you to keep living and pick that apple for me." From now on, Nine would have to follow Endo. He seemed quite pleased to have Nine as his disciple. "You must call Endo teacher from this moment on." As she followed him, Nini called him teacher with a look of confusion on her face. Her blank expression was so pure that Endo felt more amused than ever. With that expression, Nine promised to return to the border mansion soon. Everyone was still negotiating the final battle, and they had finally reached a ceasefire agreement. Regardless, no one expected Syria to attack the border first. The border attack was one thing, but the bigger issue was the identity of the mercenaries participating in this battle. Rumor has it he possesses extraordinary power, and our troops suffered heavy losses because of it. They say that if not for Count Soten, they wouldn't have stood a chance in that battle. The commander is demanding everyone treat this as a lesson. We cannot let these mercenaries get away with it. As for Count Soten's condition, it's not looking good. He lost his right arm, and no one knows if he'll even pull through. That's why they've issued a warrant for the Caban mercenaries. They have to make sure the Count's sacrifice wasn't for nothing. He's truly struggling against the agony of his wounds. They're agonizing over whether to inform the Eiffel family. The Count hasn't even named an heir yet. His second son, Loy, is still in a daze, haunted by what his older brother said. Loy doesn't understand why his brother has changed so much. The change in him is so drastic it's unsettling. He can't help but think things would be different if father were still here. After a while, Loy shakes those thoughts away, telling himself to stop overthinking. He looks out the window and spots Zhang Lai and Ian standing outside. Suddenly, Libsa and the others rush in breathless, announcing that the Count has returned, but the situation is critical. Nara watches from afar and notices a purple light radiating from Libera. She can hardly believe her eyes. They've brought Count Soten back, and he's missing an arm. The eldest brother is in a panic, furious. "Who dares to do this to my father?" Loy stands frozen for a good 5 seconds, deeply worried for his father. Soten drops the wanted poster from the recent battle. "I faced off against a legendary mercenary with superhuman strength. A warrior named Caban from the Caban Mercenary Guild." Raleig's face darkens, his eyes sharp as blades. "I is certain that if it's Caban, then it must be him. The reason he returned to Renfield. He possesses such overwhelming power." A fierce gale suddenly blew right in the middle of the fight. It would have been much easier if it were just a fair duel. With outside forces interfering, the Count was unfortunately maimed. At this moment, it's as if Riley has awakened. He's reliving the moments his own family was hurt. Don't worry about big important things. Just be lazy and carefree. No need to lift a finger, just live comfortably. That was the life he always wanted, but now he realizes he cannot afford to lose his loved ones. In his past life, he never imagined something like this could happen. Facing his father, the Count makes an announcement about how things have turned out. I believe it is time to decide on the heir to the Yahello family. To find the right successor, he has assigned a task to each of his sons given the recent invasions on the Ensirium border. Many villages in Solia are in dire straits. The Count wants his sons to go and help them during this time. The 3 sons will compete to become the heir to the Yahello house before they depart. Nara rushes over saying she has something to tell Jelly. The person standing next to the Count is the one who uses the same dark arts I saw before. The color of the magic is just like that Kaban guy. That cursed purple light is the clearest proof that they are in cahoots. A nationwide warrant has been issued and naturally Libra is very concerned about him. Raleigh is deep in thought, wondering if this is the right time to fight for the inheritance, or are there more important things to do? The place he is heading to is a small town with less than 100 people, the village of Alive near the nearby forest. They say the actions of the Tranting near the village are highly suspicious. While Ian is talking, Riley just drifts off staring at the sky, seemingly not taking in a single word. The young man insists he heard every word, but when Ian tries to test him by asking the name of the village, he replies, Oliver. Ian is at his wit's end with his young master. Finally, they arrive at Alive village. No sooner do they arrive than an old man comes out to welcome them. When Ian introduces them as coming from the Yahello family, the old man's eyes light up. It's really the Yahello family, finally you've come. Thank you so much. This old man is the village chief, Manto. At first glance, the place feels incredibly desolate. Raleigh thinks to himself that this place needs more people. Even if the villagers are hiding in fear, the village is just too empty. Manto looks dejected, stammering, Yes, I've mentioned that before. Recently, about 10 villagers have gone missing starting 4 days ago. At first, it was just 1 or 2 kids, but the numbers kept growing. Most of the missing are children. Raleigh feels the situation is truly dire, maybe even troublesome. He's going to have to handle 2 things, not just the Trantin, but the missing children as well. In his past life, there were children left behind in the city too. The poor kids were traumatized, drowning in a sea of blood, and they looked at Riley as if he were a hero. In that moment, it was painful to watch the innocent kids begging him to kill them gently. They wanted a painless death. Some even pleaded to die. Those memories are what drive Riley the most. He never wants to see that happen again. He's lost in thought, blanking out when Ian asks if he's figured out a way to find the kids. But even now, Riley is confused. There isn't a single trace. The movements of the Trantin hiding in the forest seem unusual. It's truly a mess. Yet Riley still hasn't found the answer. According to the chief, the kids disappeared starting 4 days ago, not all at once, but one by one over several days. If a child really went missing today, then they must still be nearby. That means the kids and the villagers. The strange movements of the Trantin and the kidnapped children. He has to deal with this right now. The moment Riley draws his sword, he looks incredibly cool. The village chief falls to his knees begging for help. He thought Riley was going to slaughter the whole village and was terrified. Ian stands by, helpless. Only Ian understands Riley. Riley's way of speaking is a bit cocky, so it's no wonder the old chief misunderstood. Riley doesn't waste more words and immediately heads out to deal with the kidnappings and the Trantin. Ian is still a bit worried. Even though Riley knows how to use a sword, it's still dangerous. This old man always likes to stick close and protect Riley to the point that the boy finds it quite annoying. Why don't you just stay by my side and protect me from now on? Ian sighed, knowing there was no other way. The 2 of them dashed madly toward the dust spirit's hideout. As soon as he spotted them, Riley leaped high into the trees, confident he could finish this in a minute. He charged in, utilizing a high-level pro-tier speed that was too fast for an ordinary person to even track. Just like that, he sliced off all the dust spirits' heads. Ian, who hadn't even managed to help yet, stood there, stunned, with his eyes wide and mouth agape. Young master is truly incredibly fast. This kind of movement wasn't even recorded in the Yahello swordsmanship manual. In the moment Ian stood there dazed and deep in thought, he almost met his end. He also discovered that his young master could communicate telepathically, transmitting thoughts through energy. Raleigh kept reminding Ian to be careful. Raleigh slashed at them, counting them off one by one. According to Ian, there were supposed to be about 150 dust spirits, but now a few were missing. They seemed to have escaped. Ian was still standing there, dumbfounded. Then behind him, a massive, oversized dust spirit appeared. Its eyes glowed a deep, furious red, radiating pure rage. This human dares to kill our kin. Now witness my wrath. A few spirits had run off to call for reinforcements and sound the alarm that there was an intruder. Raleigh continued enthusiastically slicing and counting. That makes 90 down. Raleigh's sword was showing signs of cracking, and it was literally crying out for help. It looked like it wouldn't last much longer, so he had to find the children before it was too late. Raleigh began to search using his own sensory abilities. He detected about 14 kids, but his sensing power was gradually weakening. He sprinted, hoping to make it in time. His senses led him to a cave, but the energy signal there was also fading. Raleigh started to have dozens of doubts. He suspected the village chief, but it was still too early to jump to conclusions. He stepped inside. Apart from skulls and bones, there were strange, slimy, mud-like substances. However, as he got closer, a foul stench hit him. This wasn't mud. It was the remains of dust spirits. Raleigh was incredibly curious about which jerk had done this. He pushed deeper inside and picked up the sounds of the children. They were terrified, fearing they would die there. Yet they still held hope that adults would find and rescue them. Despite the many dust spirits outside, when the kids saw Raleigh, their eyes lit up. The children's hope grew when Raleigh introduced himself as their rescuer. However, first he needed to get some clear information. Did anyone come with them? They all innocently answered in unison, "Yes, Epidemic did. He's a beggar uncle. He's the one who hid us in here. And he left something at the entrance." Raleigh pulled out a piece of paper from a crevice at the cave entrance. It read, "To whoever finds these children, forgive me, but my strength is limited. I could do nothing more to save these children from being kidnapped by the dust spirits. I tried my best to keep them from catching the plague while in this cave, but their immune systems are too weak." Raleigh understood the situation. He turned to look at the children, and it seemed they had all been infected by the plague. Every child's face was covered in itchy black slime. Raleigh decided to get them out of there first. He'd figure the rest out later. Once the children were finally safe, Raleigh wanted more info, so he asked them, "Do you know anything else about that beggar uncle?" They all praised him, saying he was incredibly kind, had hair down to his waist, and didn't even breathe. Hearing this, Raleigh was startled. He glared accidentally, making one little boy burst into tears, thinking he'd done something wrong. He calmed the boy down. The kid added that the man didn't breathe and never even opened his mouth. "I once asked him why he didn't breathe, and he wrote on the wall, 'If I breathe, you will all be in danger.'" Only then did Raleigh understand. Perhaps the scene he saw in the cave was the consequence of that person breathing. Still, he couldn't figure out what that dark purple liquid was. Back home, the masked man was still deeply worried about the children, wondering if they had been rescued. However, he remained optimistic, thinking they would be just fine. This man was unexpectedly the left foot of Caban. Caban never thought Solia would be on the verge of annihilation. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would have just let Libera handle it. The moment Epidemic walked in, Caban looked at him with a stunned expression. Except for Libera, no one could survive touching that plague. A lethal, deadly contagion. Caban lashed out with insults, scolding him, "You filthy, rotten bastard, you're all in league together, aren't you? Did you really have to show your face here?" Epidemic bluntly replied that he didn't want to join their secret society, so they should stop bothering him. Caban, hearing this, got riled up, plugging his nose. "Just as I thought, I had a bad feeling about you." Elsewhere, after the children returned home safely to their parents, Raleigh was credited with a huge achievement. The village chief bowed in gratitude. Afterwards, Raleigh reminded him to take the children to the temple for treatment. The kids weren't scared at all. They were fighting over who got to hop on the wagon to go get treated. Raleigh had been having busy days like this lately. He planned to spend the next 2 days catching up on sleep. After they left, Ian turned to him with a curious look. "Young master, I have a few questions about your sword." Ian had never actually seen his young master train, so he had no idea when Raleigh learned swordsmanship. Answering this was really difficult. Raleigh just clutched his head and blurted out that he learned it by imagining it in his head. It sounded both absurd and plausible. Ian was half skeptical and still shocked. He asked further, "What about energy manipulation? You used telepathy on me earlier, didn't you?" Hearing this, Raleigh laughed it off, saying Ian was talking nonsense, and deliberately tried to avoid the subject. Ian still insisted on getting an answer. "Young master, I don't know what you're hiding from me, but I've always trusted you." This was a total flip-flop. Just a moment ago he was riled up as if he were furious, but now he was smiling like a blooming flower. Raleigh didn't want to engage with Ian's nagging anymore. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon lands. It was sent from the suburbs. The note reads, "Young Master Raleigh, it's me. The dark mage you defeated in Renfield has been resurrected." It's just as Raleigh suspected. He felt Libera was highly suspicious and needed more intel on him, and now he has this note as well. And a dark mage in Renfield. That's definitely abnormal. Ian notices Riley deep in thought and asks if something happened to the young master back in Renfield. Ian puts on his signature pitiful face. Young master, are you planning on keeping secrets from me again? Riley is too tired to deal with this, so he just replies, what do you mean? What indeed? Ian knows exactly what Riley means. Once again, Ian gets all worked up, shaking Riley until his head spins and his ears ring. There's no joking around with this old man. Riley decides to just brush it off Ian. It's nothing worth worrying about Ian. Seriously, the guy is the king of being pushy. But he's determined to hear the story, so eventually Riley tells him everything from start to finish. Regarding everything that went down in Renfield, Ian has no reason not to believe him anymore. He says, young master, you'll have to make a choice. I think we should return to Solia first. If the content of that letter is true, we need to get back to Solia as soon as possible. Riley agrees that Ian has a point. However, he's currently in the middle of a succession battle. He jokingly asks Ian if it's really okay for him to act so recklessly. Ian fires back full of spirit, young master. Don't you have more important things to do from this moment on? They decide to set out together. Becoming the heir to the Aifalita family was something Ian had looked forward to for a long time, yet he gave it up without a moment's hesitation. Choosing a different path for the sake of something more important, that is stopping the dark mage from slaughtering everyone. Ian realizes this. In other words, he prioritizes human lives above all else. Riley is still conflicted. He's bothered that he won't have enough time for his family anymore. A group of monsters gathered since a meeting over 1,000 years ago are meeting today. They are all here except for Endo. He hasn't arrived yet. I even brought a disciple along with him. The bald demon guy doesn't even understand what a disciple is. Don't you know it's that human thing training and stuff like that? In their eyes, Endo is truly bizarre. Speak of the devil. Endo walks in. Upon arriving, he immediately starts complaining. Ugh, I can't stand Renfield. This kind of damp, humid air is the absolute worst on earth. Everyone is just about gathered except for one person. The reason is that they can't get in touch with her. Her lair is completely empty too. They finally notice it. It's her right. What kind of disciple did you bring here? The demon guy. Arthur is excited, thinking it would be fun to see her fight his guards. Endo responds confidently, don't be ridiculous. Your guards wouldn't even be able to touch a hair on her head. Arthur bursts out laughing. Endo, it's been thousands of years and you're still talking big, aren't you? After all, looking at a girl who appears so frail, no one would ever think she has that kind of power. Endo retorts that he'd need at least 5 of those demons to even stand a chance against her. Those guys are all talk anyway. As night falls, the demons start getting to the main point. All right. Just stop it already. I gathered everyone here for a different reason. Today I summoned you all here because I sensed an otherworldly energy. A few days ago, an energy appeared in Renfield. It's quite similar to mana, but its essence is the complete opposite. Compared to mana, this energy feels much more unsettling. 3 people came to Renfield with that energy. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes what happened with the help of the spirits, I probably wouldn't have believed it myself. That is the main reason I gathered the great demons here. Arthur immediately gets agitated, claiming that 3 measly humans wandering around couldn't possibly do anything. Not only can they do something, they are threatening the balance of the world. They are directly interfering with the fate of life and death. At this, everyone gasps in shock. They want to ask Nine about what she witnessed. With the spirit's guidance, I know you were in Renfield at the time. Tell us exactly what happened that day. Nine stammers. That day in Renfield, we suddenly ran into that dark mage. He was a mage who used dark necromancy just like me. Not only that, he had the ability to summon souls. Before she could finish, the brown-scaled demon chimed in. Oh, come on, that's not a big deal. To dispel the soul-summoning spell, we dragons just need to flick our hands. Even so, the problem is the soul hidden within that body, meaning he can resurrect them. They start arguing again. Quiet, Neen continues. My young master Riley stood up and defeated the dark mage and the corpses. He also disappeared along with those souls. The white-haired demoness asks Nine, those eyes of yours help you find the presence of anyone you imagine in your mind, don't they? After confirming, she asks, then what about someone who is already dead? Let's put it this way. Try to imagine that dark mage right now and tell me where he is. Neen does as she's told. After imagining him, she freezes, breaking out in a cold sweat. I can't believe it. That dark mage is still alive.